Hello. Don't use to it. That will be the gas. That family family that family champion buku. Pelu kuma se kuma ayi. Eh, okay. Ayi, come inshallah. No problem. Alright. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, salaam alaikum.
Bye bro.
Yes, sir.
Naka nag naka suba si.
Jàmm rek
Ba
alhamdulillah.
no balik ko na bu baax.
Yeah, yeah.
Ah.
Wow, wow, wow.
So bul panic bul ragal bul tiit.
No, 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 no. No panic, no. No, inshallah.
Anyway, li fi bi convoy yi fi problème yi convoy bi.
Mm-hmm.
Nga ma waxutoon dara.
Mm-hmm.
Understand nga so what evidence do you have about the convoy?
Yeah, because dama dee digga xam nga di speed up the convoy ak waa yaa jami moo dee joxe orders nii nale xam nga man being a witness I know one time am na the opportunity nekka all di nekka si nekka moom the same car sometimes ma nekka tamit si convoy bi in some of the vehicles I knew how things were.
Hello, good morning, Mr. Jallo. Ovivan, can you please put the witness on the screen? Jallo Jerry. Ebakemo. Ele Maralba.
Good morning. Hello.
Good morning, Mr. Jallo.
Good morning. Yes, Juma Mubarak.
How are you doing today?
I'm very well, thank you.
That's great.
How about yourself?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm doing all right.
Alhamdulillah. Wow. I feel you change it. I like that hat.
So, how are you feeling today?
Alhamdulillah, well rested.
So, how is the weather over there?
Well, it's pretty chill. It's kind of like, it was kind of a bit cold in the morning, but the weather is still chill, you know. With this year, unfortunately, we don't have proper summer.
Oh, okay, splendid. Yes, yeah, yes.
Sehu.
Yes, sir.
Affaire bi. Like na haftaan bi.
Oh, thank you. Nakam?
Santa rek, alhamdulillah. I hope you good.
Yeah.
Sewa Andy mengai misusani ma anka karamoko am.
Karamoko.
No problem. I mean, can be too sad, but I my master.
Hawa jaraba.
I tell her a cow.
Defa melni suma karamoko la. Wow, Jallo yeah is Makaramo. Especially appearing like this, like that. Yeah.
So I'll have to say goodbye.
I went back to the Chosan.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, you do the prayer and then, but, so you wouldn't have the opportunity.
Read my text.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the public hearings. Oh. Sorry, as I was saying, good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the public hearings of the TRRC. We didn't complete what we wanted to do last night. We all worked very hard. But there were lots of items that needed to be covered, and some continuation of the proceedings this morning. Imam, you have the floor if you can offer some prayers, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. musidal Gambia hime yetta on en fuɗɗino ko ɗe golle e bismillahir rahmanir rahim.
Interpretation?
Okay, Imam, after extending greetings to the whole of the Gambia, said that we started these hearings in the name of Allah.
Gaynay hande e alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
And today we will finish or end the hearings in the name of Allah, and thanks to Allah too.
Ankin fuɗɗino ɗen gaynde e golle.
We should have finished the hearings yesterday.
Kono Allah waɗi wonani noon.
But Allah didn't decide it that way.
Ko hande gayneten.
We are going to do the finishing today.
Commission no yetta leydi ndin fop.
The Commission is extending heartfelt greetings to the whole country.
Ko haalaɗo kon fof.
Whatever has been said here,
hay goto toñaka.
we didn't offend anybody.
Kala haalɗo ko haali koko andi e ko yi ma o tawa.
All those who did witness here, who were witnesses here, all what they said were things that either they witnessed or they themselves did it, or it was done in their presence.
En nani waɗɓe boneji ɗin jooɗi ke ɗo haalani en boneji ko ɓe waɗi e konguɗe maɓɓe.
We have had people who have committed serious offenses. They themselves narrated those serious offenses when they sat down here.
En nani kadi toñaɓe ɓe ari ɓe haali ko ɓe toña ɓe yafnuke.
We have had all those who were offended too, who came here, sat down, and decided to forgive those who offended them.
Koko moƴƴi.
That's something very good.
En yetti Allah.
Our thanks to Allah.
Ande wonde ko Allah ñawno ɗum fof.
And we can say all that was destined by Allah.
Kono kadi noon koko gasata.
But there is nothing that will not come to an end.
Ene musidal Gambia.
We Gambians, we are all the same, as we are all the same relatives.
Ande wonde nde hare sendata en.
Let's know that this fight will not separate us.
En kontina haɓugol sono wo sono sabuna ko hay hunduko ñiiƴe e ɗengal kañum hawti dula goto.
We will continue this battle. We will continue to make sure that we take the right path, because even the tongue and the teeth live together in the mouth, but sometimes they come across each other. You harm yourself with your own teeth.
So konani en ko en yettu Allah.
So what is left there for us is let's extend our thanks to Allah.
Yafoniren.
Let's forgive each other.
Ko heddi kon.
What is left behind,
ko laamu andi honno watta.
It's left to the government to do what they are going to do.
Minen ko ɓe ɗaɓɓitayno.
What we were seeking
ko gonga on
is the truth.
ɗum noon Allah waɗi minen men yi gonga mo men yi on.
And God has helped us to bring out that truth. And we've seen that.
Fof ko haali kon.
We've heard all that was said here.
En yi kadi seedeji ɗi anda haalni ko kañum tigi waɗi ɗi piiji.
We've seen witnesses who came here and confessed that they committed those grievous crimes.
Ko heddi.
What is left?
Ko en yafondir.
Let's try and forgive each other from our hearts.
Accen hunde fof e jungo laamu ngun.
Let's leave everything in the hands of the government.
Kamɓe andi honɗum ɓe waɗata.
They know what they are going to do.
Te miɗa andi ko waɗata kon kadi.
And I know that whatever they are going to do,
laawol ɓe tegata ɗum.
They will do it in the right way.
Ɓe welno leydi ndin fop.
So that the whole country will be happy.
Rutodiren kadi wonen gotum.
Let's come back together and reconcile.
Minen enen en meeɗano andude fi affaire leƴƴi no woodi.
We didn't know that kind of separation in the Gambia here.
A tawa pullo no resi joola yolfo ceɗɗo joola manjago fof a tawa ɗum fof no waɗi ɗum fof no waɗi.
This intermarriage has been existing here between tribes, Fulas, Mandinkas, Jola, Sarawule, Manjago. We've been marrying each other for so long.
Sen falama yo en heɓu jam.
If we want to have peace in this country,
en waɗa affaire continent ɗum.
Let's try our level best to continue that same trend.
Let's
not allow this evil to come and separate us so that the whole society will disintegrate. Our thanks to Allah. Our thanks to the head of the country. and the whole government.
E kala ballal ko iwi dula goddo ari walli en pour yen darnu o gonga.
And thanks to all those who gave help to make sure that this truth-seeking body continues their job.
Kono ko ɓuriten jaarude hannde.
But our thanks will be extended to those also.
Ko ɓen naatuɗo e ladde nden e galleji ɗin.
It's those who went into the bush and into the compounds.
Ɓe ɗaɓɓiti ka haala haa ɓe heɓi gongaji ko woni hen fop.
They investigated, they searched for the truth until they were able to get what they wanted.
ɓen ko yetteteɓe.
Those people should be thanked very well.
Lawyer ɓen kadi kamɓe kadi.
And the legal counsel, the lawyers here,
ko ɓe waɗi kon ko golle moƴƴuɗe.
they did a very wonderful job here.
En settike.
Well, we've seen what they've done.
Haala kaɓe haali no ɓe wi haalaji ɗin haa heɓɗuɗen gongaji ko woni hen.
They did their job by speaking, asking questions, following the truth until we got what we wanted.
En yetti Allah.
Our thanks to Allah.
Minen commissioner ɓen.
We, the commissioners here,
ko enen heddatu e golle ɗen.
the job is left with them.
Si windi report on.
If the report is written,
enen hiɗen andi ko watten ton kon.
we know what is going to be in that report.
Kono mo joneteɗo report on.
But this report is going to be handed to the person that this report is going to be handed to.
Ko on heddodi e golle ɓurɗe sattude.
The job now remains in the hands of that person.
Hiɗen toro Allah.
We are pleading to Allah.
Yo Allah faabo en haa o yiya hen gonga ko woni hen kon.
May Allah help us so that He will also see the truth in that report. And
kala mo anduɗa no jogii jungo e on report.
And anyone who has a hand in that report,
yo Allah daron en.
May Allah stand and help us.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. In the name of Allah, and thanks to Allah.
Maliki yawmiddin.
Amin.
Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina as-siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta alayhim ghayril maghdubi alayhim waladdallin.
Amin.
ربنا إننا آمنا فاغفر لنا ذنوبنا وقنا عذاب النار الصابرين والصادقين والقانتين والمنفقين والمستغفرون بالإسخار شهد الله أنه لا إله وملائكته وأولو العلم قائما بالقسط لا إله إلا هو العزيز الحكيم ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين الحمد لله رب العالمين الحمد لله رب العالمين الحمد لله رب العالمين آمين.
Shukran, Imam Jallo. Very kind of you indeed, and thank you for all your prayers during these 2.5 years of our work. We are going to continue with the witness from yesterday and the program that I announced yesterday. We will complete it that way, i.e., at the end of the testimony of the witness this morning, we will have a very brief closing session of our public hearings. Council, if we are ready with this morning's witness, you may continue.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, commissioners, and members of the audience. Good morning, Mr. Jallo.
Good morning, sir.
Welcome to the TRRC again.
Thank you very much, sir.
Good. I am impressed with the... Okay.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm in for both of us.
All right, for the whole country.
Welcome back to the TRRC. Where is the Quran, Mr. Jallo? Yes. May I remind you that you are still on the oath? And the obligations to speak the truth still remains. Are we doing fuller this morning, correct? Or are we going back to Mandinka or Yola?
Well, we start with Mandinka and then later we go in Jola.
Okay.
Yo, Ajarama, Meden Jodi, we are here waiting.
Okay.
Mandinka booth, we are here.
Oh, we start with Mandinka, you said?
He said we start in Mandinka and end with Jola.
All right, the Mandinka interpreter.
I'm sending Mandinka.
Yes, yesterday, yesterday we dealt with the issue of the burning of the Point newspaper. You remember that?
Nkachata dimba malome yalongo wala keta Point news kibar kairo la dingiranyi ndo. Fai hakilo yo mudalaba.
Yes, sir.
I have received several requests. I've been actually bombarded with requests to clarify that point.
Ngakanindri jamal le soto puru dingiranyi puru ngaje fanundi.
And if you recall, during our pre-hearing discussion,
ni hakilo bakang janimbe findi la commission nyati no janni kacha men soto.
We discussed this issue.
Nganyim ko kachale.
And I indicated to you that the evidence we have is that it was the Independent that was burnt and not the Point.
Andunga itandi lale ko Independent kibar bunda nyi wele mala manke Point kibar kaitoti.
Yes, and your position was that what you recall that it was the Point.
Bayete ko itala lodla menti hakilo e memuta wele Point kibar kaitoti.
With due respect, sir, I don't think I have said my firm position was the Point because I didn't participate in it. I know it was a newspaper, sir.
Nga mera de lodula munu mende amanke ko lota ko ka foko observer kibar kaito lem kato tumo kolbe kala tumena ko amanke ko ntabije wala mabeta je.
Well, it did not quite come out like that. It came out as if your firm belief was that it was the Point.
Amam findi wo nyama bari afindi ta nyame wala mi de ko ite lata men wala Point newspaper kibar kaitoti.
So if
that is the case, sir, it's a human error. I would like to sincerely apologize.
Natara keta wala nyama fanan woto hadama dingo mantimma filolem woto wakamala mbe ali hakedani la alisi haketu.
So what is your position?
Silang muna mo itala lodlati.
Now.
Silang.
Is it just a moment? Just hear the question first.
Yes, sir.
Is what the evidence that you have? Is it that the Point was burnt, or one of the newspaper houses was burnt, or you know that it was the Independent newspaper house that was burnt?
For itala lodla menti hakilo e muna fo Point news kibar bunda nyi wala janita bang fo kibar bunda kotangola bang fo Independent number.
Sir, with due respect, I do maintain my stand. Like I said, the one that Niga was accused of, where I think I had a problem, that was the one. So I can't recall which of the one you referred to, sir.
And that was the Independent newspaper.
Munda walam Independent kibar bundade.
At least the evidence before the commission.
Munta sede ya ko membelarin commission nyati lingo.
I was a part of it, sir.
All right. The thing is, we want to go faithfully with the testimony of the witness. The witness testifies as to what he knows, what he or she remembers, what he or she perceives. So it is not for us to really put our own version to the witness. So we go with what the witness says. I'm happy that you are willing to clarify that point.
Thank you, sir.
Yesterday we were talking about the witch exercise. Yes.
With due respect, before we go forward, I want to clarify something here to the Gambian people, sir.
Go ahead.
I know it may sound irrelevant, but it does sound relevant to me, sir.
At sike dolu nya kotoko amanke ku sobeti bari nte kumola karola kule meya lonka ayensula.
You can cut the sir and just proceed. Just talk.
Sitenten no ya sata.
I know.
He's representing the whole country, sir.
I know,
It's an easy word of-
I understand, but you know, it makes me a little uncomfortable.
Unfortunately, now I have no other option. That's proper regimentation, sir.
Okay, all right. Go ahead, sir.
Right. I've seen a post that I want to make it very clear. Let Gambian know. I wouldn't call him a journalist. I'll call him journalist from the Factual Network, Mr. Lamin Jai, who said I was there in 2016 during the presidential election. I was nowhere in the time.
But so demanding auto senayandi. Ngak fenne je me alon ko kibaro lem Fatus Network, Mr. Lamin Jai ala kuoto ay nyim dole nyim foko. Carte fayo 2006 2016 womu kuleti me yalon ko aketante nyala janne adum lafta senayandi la ko wo man inteta jam fango tumo amanke nyala
Mr. Jallo, I understand that you are aggrieved by that. Please use another forum to deal with that. This is not a Tiesante forum. So we don't allow really exchanges between witnesses who appear at the TRRC and others out there, or to use the TRRC as a platform to respond to people out there. Please use some other forum to do that, and let us just focus on the work of the TRRC. I understand that you are aggrieved by that, and naturally so. If you think that the reporting is not correct, you may feel bad about it, but let's do things the right way. Respond to it using some other medium apart from the TRRC. I mean, if we open up to this platform being used for people's people's disagreements and things like that, it would just bring the TRRC into disrepute, and we don't want that, especially considering that today is the last day of the public hearings. Let's just focus on the issues of the public hearings. And I hope you understand, and sorry for disappointing you, but that's the way it should be. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir, I did understand. I only brought it up because he's using the same TRRC as a weapon against me, and I'm going to use the same TRRC. Let the whole world know my side of the story. Because the Factual Network is a well-followed newspaper, and journalists need to be very responsible. I will call him journalist.
But Mr. Jallo, let's leave it at that. And we would not let anybody, you or anybody else, to use the TRRC as a weapon. I am saying that let's leave it at that, and we continue with our hearing. Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. I am saying let's proceed with the hearing. We would not allow you or anybody else to use the TRRC as a weapon against anybody else. That's not the purpose of the TRRC. So let's proceed without further argumentation. Yes. Yesterday, the last topic we dealt with was the witch hunting. And you told the commission that Jame ordered it. Could you answer now, please?
Yes, sir.
And he knew that people were being accused or labeled as witches. Accused of or labeled as witches.
Yes, sir.
And they were being given concoction to drink. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And they did not have a choice, they had to drink the concoction.
Yes, sir.
And by drinking the concoctions, they got inebriated, they get drunk.
Yes, sir.
and they act in ways that suggest that they have lost their senses.
Andung wona tana brio ming wona tana sababu mun wala nyindi ko ina tana fo sondomo la fon.
Correct?
Kodi.
Yes, sir.
Some would defecate on themselves or would urinate on themselves.
Dolke ke fanna dolke sumna ifan fe.
Yes, sir.
And they behave in ways like some of them are mental.
Inatana ma dolbeje inatana ma ni nyala me yalon ko ikamunta fo inyama tale.
Underline the word some. Yes, sir.
Gunsa fo no ko dolu ha.
And it's actually started in Kanilai itself. But that was not the first time Jammeh did it. The first time was when he brought in Tambajero.
Baro manke wati follow nyinde biri ya Jammeh nyinge fo kunya follow nyi movement wala wato men ay nyin Tambajiro to nati.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
We would come back to this witch hunting exercise.
Bina murla na nyimbuwa de mo la kuotole.
And in the meantime, I want us to talk about other issues.
Let's talk
about 2009 coup d'etat.
2009 coup d'etat bayri ngonyina.
And then we would come back to the witch hunting exercise.
Nimboro ngana murna bua demo la kuoto.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And tell us about what happened in 2009, that alleged coup d'etat by Langtombong Tamba.
Silang 2009 coup d'etat bayri ngonying afanye bang menara na sababu Langtombong Tamba narana dung akuokono.
Sir, it was around 2009.
Sa foko kabo 2009 kata 2010 sangoma fangola.
Before even the coup d'etat, Langtombong Tamba was dismissed from the military as the CDS of the Gambia National Armed Forces.
Hani janni wo coup d'etat bayring fangola ko be fintila Langtombong Tamba ya bayle sojar do ku bunda la kabo palaso to me yaran kolem CDS wala sojarol be la nyaton ko.
And then that very day, Yaya Jammeh sent me to Basse.
Ako bari wo lunkilingolom Yaya Jammeh ate fango ki Basse.
He called me at the night.
Aya kumandi sutola.
Telling me he will leave Langtombong Tamba, but if I should beg him, he will make sure he lock me up because anyone who has a problem, I'm going to go down and start begging him.
Ako bari aya fayin ko Langtombong Tamba da handi do ko la bari ni ndani mbe soronal adun ni ñi ñonglo keta mulu kawli kananta dani rola bari nte sonna.
He said to me because Langtombong Tamba GFA, Langtombong Tamba GNOC, everybody Langtombong, as if Langtombong is the head of state, they have no time for the army.
Ako katu Langtombong Tamba GFA Langtombong Tamba munta fannalu membe foten Langtombong Tamba dorone to kafuje camera Langtombong Tamba dorone bek banko kan.
And he has no time for the army.
Andung ama wati soto sojaroli.
So I said, sir, I will not intervene.
Nkae sa ntendabula laje.
So he said, after a few minutes, he called me back again.
Excuse me.
So demanding.
Langtombong was not dismissed
Langtombong ima bayno
for misconduct.
Kabo ko mara ni nyala me alon ko kunyantangolem.
He was dismissed. He was dismissed because he was getting increasingly popular.
Yeah,
Jammeh did not like that he could not stand it.
Dalilo me ya sabu ya ba wala nyindigo abe darja kanyame banko kanjanga wala tinandu ya Jammeh amma kumumuta.
What happened was he went to Yundum Barracks and then he was not happy with the state of the barracks.
Menketanu wolem atata kumpa borol la Yundum Barracks. Atata tara kolbe nyami Yundum Barracks o ma fango sewa ma nyabo fereng.
But that's just his excuse. We all know that is his excuse. His real reason is the jealousy. He could not stand the fact that somebody else was being mentioned in positive light in the country. He wanted it all to himself. It had to be Jammeh, Jammeh. And the fact that people were saying Langtombong, Langtombong, he could not take it. Wait.
Wala nyindi ko amanke nyindi yemen foko lantombo banko ka wala siata wo budum manana ko muta wala ya sabu akumata ko ka bondi ku falaso ka tum ato siata banko kam bakal dawo dani tata banko kan lantombo.
So with due respect, I have to take his excuse. What he told me, that's I have to take. Whether it's a jealousy or not, I have to take what he told me.
What
Bembelarinje wala mnyenti ate men fonte ndebe tamala ni wala faketa kiliale tibang aketa tatake mementi bitung nte mo kalang lombara ate men fonte ngawalelo.
But the complaint he gave you was it was Langtombong, GFA Langtombong, GNOC Langtombong. So he does not even have time for the army.
Munda bara wasida men di dara ya jamole nyindi ko lantombo siata bango ko idata kata dam fu bunda do je lantombo idata bala bo nyoro dinkira do GNOC lantombo amuta wala di wosida wosio dila
Amamba to sojaroli.
That's the excuse he gave you.
I wala soto amem fole pour ka fam ko bondije.
Well, I take, like I said, I just take what he told me. So
And that is what he told you.
One of us to judge how it is.
I mem fonte de bitung nte tekela kititela ta te mem fonte bitung ngawleta.
Okay, and then what happened afterwards?
So he said to me, he want to appoint a CDS.
Nyum fanya ko alafta sojar nyatun ka kutotala.
So me having been in the State House, at least not for long, but at least after a few years there, I've seen how things were.
Katu ndebe dame wotembo mbedo ko la State House keta ko mawo me tambirim bakije bari ngaje le kolu be lari nu nyaminje.
And now I have the opportunity to make sure everybody enjoy the piece of cake, so I decided to name him Masane Kinte.
Yo adun tela jero mu nyine ko woto momon di nyanta iniwo sotonnale bitu wo dalilo le asabu bitu ntefanan ngamira ngamasane Kinte to faye.
And then he said, okay, but how about the deputy? And I said, Yankuba Trame.
Bitung birenga ofaya na tafanya ha okay abetata bari silang men simbe nyaton ko kam men botaje dung wolem Yakuba Drame.
And then he said to me, Seiku, but don't forget, Masane is a Mandinka and then Yankuba is a Mandinka. You tell me to give all of them these positions.
Akayen ko Seku bari imira bang Masane mu mandinkolti Yakuba mu mandinkolti adu nyimpala solu menu be alon ko be jang nyanta wala dila.
Are you window dressing what he said, or that's the way he put it?
I'm quoting
directly, sir.
I meant for Ngawalefo.
I could have not said if I wanted to say, but I just
wanted No, just go ahead. Yaya Jammeh speaks in a very colorful language.
Well, this is how he said things to me, and I'm okay. Direct.
Not fucking this time. Excuse me. Proceed.
Go ahead.
So we kind of like push and pull over it, and he said, "Oh yes, in fact, Masane Kinte once had a problem. I have to speak to him to go to the UK, either his hand or whatever." He said, "So I know he's going to be loyal."
Akoto nyala in fact Masane Kinte nukule mnyinti me alonko anene kole akusoro bari mole me alonko asaita asobe yata andunga alonko ninga kije abe tilinale kalo mfe.
So he said to me, "I'll give him a transition of 2 years and see whether he's going to improve."
Akoto mbe ajubelale nga sanjifula jube rodiala nga jube fala kulbe betealale.
I know Sehu, I know you did a lot of good. I know you have stopped Yaya Jammeh from doing a lot of terrible things. If had it not been for people like you, more people would have been dead, more people would have been imprisoned, more people would have been tortured. And you agree that without you, if had it not been for your intervention, more people would have been killed, correct?
Well, I wouldn't say kill, but I do know. Yes, I know one person. I stood for him, and then he insulted me, but I stood my ground and said, "No, it's not going to happen."
Tell us about
ngalo mo kilin soton telefang me alon kontele lotaya maria nendiro ke baro nyawnyanding ate lafta men kala nun kuntuta nyato nko haniko wo manyanna kala.
It's going to kind of deviate from 2009, but I can go with a short story.
ako abkam ko nyin natala nyame bidun nsi banke no le ka sutiyandi.
Tell us.
Yes, this was Solo Bojang and Jibril Bojang.
Nyimu kuleti memu Solo Bojang ni Jibril Bojang na kwoti.
Go ahead.
Solo and Jibril were in Kanila at the time.
Solo ni Jibril ibebe nun Kanila ile wutumo.
So for some reason, they were accused of either stealing the fuel or something else.
Pero dalilo kama dali tumi kulela ko aseke ko ye esanso le sunya motolu kaburi menna wala dal ye kudo leke.
And then Solo was demoted and his car was taken away from him.
Bitu inata Solo ke motime ya lonko ya jenkendi yala moto fango tabu
yala makamo
tabu yala motota
yala lolota star
yala lolota bulu yala makamo.
Jibril Bojang was also demoted and sent back to the trading school where he come from before coming to Kanilai.
Jibril fanang yala palaso jindi inata murundi karambungu to menketa sojara la karan dinkira nyenti pra abotana njele kana bitu ya murundi je.
So one fine Saturday, Jamil called me and then I came to the sitting room. I met him there. We start chatting, normal chat. Because
Sibitilundo sotonta, Jamil kumandi, ntata ndankuala, ngatara siring ala sidula bungo nyinto, bitun jele ngadiamo damuta.
He said to me, did you hear what Solo Bojang did?
Nyini ka konye munayamu ile Solo Bojang menkebang.
I said, yes, I did hear, but I don't believe in the story until if I hear from both sides.
Nkai ha ngamo ile de bari ntel lalala foning ngakumo moy kabonyin karafulo bela.
He said to me, you know, if it wasn't for the one who I'm talking now, what I'm going to do, I'll make sure he disappears for the rest of his life.
Ako ning ayatara mamira kula nun ko kafo molu sotonta men ya lonko ilota nionte numba yemandila le asiwoto mume obe.
No mawu fonko ako na manke mero abama wala mero na koti because mero bi demale.
Aha wolem okay. Na manke abama la koti nun me ya lonko ababije wobe diamulaye neonte numba yemandila le asiwoto motajila.
Wala ya deme fa obama.
Well, mate fangu ba mate ha ya jame fangu ba ma.
Exactly.
So he was saying that he was going to hold a second. He was saying that had it not been for his mother, he was going to disappear. Solo Bojang for the rest of his life.
amunta akamem ba mem fola mi ning atra man kate fam ba mala koti abe Solo Bojang yemandila la bala baluwo kono motajala.
And he said to me, but what I'm going to do, I will arrest him and send him to mile 2.
Ay mem fanya ko nyawala minti baro nyawnyanding mba mutala ngaki mile 2.
After from there I will do what I'm going to do to him. Nobody will know.
No botala nyanta menkela la utumole mbewla la kan.
I was sitting on the chair and I have to sit down on the floor.
Ako bitum mbota sirang kan sita bankoto duma.
And I pleaded with him. I said, sir, don't forget, if Solo was somewhere around Basa or somewhere, this mistake would have never happened.
Nka sa ni misal kama Solo botanum basele tombinu nyinyon ku façon tekela.
And I said, don't forget, it's people who are close to you that will make mistakes.
Nka kananyina molu men ya lonko katatela ibe nakiri bala filobu kabai.
And I said to him, I think Solo's life is more important than the fuel or even millions that he might embezzle.
Ngamira Solo niwo wole nyanta kumaya le fe katambi motol la nyim mala fe la essence lomba tata ke gaso lo lombang wala hani million lu fang Solo niwo le nyanta kumaya la.
Solo's life was at stake.
Munda Solo ala balu be dendin.
Thank you.
So I said, sir, please, I will apologize on their behalf. You forgive them, sir.
Nkae sa woto mbe bolo sayla itoyala mbe danila ye yamfeye.
And can you give us another example?
Fay si misal do fana dino na la bang.
Okay, the other example was about
Your mic has dropped.
We are not hearing.
We are not hearing your mic. You know what happens is if the lead can
All right.
ñin dom manke suñaari kuutude bari sojarole la ko
Can I go ahead?
yes go ahead.
So this soldier is by the name Cabex.
This is about
Cabex, his name is Cabex. Modu Sari, but they call him Cabex.
no, it's still the same problem.
Put your mic on.
Council, put your mic on. Yes, I in the Amubang.
I said this same soldier is by the name Cabex.
Abets.
Kayo nyundo mukuleti meya lonko kafa Cabex.
He was an oddly like me.
Atafanamu oddly oltinum konte.
From what I heard, Jammeh said he banged the door while he was going out.
Ngame moy jamme ko ay bundale sainkan busa birabe findikan kata.
And then because of that, he was dismissed.
Katu dalilo le ya sabu ya baido kuala.
I found that was the generation of this case of more than 10, 11, 15 years in the army.
Tata tara ko nyimmu kuleti meya lonko aben kejaw yala kadu mari ay do ko ke sojar bundala membitala fo sanji tankata sanji tanning killing.
So when I heard about it,
Biringa nyimmoy
we were at Kanila. I went to Alaji Martin.
mbe nun kanin layle bar bitum wuli tan tata alaji Martin ya.
And I said to Martin, I heard about this. I said, you know what, we have to make sure this soldier is back.
Ngo alaji Martin e bitum ya moyle menketa mfana nga moyle bar bitum nganna kato dango beke pour ka nyimmari murundi ngala do ko la.
This was during, if you can remember, when we played against Senegal, I was supposed for the World Cup qualification, and we denied them due to the World Cup, and Ghana was very happy.
Yo nyinata ke kuleti wotumo kata dam fuko be kering Gambia ni Senegal tema kato wotumo nyose ya nyimbe dending dunia be nyose ya ba like ka fome yo World Cup wotumo wokumbe onyanta kela.
So I know he was in a very happy mood, and I know that was the only time I can talk to him and he listened to me.
Andu wotumo abe seworing nata be seworing tembo menom ngalon ko mo sifutano ama ye wasiya ye ya dani kula me ya lonko abe tarla abulo kono.
So with the help of Lieutenant Colonel Sergeant Jaju and few others,
Bitung Lieutenant Colonel Sajo Jaju ala makoyro kan animmo danta nkafuta nyoma.
I went to him and said, I heard what happened to you and Cabex. I saw, I do want you to forgive him.
Bitun tata kan wotumole nga danin kai sa nga moyle men kita Cabex la kuoto bari na tebolo silent be danila ye yam faye.
And I told, he said to me, see, we don't even fucking start. This is your problem. Anytime people have problems, they come to you.
Akonye wotumole seku nyimwete fanana quality ngalon ko momondi nie kole akosoto wati o wati ikatabampu itele koma.
And I said to him, sir, dismissing Cabex doesn't mean you dismiss Cabex, but you dismiss his family.
Ngaye sa ka Cabex bay do kola o mukuleti me yalonko amunta la dimbaya fanambe dunna autora kilingule kono.
Because he's the breadwinner of the family.
Atu atele ka dimbaya nyimbalundi.
Alhamdulillah, I spoke to him and pleaded and he accepted.
Bitung alhamdulillah tentu wasita ye ngadane anata song.
And Mr. Jallo.
And he said, Cabex will never be in the state of let him transfer him somewhere else.
Ako bari o nyawnyanding Cabex tetarla state house iba saundi la kasamba dula doto.
Mr. Jallo.
Mr. Jallo.
From what you have said,
Aboye memfo.
and consistent with the evidence received by the Commission,
Aning commission e kuma kan men soto jang yol nyomale.
people who cross Jammeh's line in a bad way
Mol me yalon ko isaunta ya jamela kul kono me yalon ko abe nun abe alhala manela kono.
often suffer from the following that I would read.
Wol mari nyol kabata ni nyalla me yalon ko nya sinya le yalon ku ifarata le andu mina wol sinya sival le folaja.
One line letter
Letter me yalon ko lera kilin ne bala
dismissing you from the service.
mo bay do ko la sojara kundaro
True.
tonya
Well, I'm an example. I overstepped sometimes and then I got dismissed.
Okay.
Nta famu musanti wale dikatu silo do sotonta nsa untala laino la yembai.
Get sent to the 5-star hotel.
Wadando ni wonte yemari samba la 5-star hotel oto.
Correct?
Kodi.
In fact, yes, at some point, one time he said, so what is the reason to Fajala Barracks? And then that particular only called me and I said to them, you know what, just let him go, let him go home. Don't tell them that he's not in the jail. I will speak to them. And yes, he goes.
So he would send those who let's have the interpretation.
Yo sai kumoka yaja mfandile se akambang.
Okay, let me ask the question again.
Mbatu ayenyinka koteke mbatu.
And the second option for those who cross his line is he sends you to his 5-star hotel.
Amunda sinya sabanya kufulanya wamenga taraje wala mnyindi ku mol mi alon ko ibula tala dole nyin kono wala mnyindi ke samba la 5-star hotel o nyinto.
True?
Kodi.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I said, I remember even one a particular Audi had an issue with him.
Hakilo baka nko odli do soton dafang me yalonko wo fanana e kudu nyotema.
And then some of it, I don't even change the mission, and he said, let them send it to Fajala Barracks and lock him up.
Andu anata kama kama men lao kan wala mnyinti sebulo lao kan ya samba Fajara Barracks ya sorong.
And some, let's just answer positively or negatively, so we make progress. Some may even get tortured.
Dole je fa ke tajire yal.
Like teach him a lesson.
Waranda safo ko ali wala ala karandi wala dala mi alon karani nanti la.
Or give him or her the VIP treatment.
Warando ali buji dal maralo di ala mi alon ko ka fme VIP.
Where the junglers would come and brutalize the person.
Andungo VIP maralo ni wala jongulal wala kan ke mari tajire ya.
Those used to happen.
Wasifal nanaka wala dal kake.
I wouldn't accept that because it had never happened in my presence. So.
Nte sonna wala kato kufa sangolo wala dena man kente nyala.
Oh, see. Okay. Yaya Jammeh never ordered torture. That's what you're telling this commission? In all seriousness?
Yaya Jammeh na man ya maro di nyala puru ye mota jire ya.
Ko mbedo ya mukanto nyale kan wo mukuleti meyalo nene masede.
Those who used to carry out the torture said he ordered them to carry out the torture. So no matter what you say, Mr. Jallo, no matter how you try to protect Jammeh, those who carried out the tortures said they carried out those tortures on his orders.
But more men found yalon ko wala fan kanyin tajire ya ko found sita en commission nyati lon je ko ata fawala ka yamaro di la pour yo mul tajire ya imini mininte tafalta nyawanya ya jamme ka la kul mabo mol men yalon ko ata ka wol fawl bulala wol fawl de sida je ya fode.
So, with due respect, sir, it's not about protecting Jammeh, it's about my integrity. Let me say exactly what conversation and what I knew and what happened between me and him, sir.
Okay.
Amanke ko have every right to say what they believe in, and I have the right to say what I know, sir.
Amanke ko kombe Jammeh le sutura kan hani ntebe men fo kan wole ngamel long mbota men kalama mewle sata kan wol fanali ye la kumolu fole barbitu ntebota men kalama mbewle fo kan anin kan nato dia nyi sabatindi ndebe o silole kan.
And others, let's make progress. And
your integrity, for your integrity.
And others,
okay.
Others who are unlucky may be disappeared.
Andun dolbe je me alon ko olman se o olman tra ku kendo kon olma yema lala wala nya.
True.
I maintain my stand. Whosoever come here and acted on Jammeh's orders, he have the right to say so. I will only say things that I had the conversation.
Tebe men fola wala mnyinti ko mbota men kalama wol fanalla nyantol le molti ko itelbe kumo men fola yafo bari hanim binte fanana lodula mbeo 5 bambandila ko ndebota men kalama ngamel long mbeo le bankela.
We just talking about Jammeh's modus operandi. Some who cross his line would disappear.
Diam ka ya jamela bara silo nyindela dol me yalon ko man harje wol ka yeman lala wala nyam.
Sir, allow me to say what I know. I was equally so shocked when I saw the oil, some of his testimony. I called him apart and said, "Oil, how comes you have been part of this? I never knew." So it's MTK. Need to know basic. I can only know where I'm supposed to go.
But some of
sa silo dinanga mello ngofo kolu men fota jang ko e oyanyol doli kumolu men foteng wo tembo sartol men be kering wolem NTK need to know ye mellong ibe nyanta mellon na kawlelo imanya mellon na ibuka bo kalama wodo nin kolu ketaw nyama ntenga mellon mbe wala satan.
But you knew some of these things when Haruna Jami and Jasaja Kujabi disappeared. He confessed basically to you the reasons why they had to disappear. So people disappearing was normal.
Yin ko do lon menu ka Jasaja Kujabi aning Haruna Jamme wala o yemo ni kabiri keta ata fona rayo fo kenebar.
So, you say you can we underline the capital KNEW?
Sa yemen fodon
Like you said.
nyanta mellon na ikawle loy manya mellon na ibuka bo kalama.
It happens and then you years after. I didn't know if it happened. If I knew it was going to happen, it would have never happened.
Aketa bari ko kolalom ntekana bo kol kalama.
But that was his modus operandi. So those who crossed his line, he could disappear them. Just like he told you, I was going to disappear Solo Bojang, but not for the intervention of my mother.
Wala ma tamandri bulo nyinti ko aya fo nyame ninga tara
Hold on.
Wait for the interpretation.
wala ma tamandri buloti ko aya fo nu nyame ataka ni momo na bulata la jalo da mi alon ko ni atara mantra ala hala kendo kono akay wo mari yeman le ko aya fo nyame ni solo boja na koron ni atara no me mira no ba yeman le naraba mala kuonde aya fo nyame.
Mr. Chair, I understand we're having the same problems as yesterday. I'm not being heard. The interpreters are also not being heard properly. There's a serious problem with the audio.
Who is not hearing?
The audience at home, those who watching from TV or laptops.
Yeah, and this is a very critical point now, linking Jame with torture or order someone to torture. And I think we need to get that straightened, but also the interpretation sequence must be properly maintained. That way we would have an accurate record of this particular point. I really need to be sure that linking him with torture or orders to torture is very clear on our record. Can the technicians help with the other one?
Lead council ning chairman kamen foten wala mnyintiko dolu buka lead council moy dolu buka te la kanna soro moy la moy lalu wal mbe wala made adu nyimu kuleti mbe dinkira men to teng mbe kolu kuma dinkira bale to teng so adu fem fota jang nyin tembe molu nyanta be moy lale woto alsi yam fanye demandi ngalon na technicien olu e be silo tala le ka fere ke pour ka jube ka okole abondiji ala barka.
Thank you.
We need to stand down for 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Okay. Mr. Chair.
Fine. We will suspend the meeting for 10 minutes and take care of this technical problem. Thank you very much.
news kibar kayto la dingira nyindo hoy hakilo yo mudala bang.
Yes, sir.
I have
Yes.
received several requests. I've been virtually bombarded with requests to clarify that point.
Ngakanindri jamal le soto puru wo dingira nyen puru ngaje fanundi.
And,
All right, sir.
and if you recall, during our pre-hearing discussion,
Ni hakilo ba kan
Yes, sir.
be findi la commission nyati no janni kacha men soto.
we discussed this issue.
Ngani ko kachale.
Yes, sir.
And I indicated to you that the evidence we have is that it was the independent that was burnt and not the point.
Andunga itandi lale ko independent kibar bunda nyi wala mala manke point kibar kaytoti.
Yes,
All right, sir.
And your position was that what you recall is that it was the point.
Bayete ko itala lodla menti hakilo e memuta wala point kibar kaytoti.
With due respect, sir, I don't think I've said my firm position was the point because I didn't participate in it. I know it was a newspaper, sir.
Ngamira de
Are the technicians around, and has the problem been resolved? I doubt it. Very. Council, shall we continue?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Mr. Gay, could you work on your equipment? There is an echo. Kindly sort it out. Mr. Witness, are you there? Welcome back, Mr. Jallo.
Mr. Jallo, bafule bismillah kotenke.
I hope, I understand you are taking ablution. Pray for for all of us. Thank you. Jat gi japana bul faale. So, Mr. Jallo, you are still on the oath. And before the break, we were just talking about Jammeh's modus operandi, really. And Mr. Jallo, you know what? You're the last witness. Gambians have heard from over 300 witnesses, going to 400. So if you lie, people will really know that you're lying. If you speak the truth, also people would know you're speaking the truth. And the Gambian people, we are such smart people that we cannot be so easily hoodwinked. So the best thing is for you to speak the truth. Jammeh threatened his victims, his enemies with disappearance. And some indeed disappeared. True or false?
Sir, let me come back here. You said over 300, nearly 400 people have testified.
No. Don't address that. Answer the question. The question is, his modus operandi included disappearing people. His enemies. Just like he did Arona and Jasaja Kujabi and many others. And just as he has threatened to do with Solo Bojan. He said that to you. He confessed these things to you. True or false?
I can only speak of what I know and what I heard from him. I'm not going to hear it.
Mr. Jallo, dance around as much as you like. He confessed that of Arona and Jasaja to you. Could you?
I mentioned that to you. You know, I would have never mentioned Solo if it did happen. I only mentioned things that.
Yes. So then why the dancing around? Just answer the question. He confessed these things to you. You have mentioned 3 to us. The answer therefore should be a yes.
I mentioned the 3 that I knew. I will never talk about things I don't know.
Okay. Did he disappear people?
He never tell me about disappearance of. Sorry.
Did he or did he not disappear people? It's a simple question.
Sir, with due respect for what you have from those who come and confess, they'll be a better person to say that. I am saying my conversation.
Okay, let me change the question. Did he confess to you that he was responsible for Arona and Jasaja's disappearance? And this is your test, Mr. Jallo, because you have answered this question 4 times before. If you lie now, if you tell a different answer, the commission and the whole world would know that you are a liar.
Nyimukoto borol de menke la sai kadu nyini karo nyini kala membira sinya saba fu sinya nani ya jabi ni ndo fana jabi ni nyala me alon ko afata ani jabi rol mendi folo tonu dunia ni gambia dingol be o be balo na ko be mem fo kan amanke to nyaati.
Did he disappear these people? Did he confess that to you?
Adafa nyim fo en ko ay atele nyim mol yemandi ba.
council and the Gambian people listening to me. You put the sun on my left, the moon on my right, will it make me tell lies? I will only speak the truth and nothing else but the truth. I've said what I've been to see yesterday, and I firmly stand on my ground. No amount of intimidation or provocation will make me change my statement.
Mr. Jallo, nobody is intimidating you here.
Yeah, you say the word lie, underline the word lie. I've never lied before, and I will not lie today.
Mbebe mfoka ngamelong ngawale long andung mamfani afunun kotoke adun sai fanante fani afula.
Mr. Jallo, you are trying to change the issues here.
You have to call for
Let me say this in Mandinka what I said before.
You know what? Let's cut all that. Just answer the question.
Ininkaro lol jabidrong.
Just answer the question.
Ininkaro jabidrong.
Mr. Jallo, just answer the question. Did Jame confess to you
Yeah, Jame adafanga kunno nyim foine ko atele nyim mol yemandi bam.
the disappearance of Haruna and Jasaja?
Haruna Jame aning Jasaja kujabila yemang ko atele bulo ba koto.
Council, he did told me how what happened and how it's been right until the end of time. I didn't confess that to you.
Council ay nyim fanyene wolula ko lata nyaming mem kata kote nimisola karola adun omukulete kununga seneyandile.
You accept that just a moment. You accept that you told us that yesterday.
Andu isonda nyinela ko koy wala fonyo ya infonyela kunun.
I accept, I did say it. He told me how Tumul Kamba and Solomon and Koksal died and his own family members until they disappeared and died. Yes, I did.
Ha ngo fole andu nyine awole kata nyindiko akate fangoni misata solo bojan tumbul tamba ka filindi nyaming hanu fuate fangola badin sutungulu melnata ke wala fo ol dolnata yemang ayo fole andu ngo fo janne.
You see, you are still changing the issues. Okay? Yesterday, he was responsible for their deaths. Today, you are wanting to remove Jame from that by suggesting that they died, not saying Jame killed them.
Excuse me, Council, why would I take the Quran yesterday and swear and then come to and change my statement? My statement remains the same. Whatever I gave yesterday, I stand by it.
Okay.
Ya kunu ngame fo hanim bimbelori bala ngan al-Qur'an al-Qur'an karang ngankari al-Qur'an lela andung ngame fo kunu bi fanang hanim bimbelori wala kang.
We would accept that.
Thank you, sir.
Good. So, and yesterday your story was he was misled by Solo and Tumbul, and as a result, he made a mistake. He killed his two family members.
Solo nin tumbul wala ya filindi alo filo nyin kono anatana alain badin sudungolta aifa.
So answer now.
I said yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Let me also say this.
But no. Let's just continue. Allow the hearing to continue to progress.
No, sir. We are bringing about sensitive issues. Allow me to talk.
Sehu, you would have a time, you would have an opportunity to say something in closing. All right, we have to make progress. We have to make progress. Okay, you've answered the question. Okay, go ahead. But this would be the last time, really, I would allow you interrupting the questioning in order to tell us something that may not be directly relevant to the question asked. Go ahead.
Wait and think.
You say the whole world and the Gambia state will know I'm lying. I'm saying if the whole world and the Gambia go against me because of telling the truth, I am ready to stand by and say the truth and not just for the truth.
Thank you very much.
Gambia ni dunia be mwe kafo mbeme mfoka njang fanialo ntede mbelo la tonyale kang mbelo ren tonyale kang andu mbetante na kalo tonya kang.
Thank you. Council, can we proceed?
That is what we expect.
Thank you.
And I would proceed. So he has done these things before. That is his modus operandi. Disappearance and sending people 6 feet deep. That is also part of his modus operandi.
kamunda nyine mala ta mandiri buloti kamolta ke ye mandi anin kamol mutafanan ke bulat banko kono ka fo mole be sare na dinko kono mbita fo metari woro dinko kono.
That is also part of his modus operandi.
Fananda bala ta mandiri bulol kono le.
In fact, that is language he always used.
Mu kuma kan de me alon ko wato wade fanga ke mun fanga kuma kan sifa de la da kono.
True. Personally, he never checked never said that anyone 6 feet deep. So the word 6 feet deep has never been part of our conversations. Like I said, I can only talk about things that I had with him, things that I don't know, sir, with full respect. I will never ever.
Afoka molu kisim fadu woro banko duma mukuleti me yalon ko kuma afotale bari ntena tela temu akakumolu men fonyenga wolle long mbota wolle kalamanka wolle fanalu fo.
The commission would make its findings on those things. I believe every Gambian has heard Jammeh threatening the whole country that those who cross his line, he would send them 6 feet deep. If you who were always next to him did not hear this, it is mighty shocking to the people. But let's progress.
And it ought not to be bone of hold on a second, Mr. Jallo. That ought not to be a bone of contention between my counsel and the witness. Shall we proceed?
Exactly.
Yeah. Thank you. So we were talking about 2009.
Silambe diam kan 2009 kuol nyilala.
The coup for which Lang Tombong was accused of was a lie.
Kudeta me yalon ko Lang Tombong tamba ya tumi menna faniala.
Answer now.
Jabirodi.
As far as I'm concerned, yes.
Ndela karola de ha umutonyalde.
The evidence was fabricated at the NIA.
Uma ko nyimella ta kan kulle me yalon ko ya be tabi ya topoto NIA la sanzangola kono.
As far as I'm concerned, yes.
Ntele nkume melong ha ofana umutonyalde.
And Yaya Jammeh knew that the evidence was fabricated.
Anu Yaya Jammeh fan kunni o yalon ne ko kuma kawol nying mu kuma kan de me yalon ko ya tabiya kammale.
I would say here, I know he had been lied to. Because he was not there to sit and listen, but those who were in between of him and the panel were lying to him.
Nsinyi mfono jande biriwo betabila. Ate fanga tijede bari melnu fanali nata oku.
It's really not about you, Seho.
Manke tekse ku kunni wala kuotile.
And the positions you have taken.
And ye lord la menta ko nyinto.
We would come to that.
Bina wotole.
Okay. But the issue here is Yaya
Jammeh
knew that Lang Tombong was being framed so that he could be sent to jail.
Yaya Jammeh yalon ko Lang Tombong tamba kita molti me yalon ko ya tumini ko kono dran purisa samba kasoro dran.
Sir, I will advise we go in detail and there you will make the decision, sir.
Just answer my question. You know the fact. You know what happened.
Sir, let's go in detail, then you know everything, sir.
Answer my question. Answer my question.
Yes, because at the beginning I was not even in the panel, so that's why I said let's go in detail.
So katunte panelo nying nte mantara ulukono wala lankonga dum kumo yinkono.
Mr. Jallo, this is a simple question. You see, we don't work according to your script. The question is, Yaya Jammeh knew that the allegations against Lang Tombong were false. It was all designed to send him to jail unlawfully. Just tell us the truth. Just tell us the truth. It's a simple yes or no answer, or I don't know. No.
I don't know.
Yo, akamalo.
Well, you see, this is the no, you don't know. So those two can't be correct. Okay. You were sent to, you went to the panel, correct?
Correct? Yes.
And while at the panel, you saw that evidence was being falsified against Langtombo.
Ndo wato men ita do panelo nyindo yina ta na kala muta ko kuma ko men la Lantombo kan kuma kanul me alon ko inin to nyamanna.
So allow me to start to see how I join the panel first.
Just
Afanyeng sa silo din nga panelo nying Kenya nying bebo nyoto.
you see, you come here wanting to peddle a particular narrative. We may not be interested in all that.
No.
Okay, just answer my question.
Inin karol jabiro.
Right? When you went to the panel,
Berita ta nyim panelo to.
you saw that evidence was being falsified against Langtombo.
Ite fauna na kala muta ko kuma ko me alon ko yola dan Lantombo nda kuma kanul me alon ko manke kuma kan sahare ngolti manke tili to nya kuma kan ngolti.
And you protested the terrible things that were happening.
Andu ite fango yela balamba ya itandi ko la men alon ko be ke kanjiro.
Correct?
Wadi.
Ha.
Yes.
And you, in fact, informed Jame of the terrible things that were happening.
Andu ite fango kundingo birita ta inara na fo ya jamme kujawol me alon ko lebe ke kan kudingiranyi to be damen.
So Jame got first-hand information from one of his most trusted people, his son, that this guy was being framed.
Silang ya jamme na kuma kan follow soto mobulu me yalon ko ala lanna mola ala sutiyan na mola mola me yalon ko muta dingole fangoti ko kula me yalon ko be mem la kan lanto mon kan amanke kuma soto ngoti.
Yes.
Ha.
But Yaya Jame decided to, in fact, go after you.
But hanin kabi ya jamme na ngani yo fanan soto hanin kabi kabule no kan.
And
Yes.
in fact terminated your job.
Narne bondila do ko fangola.
Yes.
Ha.
And you were not even free in Gambian society. The security officers started looking out for you.
Emman nana tare fambulu Gambia banko fan konjang tanko bunda monyul molia damu ta pour kay no ke no masata.
And we, knowing Yaya Jame, if you know a secret,
Ya
or
jamme
you know a bad secret about him, he will go after you.
ninga as nata mum molti me yalon ko na so bita ko yete ku jawolo ngatela ku woto don akabule no kan.
That's how he operated.
Atakala ku tam samba wala nyama.
He had to always cover up.
Fasa fo edom gato ba isi kulta ya mabo.
And that is the reason they went after you.
Wala sabu ibulate fan kunno no kan.
Because you cannot go and tell the whole world that Langtombong did nothing.
To ite tetita no la ya fu dunia be ko lantombo amam fenke.
So they were, exactly. So obviously, Yaya Jame knew that Langtombong did nothing, but he wanted to have him prosecuted. He wanted to use the law and use the court and use them as tools to eliminate his opponents or his perceived enemies. That's what he was doing, wasn't it?
Ya jamme lafte muna fanna luala laf muna fan kiti bunda la puru ka detota ka ala lantombo tangani do nyo kote mo yalon ka jikita nyinna ko atol mata jawole di kawol dete.
That's what he was doing, wasn't it?
He heed on my advice, but he didn't.
Bente tumodo lun kaya marol dia la memu ya markendo te bari nam akata nyaw nyandi nyama tumodo la buketa.
Because at this stage he had seen Langtombong as his enemy, and Langtombong had to pay the price. He had to go to jail.
Anu nyin tembel na te yajala ko lantombo tamba o mu molti me yalon ka ta jawole godi wala anu alaw jaw ya nya men sude lantombo to abe o jola men wala nyin fasita kasoro ayete laje.
And the guy did not do anything.
Andu nyim lantombo man fenke.
And you told him.
Andu yite ya fayne.
You showed him that the evidence was being falsified.
Ya itandala ko kuma kon me yalon ko yelandi lantombo kan kuma kan dole me yalon ko manke toñati.
True, isn't it?
Toña fo fania.
Yes, but you know, before even Lantombo fell into this problem,
Bari hani janni nyin kole ya
I have to move on.
Lantombo as an ambassador.
I don't want to go into all that. That is all irrelevant.
Yeah, but you have to allow me. You know, how I joined the panel, our Gambians need to know, sir.
No, that is not important. How you joined, how you joined the panel is not important. What is important is
Because,
no.
Listen, I want to make something clear here.
Mr. Jallo.
Give me the opportunity.
Mr. Jallo, look, we don't have the luxury of time to allow you to say all the things
Can
that...
we create, I want to say one sentence here. Can we create, let's say that one.
Can we create what?
Just small time. Let me just say something here.
Okay, I give you 1 minute. I give you 1 minute. Go ahead.
All right, sir.
Allow for the interpretation.
Na minute kilindi la pour ya fo be mem fola.
Before I joined the panel,
Nimbe dunna panelo kono.
The current CDS.
This is what I am saying. All this thing is not important for this commission. Whether Mr. Jallo, I am the one conducting these proceedings. Whether you had done a favor for somebody or not, that is not the reason why we are having a truth commission. We all know you have done great favors to a lot of people. If you want, go to Freedom or Fatu Network or Care Fatu or wherever, Chronicle or whatever, and write stories about what had happened. But that is not the reason why we are here. The fact that you have helped somebody being picked as CDS, you prevented somebody being dismissed.
I'm not talking about CDS here. I'm not talking about he was being locked up. That's what I'm going to say.
Yes, but the fact that you help him freed, the fact that, Mr. Jallo, listen, that is not an issue for us. What is an issue for us is that Langtombong Tamba was falsely accused. They sat at the NIA and fabricated the evidence. And you knew that, and you took it to Jame, and Jame refused to act on it. That is the crux of the matter. Not that you helped somebody else. The issue is Langtombong Tamba.
This is not about help. Allow me to say where the confusion started.
That is not necessary. You can write an article on it. No.
I'm not going to write an article. I want to say it here in front of the whole world because
Mr. Jallo, we are not interested in that. That is not relevant.
Because I have to tell the truth.
Mr. Jallo, that is not, and please respect the commission. That is not.
I gave you the maximum respect because
yes,
when people were coming here saying anything, I decided to say how things were. Give me the opportunity to go through my statement and say exactly what I like and what I know.
Mr. Jallo, we are not interested in some of the issues you want to bring here. Let us proceed, okay?
No, sir. Let's clear this part, sir.
I want to talk about the poisoning or the putting of safaras, as we call them, in the waters of this country for people to drink. Tell us about it.
Lafta diamula fanna do fanana wala nyinde nga moy fana nasi jiol kay kata ka ke molla tankol kono pour molier mi ngala banko kanja kuma fanya woto bang.
I want us to talk about it 2009 and I want to write that we stop you exhaust that we go somewhere else. Because so many things happen in between and who was responsible for what? You know, you don't just copy and paste what you want people to know without me saying my side of the story. Allow me to talk.
Mr. Jallo, please, please, don't
Mr.
do...
Fall, I gave you the respect. That's why when we spoke, I said I'm taking a big off to make sure I stick to the country. I went and buy my own laptop without no one's money just to come and do that favor for the country. Allow me to tell what happened, please.
Mr. Jallo, I don't have the time to allow you to go and explain some of the things that you did. That is not relevant. Okay, look, please respect the commission. Okay? Respect the commission. You are not here to say the things you want to say. Okay. Mr. Chair, perhaps maybe you can intervene here.
Can we proceed, please?
You can intervene here.
Hold on a second. If you can proceed and finish the last items that we want to finish. Witness has been brought here to give additional information on and fill gaps that we needed them to fill. Not to come around here, we go over every single thing that we have done since January 2019. So if we can just proceed on those points, I think we should be able to finish our thing. Otherwise, I will make sure that we finish on time and we are not going to go beyond 1 o'clock or so.
Mr. Jallo,
so if you can, Council, please get to the last few points that we need to get information from the witness. He's already given a written statement, which will be part of the record. Please proceed, Council.
Mr. Jallo?
Mr. Jallo?
I'm listening.
Yes, you heard the chairman. We have your 13-page. We have your 13-page statement. Okay? We know everything that you have said on that issue. This entire statement, 13 pages, is on that single issue. All right? We have the state, just a moment, just a moment. All right? We would take from the statement what we believe is relevant for the report. Okay? So we would do justice to it. But we do not have the time to allow you to rehash this statement. It's not helpful. We know what we are trying to do. A lot of evidence has been laid on this, all right? And it is only sufficient for you to confirm to us that what happened was wrong, that what happened was a fabrication, that what happened was this man was fixed and he was sent to jail and sentenced to death for doing nothing. And that's all we were interested in. That is the human rights violation. Not that a general was demoted to a corporal and you saved the day. That is fine, but it's for some other place, not for here. Thank you very much. Let's now move on to the issue of putting safaras in the waters for our people to drink.
And the council, as I had indicated them to you during the break, if we can do those last items in a quick Q&A between you and the witness.
That is what I would wish to do, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed. Thank you.
Kindly, Jame was putting safara in the water?
Ya Jame, kanu nasul tala ke bo mola jol kono ba.
Billahi, wallahi, tallahi, I am never aware of it and I don't know about it, please.
Okay.
Kali sabola akane na mambo akalama amalong.
Okay. Other witnesses have testified about that, and we would be content to use that evidence. I will not ask you about the sacrifices. Okay.
What sacrifices are?
It's okay. I would just come back to the issue of the witch hunting and then we conclude. And Mr. Jallo, if you wish, you can publish your statement about the 2009 coup.
Ni after 2009 coup da nyin ko ni la kuma kan safero ni after kuma ni isa janjandi kuma kan
wish you could do that.
Ni after isa kuma kan
but we don't have time, so we can't accommodate certain things.
Just before you proceed, Imam Jallo has to lead Friday prayers, and he wouldn't be here for the closing remarks of the witness, and he has one urgent question before he leaves.
Please.
I'll allow him to ask the question. Ma'am, you may please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Witness.
Imam Jalloko.
Jarama.
Imam is saying to the witness, thank you.
I saw how passionately you were kissing the Holy Quran in your hands.
I have seen how passionately you ngajele ye al-Quran no sumbu nyaming ining ijusola.
And surely this indicates that you are a true believer of the Holy Quran.
Woto wo yenyine yitande ko itemu moleti mendan kene yata ilata al-Quran al-Karim la.
My question now is,
nanyinin karo momenti sain.
You have been with Jammeh and one of his closest aides.
Itarta Jammeh la karola adung itaketa moleti me yalon ko inna kitaba la bakele.
And we have seen how passionately he was holding the Quran wherever he was.
Andun natajele atefango kungo atata daoda aka al-Quran no mutasobe yala abulokono.
I want you to tell this commission
lafta yinyim fo commission ye
whether you ever had the opportunity to confirm that actually that was a true copy of the Holy Quran.
Lafta ya ko indi commission ma akaw mem mutabulo kono wonya fodun tonya al-Quran al-Karim dadarim bandingo timmaringo le mo fawta akaw mem bula mutabulo nya.
You can answer the question now. You can answer the question now or when you come to make your final remarks.
Isa jabino sayin wala ni bela kacha kumfala inyanta kumakang lumenu fala isa fono wo fananto.
Witness would do it in your presence, Imam. We don't want to hear that answer without you here.
Imam ko sedo nying alafta pour sedo yo kumo jabi jang ite fango nyala imam amallafi pour sedo yo kumo jabi satara imam ite fango tijang.
Please proceed, witness.
I can tell you,
yeah.
Imam mbenyum folako.
Yaya Jammeh do not have even one Holy Quran.
Ya Jamme?
Among the Al-Quran, you have more than one Holy Quran.
Asiata le membabul Al-Quran wala karwala amanka ko Quran kilina babulu.
You have translation and transliteration.
Mennu babul wolem Al-Qur'ano kanna sorta damin anin Al-Qur'ano asafeta kango mento inata safe wo kan kilimo to bari asafeta angale kan la kalimo lela.
And any only that serve on the Ajami knows that Holy Quran is real, he have Holy Quran.
Adum odliol men ne tarta balawol be sa sedano le ko Al-Qur'an al-Karim lamu wolti men ya lon koy katara ya jamme bul.
And let me say this again.
Benyim fala ko take.
Yaya Jammeh will never step out of his house without performing ablution.
Yaya Jammeh nena man finti ala bungo kono kata banta satara aman saliji o muta.
And then even in the middle of the bush, when it's time for prayers, he prays.
Even in the middle of what?
The bush.
Hanabe wulo kono wula ba tema ning awato sita kakele. Aha.
So I can tell Gambian people that Quran is 100% real, it's not fake.
Mba fala Gambian ko len ko to Al-Qur'ano mutonya Al-Qur'ano leti amanke Al-Qur'ana tapalewti.
Even one of the car is a reserve car. We have his spray mat, his shoes, and water.
What?
In one of the reserve car, when we're on the corridor, there's a reserve car.
Aha, ala motolu kono motodo bije ikamenke fankanto tinabe fintila.
It's a praying mat.
Ala salirambaso wala sajado.
And socks.
Aning ala kawasolu.
And other shoes.
Aning samata kotengolu.
Even at the park where you people went to, he would pray there.
Aning hani damen to mol kata salo la damen.
Yeah.
At the park.
Fine.
Aha.
I think Imam, that's enough answer for your question. Shall we proceed?
Thank you very much.
Inumbara, Imam ko inumbara.
Thank you very much, Imam.
Now let's come back to
Thank you very much.
Let's come back to the witch hunting. The witch hunting exercise did not end at Kanilai, correct? They went to several places in the country. Correct? You have to wait for the interpretation before you answer, okay?
All right, sir. Yes, sir.
They went to several places in the country.
Yeah.
And hundreds of Gambians were identified and labeled as witches.
Andung Gambia dingolu mo keme jamalu me yalon ko ye chodi le koy mu bualleti.
Yes. Yes.
And because of this concoction that had been given to people, a lot of them suffered from drinking it.
Nyimbori joni me yalan ko ye mindala o dalilo kan da jamal soto da je men yalan ko inarna ko le akol soto elaw min bori mi woni kola.
Did you answer?
Yes, sir.
Some died.
Dol fata.
I heard about it. Yes, sir.
And Yaya Jammeh is responsible for all this because he ordered it.
Yaya Jammeh atelebe duno be tala katu atele o yamarodi.
Without a shadow of doubt, yes.
And according to our records, we would do the count. Over 30 people died.
I do not know how many people died. I heard about people confession, to be honest.
And he used the army and the green boys and the green girls and the witch hunters to do this job. Correct?
Let's say some of the army.
The question was he used members of the army. Yes. and those were under his command and control.
Andu wolbe bala yamarole koto andu bala marole koto.
And he used some as close to his former orderlies.
Andu ngay dol ay munafan dol la men yalon ko molmala e odlille dinu.
Including,
Myself, yes.
including yourself.
Do kono defan kundingo.
Yes.
Could you tell the commission the places you have gone to as part of this witch hunting exercise?
And
on this, let me warn you. You have a right not to incriminate yourself. You have a right to remain silent. But you don't have a right to lie to us. You have been warned.
Thank you very much, Council.
Which places did you go to? We know you have been to Kanilai. Where else did you go?
After the Kanilai incident, and then Solo took us to his village.
Which village?
And arrested.
Which village? Is that?
I think it's Karun. I don't know. Karun or Karun. Karun. I can't remember the name of the village.
For Karun, bitung nakilo man sate onyin to mutano saying.
And?
So when the people were arrested there, when they brought them, they were given the concussion. But Solo was very particular about his aunt.
Because Solo I binki ayola ko sobe andi back.
Because he said it's his aunt who ate his father.
Ako kadwa binki le ya fama domo.
But the witch hunter said to him, no, this lady is clean.
Jumala ko musonyi senata. Bua de malalu fanglu wala fanglu ko musonyi senata.
Solo says he must drink.
Solo ko hani fo musonyi ejiomi.
They called me.
Yate fang kumandi.
And they told me what Solo said.
Ya fo ateye Solo ye kumakango memfo.
Are you only interested in the good things you have done, Mr. Jallo? Okay. Go ahead.
So just to cut story short.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
The lady drank the concoction.
Jumale concoction musonyi ya ming.
And he didn't only stop at the drinking of the concoction.
Abiraya boro nyi amanda woto.
She was massively beaten under the command of Solo Boja.
Inata musonyi mutaka tilimbali ya lipa Solo Boja na kangokan.
This was done by Malik Jata.
Malik Jata wale yo baro ke.
And Sang.
Anin Sana.
Sang.
Anin Sang.
Sang who?
Sanyadi.
Is it Mendy? Oh, I can't remember. I think it's Mendy. I think it's late now, I think.
Fa Mendy lomba fojuma bari amari fatale saying.
And both of them were junglers?
Yes,
yeah.
And Solo used to work with the junglers, correct?
And Solo ni jungula like kadogo kenu.
And you were there?
I was there as an obli, yes.
And you performed the same training as those people, the commando training?
Not all junglers were oblis. Not all junglers were commandos.
But some of the commandos were also junglers. And you were a commando?
Sure.
And you were working with these junglers?
I was working with them because it was Solo who called them, because they were never part of the group at first.
Solo le commanded bar follow ko kum floru la etel dati jenu.
Okay. So, and where else did you go?
Altara min dole ko tenge.
So when the lady died,
birim muso nyim fata.
So
what was her name? What was her name?
I don't know. It was Solo's auntie. Solo should know.
Malonde Solo binkile mata nyanta lonale.
This is the village called Karun. We don't have that on our list, so that is one to add. One more.
Musa tel di ka fode Karun amandra na safe tol sate tol kono. Bala fala na saferol kan.
Can I go ahead?
Yes.
So I called Jame
Nga jamme kumandi.
and I told him what happened.
Nga faye menketa.
But Solo in turn went and lied.
Solo?
Abudu Fania for Jame.
Solo tata ifania fo ya jamme.
And he said the lady was vomiting women flesh.
Ay nyim fo ko komuso nying amunta buale mdrong.
Yes.
Ay mune fo.
Habebani was Subo.
Jumale be fono kang.
Solo le ofo, but that was never true.
Ay mem fo je yara fong manke to nyati.
But even if that was true, didn't Solo commit a crime?
But hadna adra umuto nyade fo solo man luati nyake ba.
You have to wait for the interpretation.
Ninga adra umuto nyade fo solo man amanku jaw baro le ke oto ba.
Didn't Solo commit a crime?
Ayakele.
Did Yaya Jammeh have an obligation to have Solo arrested and prosecuted for killing that woman?
Ya jambe amag longundo duno so rama sembo so pur kaje ko solo ya muta ya kitindi ko ka umuso nyimfa.
If I was having the powers, that they would have sent him to my place.
Na sembo bentela nunde mbakila mile 2.
The question is
Yes, he does.
not Sehu Jallo. The question is, did Yaya Jammeh have the obligation as Commander-in-Chief and custodian of the Constitution to have Solo Bojang arrested and prosecuted?
Obviously, yes.
He failed to do that.
Okay.
Yes, he does.
And under the military law, he is responsible for that murder.
Sojar lua koto ofaro nying ate omatel kang dunoti.
Who?
Yaya Jammeh.
Onya.
His subordinate committed a murder.
Ala do molankoli faro ke.
He knows it.
Ayalong.
And he did not do anything about it.
Ando manna hanin kuka akuonyinto.
Isn't he responsible under the law for the murder of that woman?
Lua ko banko lua ko fo atela mantra maral lua man se dunola atela kamba o muso nyina fala ba.
I am not a legal-minded person. How to answer that, sir?
Ndemu anke lua lo nati bitunte otro jabi nola.
You are an officer of the Gambia Armed Forces, rank of captain. Obviously, you know the doctrine of command responsibility. And you know that as a soldier, if your subordinates commit a crime, and you know about it, and you do not punish or prosecute, you are guilty of that crime. You know that.
Sir, you are the legal
You are the captain. You are the captain of the armed forces. You are running away from answering the question. This is not returning fire with fire. This is dodging the bullets. This is dodging the bullets in a very unexpert manner. You know the law caught you and your boss on this particular point. All of you committed murder under the law.
I didn't commit murder because I didn't arrest the lady. I have never given orders for her to be arrested. Solo committed murder.
Ndema faro ke de kato ndema musundi unyimuta mankandi puri amutandu menketa la ntemake solo le mo fake.
And Yaya Jammeh.
Well, I said Solo committed murder, yes.
Nko solo le mo fake de ha.
You see, you guys had a boss. When people commit murder in his name, he protected you. True?
I have never committed a murder that he protected me, so I can't answer that, sir.
Almamo Mane committed murder. He protected him. Remember, you told us that. You told us that, exactly.
Yes, I did.
Exactly. And Solo Bojang also committed murder. He protected him.
Solo Bojang fana faro ke aya tankande.
True.
Tuanya.
Say Ujalo didn't commit murder, he protected him. So I can only talk about myself.
Solo fana mo fake atele fana tankande. Bari ntasin telephone.
Again, this is not returning fire with fire. You are running away from the bullets and very unexpertly. You are caught, Mr. Witness. Your friend Solo Bojang, committed murder. Yaya Jammeh protected him.
Yaya Jammeh ya tankande.
Both Yaya and Solo committed murder.
Yaya ni Solo be faroke.
I have very few friends.
Okay, you choose to answer to the wrong thing, no problem. Where else did you go? You went to Sintet.
So from there,
Brimbo
I told Jammeh this arresting of people have to stop.
Na fujamme ko mo muto nyanta ulondi lale.
I said to him because people losing their life was not the agreement.
Nganyim fayan ko molu men be bolon kan iniwoto wo mantara kambe nyin kono de.
So which he accepted.
Bitungo tumola ta fam fanan nata song.
We went to Dobong.
Ndata Dobong.
What did he accept?
That no more arresting people.
Uruka molu muta.
We only have to go and bury.
You have to only go and what?
And bury. They have some bottles where they put something and bury it.
Bitun tata utumole fenu ke kabolu kono tata kabolu nyilisare.
And did that happen?
Yes, at some point, yes.
Wato suronta aketale.
Mr. Jallo, you are shocking. You are really shocking. You are here.
I am telling you the truth.
You are not telling us the truth, Mr. Jallo. Okay, they went to Sintet, didn't they?
Before Sintet, allowed to happen.
Okay, just answer my question. Did they go to Sintet?
Yes, they did.
And did they arrest people from Sintet and bring them to Kanilai? Did they arrest people in Sintet and bring them to Kanilai?
Before we go to Sintet, I'm giving you enough respect, but sir, please.
No, but answer the question. Mr. Jallo. Exactly. So the so-called order not to arrest people is not true. Okay. So are you suggesting that Yaya did not know that people were being arrested and taken to Kanilai?
Of course, how things is what occurred and how things change. You have to know it.
Okay. So he revoked the order not to arrest people. Fantastic. So the order not to arrest did not hold.
Yes.
Okay. So what was the point of you raising it?
Because something happened in between.
Tell us what happened.
So we went to
Dobong.
We went to Bajagar.
Bajagar. And in all these places, people were arrested.
Nobody.
Mr. Jallo, these things have been investigated.
Anyone who says people are arrested those places, they are lying. It has never been.
All right. Go ahead. And where else? Did you go to Dobong? Did you go to Dobong?
Yes, we did, yes.
You also went to Bajagar?
Yes, we did.
Thank you. Proceed.
So from there,
yes, go ahead.
They said Sintet was the next point we are going. So, but before we go to Sintet, Solo came and said to Yaya Jammeh,
Solo nata ko Yaya Jammeh ko.
Sabali, one of the officers who passed away.
Sabali, ila officer do bije mem minjio do yata mem fata.
And then Modu Nyasi.
Modu Nyasi. modu nyasi
They all die because of witchcrafting.
olu be fata katu mune ya sabu
ni witchcrafting
ni boade mole fa
So that from the order of no arresting.
bitun kawnyin ka foko ka molu muta
No purkana mulmuta.
pour kana molu muta ha
Change to the order of arresting.
change to the order of arresting
anata falling silang ikoisi molu muta.
So who gave the order?
Some
Wale
of us are
kamodi.
not aware of it.
Wale kamodi
Who gave the order?
Wale
Yaya Jammeh.
All right.
So some of us were not aware of it.
Parentel dolu mambo kalama de.
So before when we departed for Sintet,
Babitun ko la nyabar janimbe bola je pour kata sintet.
we went up to Sintet Fulakunda.
Muna kata?
We went up to
Ndata fo sintet
Fulakunda.
fulakunda.
As soon as we alighted from the cars,
Brindu ndamotolu kono.
jita
sorry,
Brinji damotolu kono.
Go ahead.
ko etenteng
and then I saw the paramilitary in Sintet, they surrounded the whole village.
Nga paramilitary ulu je. Men ya lonko ibe nun sate o kono jele bang. Yesate o be muru. Yesate o be yesate o nyimbe muru.
So I said, Solo, why are the paramilitaries here?
Nga solo nyinin kan kay muna na nyim paramilitary ulu bijang.
He said the orders have changed.
Ako kango nyim falin tale saying.
He said some people have to be arrested.
Ako fo modoli soto be menu mutala.
I said to Sankun, the cameraman,
Nko sanku ye wolem jumati? Cameraman sanku nkaye nko.
and I said to Mustafa Baji,
Afu Mustafa Baji.
I didn't get these orders from Yaya Jammeh.
Nying kangulu itel imamu ya jamela.
So if Solo said the orders have changed,
Nyim fanye ko kangulu nyilu falin tale de.
I am not going to participate, and I don't want you people to participate.
Nteten dabula laje andu malafi moliye dabula je.
I said because Sintet Fulakunda, my grandparents are from Jokiel.
nkae sintet fulakunda mbaring grandparents
Ibaring lu bota sintet fulakundale.
Let's make progress. We are running against time.
Yes. So me being the interpreter, I said I'm not going to be part of it.
And did you leave?
No, I didn't. I was there. But yes, I was there.
Ha mbijele nu.
And you continued with
This
the...
Kontasane to be the interpreter.
Iko mumfe?
village interpreter.
Kontasane to be the
Yo sate o la kanna sor la yo brio nata.
Kontasane.
Kontasane.
He's part of the green.
Dabe jamba kere dunna le kono green.
So they arrested people.
Ye molu muta.
And then we all came back to the reservoir in Kanilai.
Munketa
We all came back to the reservoir.
mbe muruta nan katao jidin kirato.
In fact, I did try for them to speak to Jammeh.
Botumolem nga fero ke puru ka diamu jamme.
If Modu Inkeba is going to say the truth, he will tell you, yes, Suteba spoke to Jammeh.
Ndefa mamoy
Nko, Suteba, he spoke to Jammeh.
Suteba diamu ta jamme.
At that point, I was trying to make so I'm speaking my nigga. At that point,
Otembo
I was trying to make sure that, this operation of people drinking, because I've seen 2 people have died at the time. I don't want it to happen anymore.
Wato nyin lafta menjela nu wole molu men ya lon koy nyimboro min wayri modolu fata lafta ya ko bula pour ka londi.
Who was the second person to die?
Malam mo fulan nyawde mem fata.
That's a lady in Kanilai.
You told us that you went to Karor village.
Ko ye mfanya ko altara Karol village.
And Solo's auntie was brought and she was given the concoction, she was beaten and she died. Who is the second person to die?
Ya na dikanilla ye boro diala ya lipa anarna fa.
In Kanilai.
Your father's friend's wife, what's the name of the woman?
Afama terima la muso yo fana muta.
Atodu.
To be honest.
Okay, all right. Did you complain to Jammeh about these deaths, 2 deaths?
Obviously, yes. That's why we had a meeting.
Ha nga fayenne bo dalilo ya sabu nga bengoke.
So very early on in this program, because you started with Kanilai and then you went to Karor, so from these two places already 2 people died, correct?
Yes.
And these names, so hold on a second, witness. Councillor, are these names mentioned in his statement? If not,
no.
We will take the names from the record of these meetings, the recording of this today's meeting, and add those 2 individuals to the comprehensive list that we're trying to establish.
Yes, that's right. So, okay, please go ahead.
So that is why, I said when those 2 people died, that was time I called Araba Jammeh.
Between kom nga fo nyame ka fo me Araba Jammeh.
And then Pa Bojang's father, that is Yaya Jammeh's uncle.
And in Pa Bojang fama Yaya Jammeh Baring.
To tell Yaya Jammeh that this funding is wrong because people start dying and I don't join the army to which one people.
Otumoleng ya fo Yaya Jammeh ko moli fada mutale de andun kulo me alonko amanyan tentenna.
Did Yaya Jammeh?
That's why the orders, I said at some point the order that arresting people stopped because he listened to us at that point.
Yo sabu fang wati sotonta yemo muto bulale kato ayela mwele wo kutumola.
Okay, but later on, he ordered for the arrest to start again. And the arrests continued?
Yes, sir.
And you continue to work in the program? Correct?
The arrests continue and then let you come here again.
Okay, go ahead. I'm worried about that time. Go ahead.
So when those people are seen, we are brought. Let's summarize it. So I waited until at night. I know that if the people of Sudan will tell you, yes, a full gelegele, I released them all at night.
Between Motome Nati, Gelegele Faring, between Suto and Tefanantate Kumpabo.
No.
Amunda Etele Bebula Puri say. Amunda Etele Bula Murundi Motoko Puri say.
Did anybody?
In between.
Okay, go ahead.
Wotema.
Somebody reported me to Solo. I don't know who it was.
Sotonta Mentata Kumovo Solo, a Malon Jumalemude.
Solo drove to the reservoir and met me there.
Mumfek?
Solo drove to the reservoir and met me there.
Solo nata atata kata jidinkira nyinto ayantaraje. Ayantuje faida.
There was a Bugara at Yaya Jammeh's compound, so I capitalized on the situation to make sure some people leave.
There was a Bugara at Yaya
Jammeh Cordato.
I capitalized on that.
Between Defana Famuna Fango, Bugara Kosoda Lilolela.
Okay, Mr. Jallo, we have to really focus on the most important things.
Okay, yes.
Okay.
So because I want to repeat a few things after when Yaya Jammeh had he called me.
Yaya Jammeh Brayo Moy Ayon Commandi.
He said to me, who fucking asked you to release these people?
Nendiro for Kojumale Tebula Purka Molu Bula.
And I said to him, these people are clean.
He said
to me, say, if you think you're untouchable, if you're not careful, I'll send you to mile 2.
Aka nyim foko wolu ngamira ite amira ko motete manola.
If you are not careful, I'll send you to
mile 2.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. From Bajagar, then Sintet, where else did you go?
So at this point, there was kind of friction between me and Solo and then Jammeh.
Between Sobonata Duntenin Solo and Jametem.
So some places I do not even go because Captain Konkasana was doing the full interpretation.
Because Dulado Lubije Damani Alonco Tata Genteman son Purkata Woluto Fentem Fokonim Bekenya Yami.
Did you go? Go ahead.
We went to a small village behind Sibanor.
It had a certain didn't remember Sibanor Coma.
Name?
I can't remember the village. It's Bintang, I think.
Mansate Unim Hakilo Mamuda Seke Bintang.
But these were ordered through the communication. At that point, I was not more communicating with Jammeh because that's how he is. He was communicating with Solo and Solo was communicating to us.
amunta kuobe ke kanu nyame wutumo nteni jamme bu kadiam nyoy bari anin solo le kadiam nyoy bitun solo kana ko mo sindin tolma.
From what you have said, it looks like Jammeh was in charge of the operations because he was dealing directly with the operational commander.
Ite ya fanya mulundala ko ya jamme fanga ko kala munda nyum ko nyingono katu nyaton ko membe ko nyingono naka diamule.
Okay. So after Bintang, where did you go?
Bintang altata minto.
We went to one of his farms, going to the compost. On your right, you do have a farm somewhere in the bush there.
Ntar birim bataw don tata kombole de bitu dam dulalon dame yalon ko suto bije andun ay kunko soto je fanan.
What's the name of the place?
Sato todum.
It's like an island. If you stand there, you see they said you can cross towards what's the name? Is it Makati Island Division? Oh, sorry, no, is it?
Is it Santamba?
No. We did went to Santamba, yes, we did.
Ntata Santamba fanang.
And
there was no other there was no bury something in the gardens.
And people were arrested there also?
No, we went something were buried in the garden in his farm.
Anin nataje ntata la kunkol to ala nako bedamento.
Yefenne badeji.
Yefenne badeji
sareji.
Up
a red goat.
Saji wulengo. Ba wulengo yole sareji ba wulengo.
Okay. Did you go to Jambur?
Altara Jambur le bang.
I will come to that, yes, sir.
Mina auto le ha.
And
so when Fonyi finished,
Brin tamo banta.
When Fonyi finished,
Brin Fonyi banta.
I was thinking that was the end of operations.
Denga mira kolu banta jele.
But from what Jammeh told me, the people of the Combos are writing and they are disturbing. They say they want these people in their villages.
Kombo dolu satewul dolu bije meni be nyim fokan koy sulata nyim molu la ila satewul to.
E batarin.
Katu koy be batarin.
That was not the agreement, sir.
O manke kambe o nyintide.
You must have been very brave, Mr. Jallo.
Mr. Jallo, be fatiala de
when somebody testified and that guy I heard him and what he said is true. The life of Makumbaya.
Mo soto ndame sede yaro kijang ando muto nyalde o keta Makumbaya.
Okay.
He didn't lie. That old man something sad. What he said is true.
Okay, bari me mem fojang kumole me alon ko kuma soto ngolon to nyale mu.
So allow me to say exactly what I knew, and I knew that guy did lie to the commission.
And
what did he say?
He did say that when they went to Makumbaya, they were led by a citizen of Makumbaya who is in the military. He's an officer.
Akobirita ta Makumbaya men tambite nyato form officiality wole moti me nyimolu men tambita nyimolu nyato kataje.
Who was that person?
Jem kole form amarioti.
Wala mujumati.
I think this is a Dembo charge. I don't want to lie. What can the army find out? This officer, senior officer from Makumbaya, please.
Nimari mudo kulalti bara bota mole membota Makumbaya.
Can we stick to the relevant things? Okay, let me take you to the areas that concern us. During these arrests that were taking place, sometimes people were beaten.
Well, to be honest with you, I've never seen anybody beaten.
Tonya ntele maje membute.
Because everyone knew my stand.
You are under oath.
Yes, sir, I'm under oath.
You have never seen anybody beating during the witch hunting exercise.
Who is in that group? They'll tell you what was my stand.
Answer my question.
No.
My question is, did you see people beaten? But that is not true. Mr. Jallo, you told us that Solo Bojang ordered that his auntie be beaten, and she was beaten. Now you are telling us that. But you just told us that nobody was beaten at all.
Mr. Fall, as far as I'm concerned, I thought that topic is being covered. That's why I said from there I haven't seen anybody beating. So
You confusing yourself because you're not sticking to the actual truth. Okay, let's go to Gamtel. Did you go to Gamtel? And you beat up people there. You say Hujalo was accused to have beaten people there.
Can I talk, please?
Yes.
I would like to thank Pamuru Boja of Membekeri, first of all.
We don't have time. Just cut all that is necessary.
Responsibility. If you don't want me to answer, let me answer my question as it is.
You are just wasting time. Thanking
you wasting time because you don't want to listen to me. You have to listen to me. This is me against the Gambian people. Let me say the truth.
Did you beat up anybody in Gamtel?
Even a family member of mine was involved in this, and I have to make it very clear. You want to know.
Did you beat up anybody at Gamtel?
Because we were three Sehus. We have Sehu Jadama, Sehu Bojang, and Sehu Jam.
Sehu Sabalebije, Sehu Jallo, Sehu Bojang, and Sehu Jadama.
Yes.
At some point, somebody called Pamolu Bojang. They said they want him to lie against me so that he can write on the paper so that they can trace my image. Not knowing, I know Pamolu. And Pamolu told me about it. And a family member of mine was behind it.
No sotonda mentata nyinkam Pamolu Bojang ka fayen ko iparetan to kuyalale.
Was anybody beaten at Gamtel?
There was a fight, but I was upstairs at the time.
Tumontebe bunjango santolede.
And Lamin Fati was beaten. Lamin Fati was beaten.
Do not take people text messages and want to put it on to me without listening to what I'm saying. I am telling the truth, nothing else but the truth.
Mr. Jallo, you getting riled up. You getting worked up.
I give you that due respect because this have been going on way before today.
But listen, while there, Lamin Fati was beaten up and Omar Choi.
I have no idea who and who was beaten. I said
Mira Soto Yemenu Buteje.
Pafai and Jaga Choi.
I repeat myself, I'm upstairs with the one of the people called Bobo Gina. I came down after the fight and I was asking who was involved in the fight. And they said the problem is solved. It wasn't me. So whosoever says he's lying.
Are you suggesting that? Who was fighting who?
These boys were the green. Sir, we have so many people. Go back and ask. I'll give you them. Ask Mustafa Baji. Ask Kampoli.
Mustafa Baji, Pabo, Jaisiol Benjamin Kano, and you know green or let Menukao Jamba Kerefengolu Dum, will never do Majenu.
Well, the thing is, these people were all under your control. You guys were the officers. Even if you did not participate in the beating, these people were under your control.
Comment wala mnyindi ko itamu official de munya ron koltinu hanna reta man liparoke nyimol me liparoke be balla kangole koto ay balla yamarole koto nale mem fo e be wala kala
Sehu, Mr. Jallo, you guys were going around committing crimes against the Gambian people. That is what this enterprise was all about. You guys were committing crimes against the Gambian people. That's what you were doing. All of you.
Allow me to talk.
Go ahead.
Do not try to intimidate or provoke me. Believe in what you have, the text messages you receive.
Mr. Jallo, please.
No, give me the chance. Listen,
so respect.
You yourself, as a fan, you were displaying my picture on the national media. Allow me to click on myself if you want to know the truth.
Mr. Jallo, you're getting riled up. You're getting worked up.
What Jawa said about you.
Answer the question.
I didn't beat anybody.
Answer the question.
I didn't beat anybody.
But you saw people beat it.
I saw Solo Bojang giving orders for his hands to be beaten, yes.
And at Gamtel, you guys beat up these people.
And Gamtel je atol Allah mol bude lifa Gamtel.
Fire break at Gamtel. I was upstairs with Bobo Gina. I have no idea what was happening down, but when I came down.
And you guys even were cooking inside, just right next to the switch room in Gamtel.
Gamtello bungoto je kay kul falinda men do altara tabiro fonke kanje.
Then whosoever said it, tell him I said it's a pathological liar.
Okay. All right. From Gamtel, you guys went to Esau.
Right. So
at Esau, people were beaten, and you participated in that.
And I will give enough evidence to say to substantiate it is not true.
But you participated in Esau.
I didn't.
But you happen to have been Esau when the witch hunters went to Esau. But you are at Bara. Well, Esau and Bara is one step in between them. Correct?
Make it different.
Okay. But, okay. You were posted in Kanilai.
Posted in Kanilai.
Oh, did I hear you say you were never posted in Kanilai? Okay. Look at it this way. You were posted at State House. You were upstairs in Yaya Jame's living room. You were speaking to him every day. And he sent you to the witch hunt. And you worked with these witch hunters. And Solo Bojang and the entire crew. And you traveled around the country. You from Kanilai you went to Karor. And from there you went to Dobong. And from there you went to Bajagar. From there you went to Sintet. From there you went to Bintang. From there you went to Jambur. From there you went to Makumbaya. From there you went to Banjul. And from there they went to Bara. And you were part of all that. And you want us to believe that you are not part of Bara. You were there just as a tourist accidentally. That is simply unbelievable, Mr. Jalo.
If only if you don't want to believe and you don't want to listen my side of the story.
Well, you are tell your side of the story.
You can tell your side of the story, but counsel, you have 20 minutes to finish this with the witness, and 1 o'clock we will.
And really, let's try to shorten it.
Yeah.
Right, yes.
1 o'clock we'll do the closing.
Were you part of the group in Bara, the witch hunting group in Bara? Okay, go ahead.
When they said we're going to Bara, I said to Flo Boja, I'm not going to Bara because my baby mama and my firstborn live there. My baby there, and my son, I have a son there. And I have a very good relationship with the people of Bara. And most of them are serious and foolish. I don't want to be part of it. Solo said to me, we have a couple of families which he got from the Nuret family. Nuret family. So he said to me, no, we are going to bury something at the farm. I said, okay, you guys can go, and they left. Okay, what I'll tell you, but in between, Salif called me. Salif Kor. He said to me, sir, people have been brought here by Jao, the police officer, and Babulu. Ay nyim fanyanko ye molu nati janne de police me ka fay Jao wala nyim molu nati janne anim babu ndur
anim babu lum.
They were going around arresting people even before the witchcraft go to bar.
Ibetakan ne kamurumurung kata molu muta hana atarfang anijar ninyi buade malal fang le futaji.
Alaji Taboramane was arrested.
Na moy ko alkalo nyi ya mutale. Tanin Taboramane ya mutale.
One Yafatu Jamme.
Ani Yafatu Jamme.
One lady from Esau.
Ani musukili membota Esau.
So some of these people are arrested even before the fullers crossed the bar.
We anyi modolu fanglu sotonta men ya lonko ye mutale birinyim buade malal mantaji.
Okay, Shehu, but this what you've just said is so completely different from the testimonies that we have received. Okay, all right, okay. May I ask the OB van to play video one of Jao, the testimony of Officer Commanding Jao? Video one, please.
Video one.
Please play that and you take a look.
Jao la video play.
It was one early morning in Kelasomanda, I think it was on Monday.
Volume, please.
In full dress, in uniform, white shirt, and my trouser, I was the Bara. My rank was superintendent.
Mr. Jao, this would have been a few months after your promotion to superintendent.
Yes. I was sitting outside the police veranda. When the ferry came from Banjul, suddenly I saw some people who drove with their vehicles, double cabins, and then stopped at the gate of the entrance of the police station. I saw Solo Boya, who is at the state guard. I saw Salif Kaur, a soldier. I saw Jallo, Sekou Jallo, is a soldier too, from soldier. I saw these witch doctors. There were 4 to 5 of them, dressed with red. They have this mirror. I think the witch doctor, the master, has a big mirror and a horn. When I saw them, I saw also the green boys and girls. So Solo approached me. He said, Jao. I said, yes. He said, I was sent by the big man, Oga. I said, who is that big man, that Oga? He said, the ex-president, Yaya Jammeh. I further asked a question, for what for? He said, let them come to North Bank, Bara and Esau, to go and catch the witch and wizards. That was my first time hearing it. Well, my service. I was surprised.
Stop it there, please. Stop it there, please. Stop it there. Stop it there, Obi-Wan.
I never.
Stop it there. So, Mr. Would you remove this so that, yes. Okay. So, Mr. Jallo.
Mr. Jallo.
Did you hear the testimony?
Yo said Andrew Moilabang.
Mr. Jallo.
Mr. Jallo.
You see what happens here is
Ya jale menkete janko.
you were at Bara at that time.
Iteta be num bara le wo watola.
Oh, can't hear me. God. Can you hear me now?
Kam Moilabang.
You echoing, I can hear you echoing.
Could you fix the echo, please? Can you hear me now?
Kam Moilabang.
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Okay. Mr. Jallo, you were at Bara
Ebe num bara le Mr. Jallo.
on that day.
Ulungo nying.
Can I come up now?
Just answer the questions.
Nyini karol jabiro ngam nyini ngamen.
You were in Bara.
Ebe num bara le.
Okay. And you were with Solo Boja.
No inin solo bojam be nyokane.
Yes, I was with Solomon at some point, yes.
Yes.
What in the nin solo bojam be nyokane.
And you were with the witch hunters.
Anu nyini mbuade malala fana be nyokane.
I was with them at some point, yes.
What in the fana ni be nyokane.
And Mr. Jallo says this was the first time he was hearing
Anu nyi Mr. Jallo ko nyinem wati foloti abe nyi moy kan.
this issue of the catching of witches and wizards.
Kata mol nogan ka
And he was
boke muda ka
surprised.
fo bualle mu ate fo ho ya jahal ba kele no.
Are you saying he is lying?
Fo ko be fani ya fo labang.
Council, I'm sorry for laughing because people lost their life and terrible things happened. I
An
know
council
this
hako
is
bondi nyada ngay jelo men gaden ka to mol foti e niola nyin ko nyin kono le.
But I can tell you, due respect to Jawa, he's my elder. He is the biggest liar I've ever seen. This is the worst lie one can
Ari
ever
nsinyim
say.
fono en ko bu hormone bunya be kan be men dila jawala nakke balem bari ay mem fo jang ay kuma fani ya bale fo jang.
First of all, Salif Kaur was not even in Banjul. Salif Kaur was posted, he was in Bara at the Fort Bullet.
Follow from Salif Kor Mantanum Banjul, Salif Kor Benum Barale or Wato ya post no cola wallet.
I love your intelligence, the way you said to him, but you were just newly promoted.
Come again?
I love the lead council intelligence by telling Jawa he was just newly promoted at the time.
Ko council ala tariya nya ya kanu ba kala londing tariya ka fukan sedo nye ko wato la yela makamutara la fale tariya ringen.
Let's just focus on the issues.
Nyati lim ko nyin
Yes,
ron.
Jawa is lying. Jawa was doing eye service. Alaji Tabora man and others were arrested well before even the flood go to
Jawo man ta tonya foka. Alaji tabora
But Mr. Jallo, that cannot be true. You are suggesting.
I swear.
You just a moment, please put that aside. Put the Quran aside.
Quran.
You know, you are in fact suggesting that Jawa took upon himself the ability. He arrogated to himself the ability to determine who's a witch and who's not a witch. And he arrested people on that basis. I mean, that was the job of the people who were with you. That was the job of the witch hunters who you escorted.
Ite kamem fam fam mole jang.
When Jawa came, allow me to come now.
Ite kamem fam fam mole jang wala nyindi ko lefta fala ko jawo ya fansun mi kunna mirol fonta ka mol muta la am men non ka fa mol nyimu buale de. Ko mol do mol la do ko me yaron ko altoni wollel tata wolle ya long.
Alaji Fay said the right thing.
Jawo said he worked with you people.
Jawo ko anal to le do woke.
Jawa is lying, sir.
Listen here. I have his transcript here. This is what he said. So I asked him this question. So when you were told to go and implement the order to hunt for witches, you knew you were being ordered to do something unlawful.
Bini ye inkango dila ko eta mol no ka me yalon ko sobita ko buwalem ite fa woni lonne ko ye kanne dila me yalon ko luwanta ya maro ye wala dila.
He answered yes.
Ako ha ay wala jabi.
And then I asked him, at this stage you have mentioned a number of people, Solo Bojang, Salif Kaur, Seku Jallo, these three people. What was their responsibility?
Anu nyin tember na hanin ka binga nyin ka nyin ka ron kay ko ye mol del to fo jam men yalon ko wolde min di Seku Jallo Salif Kaur anin Solo Bojang mun nyin mol la do ko tin wo wato.
And he said, Esa, they were very close to the ex-president.
Akonye ay menjabi wala miti esa wala mate consulti nyimu molle de melan koy kata batale nunto president wala membe nyim banko nganjang.
And I said to him, my question is, what was their role in the witch hunting exercise?
Anin kabinga nyini ngankaye ko nyimmo sabole yin menu tol fote muno ketela mu ila lonkunto dunote nyim duo ko nyin kono memu nyim buwa de mo la koti.
He said, these are the people who led the team.
Akonye ko ay menjabi wala nyilla molde men yalan koy telle kafo nyaton kaya.
So I asked Sekou Jallow, what was his role?
Hanin kabinga Sekou ngani ninga Sekou Jallow muno watela lonkunto dunote ko nyin kono.
And he answered his role was to go and arrest with the witch hunters, likewise Salif.
Ay menjabi wala mnyindi ko ete Sekou Jallow ida do ko mendi wala mnyindi ko eta ini nyimbuwa demalal pour kataka mol muta ko Salif kor ni nyindo ka nyame.
Is that false?
From
pathological liar, I will call Jao without any respect for him. He's a criminal and international liar.
Please put aside the insults. It's not necessary.
I'm not here to exonerate Salif Kaur.
Okay. All right.
But I do know that Salif Kaur was never part of even the team.
Okay, but the thing is, Mr. Jallow, the problem is you have been identified by a number of people.
Yes, I was
You were identified by a lot of people.
Yes, because I was one time in Bara, but if you allow me to explain, I will explain my side of the story.
In fact, not only were you identified by name, your photograph was also identified. Could you play the second video? No, the first video you were playing, could you just take it closer to the end? Closer to the end. Please play it.
In the law,
could you push it closer to the end? Could you forward it closer to the end?
So,
Obi-Wan, forward it, please.
I liaised with my police commissioner.
Obi-Wan, please forward it closer to the end. That's it. Okay. All right. Mr. Witness, what I'm going to do is I'm going to play the next two videos, and then I'll ask you to comment on them, and then I would end it, because otherwise I won't be able to finish. So I'll just play the two videos, and then I'll ask you to comment on them, and then I'll end it there.
Video fula bija mene alon ko bina olel pilela pour ye jube ni video nyim pilela fay banda mbe nyini kala de sedo pour ye kuma so ni kuma so be mel la falo video nyina kur sa da soronje.
Okay, could you play the second video of Jawo, please?
Jawo la video fula nyawo nyala o pile ba.
Nyimmo sabol yen men ko foda mo ke de la do godinu esa we are very close to the ex-president. Nyimmo sabol kada bata no president wala abarka ilo kibaro.
But my question is,
meaning karo men
what was their role in this witch hunting exercise?
Nyimbo ademo nyinko do ko nyinko no mo ke de la do godinu. They are the people who led the team. You told them to go in Benya.
Sekou Jallow, what was his role?
His role was to go and arrest to bring with the witch hunters and likewise Salif.
This person you call Sekou Jallow, did you know him?
SIS Council Hall.
And if you see a picture of him, would you be able to recognize him?
Yes.
I want to show you a set of photographs in what photo board
andu ngabebe board kilimala kono
and ask you to identify the person you recognize as Shehu Jallo. That is if he is in those photographs.
mbaye be ni kala ya wiwe fo tiba sum dila jele fo abe ni natalo kono la bang ata Shehu Jallo. Yes, I want to say something. Council love the
Yes,
phone.
go ahead.
I know Shehu Jallo and I know Salih. Shehu Jallo and Salih fanalo. They were both they both participated. But I saw only Shehu Jallo's photos here. But I Shehu Jallo course photograph.
Yes.
I'm surprised.
Let it not surprise you. There is a reason for that. We won't have to tell you everything we do and why. You said you have seen Shehu Jallo's photo there. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Could you tell us which number?
Photo number 5.
Could you bring the photo board? Keep the page active and show it to the members of the commission, the commissioners. Mr. Chair, this is a new photo board. And we moved around the numbers. And I want the record to bear that number 5 is in fact Shehu Jallo.
Thank you for that clarification. I'm a bit confused about two different boards.
Yes.
Thank you.
So this photo board, we would ask that it be exhibited as Exhibit 106. 107, Mr. Chair.
107 or 106?
107.
Thank you. Request granted. May proceed.
You show it to the cameras and they would zoom on number 5, the whole photo board and number 5 as well. Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, I ask that let the record reflect the fact that number 5 in Exhibit 107 is the same picture as number 1 in Exhibit 105.
Thank you, Council, for putting that clarification on record. Because it's important, otherwise I got a bit confused. I had to check with the deputy. Thank you.
Mr. Witness, after you received this information, did you do anything?
Yes.
What did you do?
The operation kickstart at Bara and then at Etel.
Did you participate in that operation?
I cannot deny it, yes. I was the officer command.
And you saw all those officials who participated in it?
Yes.
You saw members of the armed forces, correct? The army?
Yes.
And you represented the police?
Yes.
And you saw, obviously, Shehu Jallo, Salif Kaur, and Solo Boja.
Yes.
You saw the action they took during the process.
Yes.
You saw what they did to make the operation successful.
Yes, lead counsel.
suggested that Sekou Jallow did not participate in the operation?
Ite be muna fala niya mo ko Sekou Jallow amanda mudra do ko nyi kono anda mambulaje. That's wrong. Umanto nyaya.
Is it wrong or is it a lie?
Faniale mbang fa mangi tonya. It is a lie. Faniale.
What do you say to the suggestion that Sekou Jallow came to Bara only to help some people and he returned thereafter?
Ibe muna fala niya mo ko Sekou Jallow nata Bara ro pour kana modol ko tamal do de ma do anata. Sekou Jallow was stationed at Bara. Sekou Jallow be sabade in Bara at Fort Bulem.
In effect, you're telling me that that proposition is also false.
Amunda ila ka fanyo miro nyi bana manso. Anyway, I was the officer commanding. I used to see Sekou going up and down from Fort Bulem inside the town. I know he must be staying there because he told me he stayed there.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Could you play the second video, that of Lamin Cisse? If you arrived and saw these guys beating the drums and the green girls dancing, the men and women arrested are seated on the floor, on the ground, what did you do?
Green funding to the building and Tantan Cosilla. Kebala Molu, Melum will be seeing Bankoto. It was like a phone at
I first went to the district Sepo, Fabakari.
Follow Ndaka Sepo, Tundula Sepo, Fabakari.
I told him that, well, why should you allow these people to come to our village and arrest our elderly people?
Munana, Ibesona, Nimolina, Nasate Konojan.
What did he say?
He said, Lamin, this is what I have seen.
I remember the Sepo,
He even told me that his sister was even among those arrested.
And what's her name?
I told me. Jenaba Sonko.
And then what happened after that?
After that, I told him that, well, I don't know whether I'll be taken, but my parents will not go. So when I went towards my mother and father at the Bantaba, Sekou Jallow approached me.
Who's this Sekou Jallow you're talking about?
This Sekou Jallow is a soldier.
Do you recall what rank he had at the time?
I suppose he was lieutenant or captain.
Where was he working at the time?
He is posted at Bara, but he was at Fort Bulem.
Did you know him before this date?
I used to see him, but I don't know him.
But did you come to know him on that day?
Yes.
Yeah.
So Sekou Jallow approached you, and then what happened?
When he approached me, he asked me my reason of coming there. I told him that I received a telephone call from my dad that he is being arrested with my mother, together with my mother, and we are taken to the Bantaba. And I have come to take them home.
What's your father's name?
My father's name is Lalo Sise.
And mother?
Binta Drame.
And then what happened when you told him that?
When I told him that, he said they received an order from the top, from Yaya Jammeh, to come and arrest our parents and take them for medical treatment. That was the time I told him that, well, but we can take care of our parents and we can treat our parents, we can cure them.
How did he react to that?
He said I was insulting the president. That was when he started slapping me. I also insisted, but you know, one man cannot fight a dozen all by himself. All the soldiers who were around, and these green youths, they all fell on me, beating me, knocking me with their gun butts, and my hands were cuffed. And then I was pushed inside the bus. Who handcuffed you? Sekou Jallow handcuffed me. You have said that you had a conversation with Sekou Jallow. You said it was after that he slapped you. And the soldiers around and the green boys descended on you and all of them were beating you. And this Sekou Jallow, same Sekou Jallow, put handcuffs in your hands. This Sekou Jallow, if you see him again or you see a picture of him, will you be able to recognize him? Yes. Yes.
Prior to this hearing, I had showed you the photo board. Comprising 5 photographs. I will show you the same photo board again. So you can identify the person you claim to be Sekou Jallow if he is on the photo board. May I ask the OB van to put the photograph on the screen, please? You have 5 photographs. Don't answer yet. OB van, can you zoom on the 5th photograph? What do you say to this one?
I do not recognize this one.
Show us 4, please.
4 nani jamonati obiba. No, not this one. Hani nyimpanante.
3, please.
Sabanjam. No, not this one.
Nyimpanante. Second.
Fulanjamo. No. Hani nyimpanante. 1 follow you. That's the man. Nilepongu.
Mr. Chair, may I ask that the record reflects the fact that the witness has identified the person in picture number 1 as the person who assaulted him and put his hands in cuffs. He claims the person is called Mr. Sekou Jallow.
Council ko chairman mbeni bambani lako nimume ya natalo findindi teng nyine mumboti meya lonko wala boyta la même si c'est kan ka klo kusa wokola boyta kan ka klendi wokola inata chelo bula bulola.
Mr. Chair, later we would have the witness sign a hard copy version of this same document, and we would put it in evidence to be called Exhibit 105, I beg your pardon.
Nyatol do mekaito de la meya lonko la même si c'est pas sign la sa dundi c'est le kaito lo kono menna no bakela Exhibit 105.
Request granted, Council, and observations noted.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
chairman ko hakilo ya jele ya mutale andu ba alondi la wala nyama.
So to clarify, Mr. Witness, this person on the picture, person number 1, is the person you claim assaulted you, and he is called Sehu Jallow.
Yes. Ya fanya mina mumoti meye boyin kan ke kelendi wokola hanko ko ke bulo la ka fanya Sehu Jallow.
Can you give us an estimate how many people really descended upon you that afternoon and beat you while you were being handcuffed by Sehu Jallow?
Isa ayir kono ila miro momen nanga mo kafta yo makke boyin kan gulum ke kelendi amanna da wala tumo le minata telo bule bulola.
It was a crowd about 10 to 15 people.
Can you stop the video and move it forward a little bit? Obi-Wan, stop the video and move it forward a little bit. I want this portion where the witness was talking about what happened at Fort Bullen. Managed to escape.
Yes.
What happened after that?
After that, around 5 o'clock, 5 p.m., the boss departed for Fort Bullen.
Do you have any idea how many people were in that bus?
The bus was full.
And how many people would you estimate to have been in that bus?
Maybe around 30.
We have a witness who put it at 50.
Well, it's possible because then I was in pain. I couldn't identify all of them.
So after 5 p.m. the bus left. Where did it go?
The bus left for Fort Bullen.
Where is Fort Bullen located?
Fort Bullen is in Barra.
Could you kindly move it forward a little bit?
It's just around the old capital, not go Rohifai, and many other people.
What were these people doing at the fort?
They are also arrested because they are later marched out of the fort to go on board the bus.
Apart from being told that the president, former President Jammeh, ordered that these people be arrested and taken for treatment, did you hear any other information as to why these people were being arrested?
No.
Could you move it forward a little bit, just a little bit? You said that one of the people involved in this arrest was a magician. Sorry about the sound. I just wanted it to move a little bit. Okay, all right, no problem. Let me just read out to you, Mr. I have the transcript here. And something else, according to the witness, happened at Fort Bullen. So I asked him this question, and what happened while you were at Fort Bullen? He said, while I was at the fort, Seku Jallow took me in a small room and removed the cuff from my hand.
tatoto je seku jallo ya samba bundingo do kono anatana han ko fo bonde abuloto.
And he called the soldiers to come.
Anatana sojarol kumande pura yena.
He was having a pistol in his hand. He pointed the pistol at me and asked if I know what he was handling. I responded in the negative. He said, "You don't know this?" I said, "I don't know." Then he pointed it at my neck and asked me to face the east and say my last prayers, which I did. That was the time he called all the older soldiers to come. I asked the question, at this stage, was he the only senior officer in government present? He said he was there with Omar Jao. Which Omar Jao are you referring to? OC Omar Jao at the Bara police station.
OC Omar Jao, Bara police station.
Then he went on to say that I asked him, you also told us Sehu Jallow was a lieutenant or captain at the time. Did he occupy any particular position that you know about? And the answer he gave was, he was alleged to be among Jame's killer squad called the Junglers. Mr. Jallow, I would not ask any further questions.
Mr. Jallow,
this is the evidence against you. Laugh as much as you like. And fire as much as you want. But this is something you would have to deal with. And convince the commission that these are all lies. I won't ask any further questions. But these are two witnesses. One came from Serekunda that day, and the other came from Esau. They did not talk to each other by any means. The floor is yours. No question.
But before you take the floor, Mr. Jallow, just some bit of warning that we do not hear the TRRC try to manage the emotions of witnesses. But the episode that we're dealing with, the theme that we're dealing with, was a very sad and tragic episode in the history of the Gambia. Witch hunting, stigmatization of people, killing them, beating them. Now we are hearing all that. That cannot make any witness come around here and laugh, whether or not they have detected lies from witnesses or not. So please, please cut down your laughing a little bit and address some questions posed by the council.
Mr. Chair, give him 5 minutes to respond. And
yes, indeed.
I would not ask any questions, and then later he would have the chance to give his closing submissions.
Thank you. Please, go on, Mr. Jallow.
First of all, Chairman, I would like to say I'm very, very sorry for the laughing, because some of the stories make me laugh, but I do not want to disrespect anybody.
Haketu Mr. Haketu Chairman, Najelo Kamma, Barbitung Malafi ka itandi ko bunya balialo mnyinti, amanka ko wale mundangani yote ka itandi.
Bari mkumul mfuta je wale fantami dete ko wale tamide defa wadati wala nakata ni jele fawati.
Okay.
Let me start with Jao.
Up?
akaba fulo la jawola
Jawo lied to the commission.
ako jawo kuma soto balole fo commission e
First of all, Salif Kaur was never part of the witch hunting group.
ako folo Salif Kaur mantara o kafo kono
Salif Kaur was based in Bara.
Salif Kaur be sirin num barale
Obviously, Jawo knows me very well.
to nyato nya jaworo aya lonne kendeke
And what I'm coming to say, the police headquarters can attest to that.
the police headquarters munekata je
You cannot have the police on fire for Minnesota.
ansio sedeano
Jawo came to the bar with a lower rank.
jawo nata bara ikani mu ani palasi nding
Jawo used to come to me every day crying and asking for help, for recommendation.
jawo kanante kan luwolu nding abe wasila pour ya maron sadi men sika la faroti
Is the same Jawo who said to me he blocked the UDP people when they were going to vote for your lawyer Dabo so that they most of them will vote because he was trying to favor Jammeh to win the election.
Mr. Witness, stick to the issue, please. Just respond the issues.
Allow me to my lessons with Jawo. He must know me. You giving them permission. You see, Esther, you have to be fair to me here. Don't give them permission. I don't want you to talk. This is a very serious allegation laid against me. Give me the floor. You said you're not going to talk. Allow me to talk to the Gambian people.
Address the issues.
Yes. So it's through me, Jawo have most of his rapid promotion. The police are there attested. Let them go and find out.
iko tonya jawo apura la place la fa ko munekata je okay aya la place la fa dalilo ala place la fa dalilo soto itelela
Yes. But then, when it comes to this witch, like I said, Alaji Tabora, Yafa Jammeh and others were arrested by Jawo through the help of Dudulu.
ko nga fanu nyamen tabora mane ya fatu jamme ani mo ko taw nyingolu bela muto asababo ketate jawlete anin dudulum
No,
babulum
Salif Kaur in between called me and said to me, Jawo had brought people to Fort Bullen.
Salif Kaur la foro kan wala nyinti ko nyimol briye mutaye samba Fort Bullen.
Salif Kaur is still alive. You can find out from the true story from him.
Salif Kaur be balurina hani be alsiani lin kano la ay kumo seneyandi.
That was the time I came to Bar.
Wato lo ntena tabara.
Alaji Tabora's family is still alive.
Alaji Tabora la dimbalo hani be balurin.
1 second. When I came to Fort Bullen,
Bring it at Fort Bullen.
I picked Alaji Tabora.
Nga gejumaji Alaji Tabora.
I took Alaji Tabora, yes.
Nga Alaji Tabora samba.
And I took some few other people, the Yafatu Jammeh.
Nga modanta fananta ani Yafatu Jammeh.
And Suleiman, something Saul, we call him Saul, the mother.
Ani mo kotem bije ka fo meye Saul.
I took them to their various compounds because I do not want them to get involved because they were arrested even before the Fullers came.
Ngebe sayindi la suolu kono kata ke bondije kato ngo ka hani janni nyim flolu binala.
No, because you told me and Jawole told me arrest together Alaji fight janni flolu bina.
Jaraw amunta Jawole tel be muta bitu tenate sayindi la suolu kono.
With Babulum.
Anim Babulum.
When I took Alaji Tabora to his house,
Nga Alaji Tabora biringa sambala bungoto.
this is what he gave me.
Ay nyine dinna aka nyimme yitandi teng.
He said to me, my son,
Akwa kay ndigma
you saved me from humiliation.
yen tankandi maloma.
I cannot pay you with money,
Nte jono la kodola.
but I want you to keep this with you
Ari lefta yenyim mute fango bulo kono.
for the rest of your life.
Ila baluwo mume obe kono.
This is my gift from you, from me.
Nyine munte fanana fenti nga membo ngani yoto ngadila.
From there,
Aboje
I went to I had a baby in Bara.
Kato tumo denano bembulu bara.
I went to my baby's mom. I was in their compound.
Ntata ndimaya otumo mtate la suokono je.
Whatever happened there,
Memmen keta je.
I have no idea about it.
Mang londi soto ato.
Jawo was doing something to impress Solo and have more recognition from Yaya Jammeh.
Jawo be kumen ke kanu nga lafta Solo le nya bondila pour isi makama lafa soto no Yaya Jammeh la karola pour kala palaso lafa.
I fell out with Jawo
Denin Jawo kuyata
because he plot against the UDP political party.
Katu alota pruka balangbaya samba UDP political party wakang.
And I said to him, I'm a soldier, I am not here for any single party.
Nkoye nko ntemu soja roleti ntemanna jam party wo party ye.
This is where my problem with Jawo started.
Nteni Jawo la kole ya kolu damu tata woleto.
And I avoided him.
Abirin jelom njam fatala.
With due respect to Jawo,
Animbi kabunya diate Jawo la.
I can tell the commission and the whole country.
Nsafo mbafala commission ye animbanko be.
Jawo lied to the commission.
Jawo faniale fo commission ye.
That's all what I can say when it comes to Jawo.
Nsio drone fono ninna ta Jawo la kuoto.
In fact, the same Jawo said to me,
Ate Jawo kilingole nyimfonte ko.
when he testified, he said, do you know that Esafal want your name to be mentioned?
Ko ako Esafal munke?
Put your name over at the commission. He said, so Esafal have something against you. And I told Esafal this.
Ko wole ya fata ko pour ise nyimfo Esafal ya commission to.
That Esafal want my name to be tarnished. It's like Esafal have some personal things against me. I said to him, Jawo, Esa don't know me.
Ako bitu Jawo nyine foko pour Esafal laftale pour kate tokuya. Bari nkate Jawo en ko bari Esa mante long.
You have seen the video. You have seen the video.
Bari fango video nyinjele sai.
Yeah, but this is why yesterday night I told you this, isn't it? We tried to call Jawo.
I don't know what Jawo said or did not say, but the thing is, you saw the video. You saw the video yourself. You saw Jawo's testimony. Jawo gave us a statement. I have never known Jawo in my life before. The first time I saw Jawo was when he came to testify.
Ndela Jawo jo kata sinya follow watu menganata sede ya rola. Man Jawo long na mandali bari bitung fango ye video nyingele ye mem fintindi ani membe fotaji.
Yes, because the reason why I mentioned when I had Jawo testifying, people were calling me from bar. I said, did you hear what Jawo said?
Nte brin Jawo ye sede ya roke molu sotontale menu fango ye kumandi kabo bara ko nyem fay Jawo la kumo moyle bang.
I look for his number. When I confront him, he have no other excuse but to try to stain other people.
Nga kata hani fo nga la nomba je ba bringa la nomba soto nga utumole nga nyininka.
And I said to him, Jawo, after all what I've done for you in life, this is what you have to pay me back.
Nga Jawo je ndenga ko membe keite nga membe no ite silang ite mam fen soto bente jola nyina fanyin.
On that side, I will leave it as it is. That was after it's a private conversation between me and him when he apologized, but it was too late.
Yo bitu tumole nga ko nyimbe aktartante ni Jawo le tema hanu fa kabe bolo sailan kai sila wo tarde tale.
Okay, let me come to this Lamin Cisse.
Ngana Lamin Cisse kang.
This Lamin Cisse said we went there and he said it's a medical treatment.
Ako ni Lamin Cisse ko ate tata jara role la.
He said this, we went there to pick people for medical treatment.
Tata min tole jara rola. Tata wulula le kamaje.
Don't mischaracterize. He said you told him that your parents are sick, they would have to be taken for treatment.
Kansule men folem nyindi ko itele afo Lamin Cisse ko iwulula lu mankende a adumbe sambale kate jara.
I repeat, I have never had that conversation with him.
Mesela kantene nin Lamin Cisse nene maudia moke.
And may Allah forgive both me and him of whatever he said towards me.
Goto alama ale yam fantena te be kuma kumandi na fotantel mo flo nyin la karola.
Mr. Jallo, can you hold on a second?
Mr. Jallo ila mo chairman lafta fem fole.
Mr. Jallo, if you can just conclude your intervention now. You see we are a bit depleted. Commissioners have gone for the Friday prayer, and we want to conclude this part. Please, go ahead. Finish quickly.
Ala chairman laftale kumonyin kumfa yetari ya bang ko ajele commissioner membe bi jangi be janjanta tata juma salola so silanga munta nyin ko laftale ya tari ande ay bandron kumonye ba.
I have never ever carried a handcuff in my entire life.
Selo ko atenene man handcuff mutaka abulakum ala balwo mume obekono.
And I've never ever handcuffed anybody in my entire life.
Akala balwo mume okono anene man handcuff bula momo ndimbulola.
And being a soldier, I was trained, if I withdraw my weapon, I will discharge it. And so that didn't happen.
Ako kake soja roti hani jora me ya lonko ya ado kundinya karang anena man kido fay.
Hani mo for
Ah yo sayaka.
Ako ndenga kido finti ndenga atli na kai kontela soldier ndenga kido finti ni moy nim bulo mamel ndenga kido finti na fe fo nga fay roke.
Yo okay.
And then this episode he said is absolutely lie. It had never ever happened. It had never existed.
Ay nyim kuma kama memfotengo mukuleti mendene manke ay kuma soto balole foje nene maoke.
Just one question.
I listened to his interview.
Just one question.
Yes.
Just one question.
Council be nyini kala kuma kilinela.
This witch hunting exercise started in Kanilai.
Nyim boade mo dam tata Kanilai.
You went to Kanilai.
Itata Kanilai.
Yes sir.
You went to Karor.
Itata Karor.
Yes sir.
You went to Dobong.
Itata Dobong.
Yes sir.
You went to Bajagar.
Itata Bajagar.
Yes sir.
You went to Sintet.
Itata Sintet.
Yes sir.
You went to Bintang.
Itata Bintang.
Yes sir.
You went to Jambur.
Itata Jambur.
Yes sir.
You went to Makumbaya.
Itata Makumbaya.
Yes sir.
You went to Banjul.
Itata Banjul.
Yes sir.
You went to Bara.
Itata Bara.
Yes sir.
And somebody in SL
yes,
accused you of beating him up in the witch hunting exercise. And you say it's not true.
It's not true, sir.
Thank you very much.
Baraka.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Jallo.
Mr. Jallo.
And thank you for your testimony.
It's
taken almost 2 days. We appreciate the time that you had given to the Commission. And to come and give your own account of what really happened. Your closeness to the former president has been discussed at length. We thank you very much indeed for your testimony. And this concludes the formal part of our proceedings now. We will go for Juma prayers at the moment. And then come back at 3 o'clock to conclude the public hearings. Thank you all very much indeed. Meeting is adjourned.
Do I have the chance to say a few things, please?
Oh, please, can you do it very quickly? What is it that you want to say, Mr. Jallo?
First of all, I would like to thank the commission. From the chairman to the last person. And I would like to sincerely apologize to all Gambia who I might wrong knowing and unknowingly. And let Gambians know I'm just a human being, I'm not a saint. I might make mistakes alongside my job during my 11 years military career.
Adung asikeno ngafilolu ke nadoko nyinkono na sojaria doko wuche okono.
And let them know I was also equally a victim like any other person because I fought against the lies.
Katu salom fanan ko nte fanan mantoro la tankanne katu nata ke moti mellota purka kuma sato balolu kele.
So, but one thing that I feel it was kind of a disappointing towards me.
Ukilinde o nata ke mfeko jikila teole moti ntela karola.
I've seen criminals being paraded and then being told they are heroes.
Ngajele mo kurungulu men ya lonko keta kurung kela leti bari na tawlu fintindi ke nganyandi ka fo wulu mu ngana leti.
Mr. Jallo, we are not interested in these things. Mr. Jallo, we are not interested in these things. The politics of other issues, we are not interested in that. Please just make your closing remarks.
Mr. Fall, I have to allow me to say what I want to say.
No. But we should not really be debating issues here. This is not the forum.
Just say your.
Just say your closing remarks, or we just cut it. Please respect the procedures. We don't allow these things here. We don't allow these things.
You had every time to defend me in the eyes of the Gambian people. Allow me to say what I've done.
Mr. Jallo, that is out of the line, please. Make your closing remarks and leave that.
If you think that way, I wish to sincerely apologize then.
Thank you very much.
Well, and then I want to say...
Mbemolu bolo saila natranga silobula.
In your nasamele bukana kumbom ke phone.
Iko?
Well, I'm talking in Jola.
Jola come yo aha. Awa.
Wait for the interpreter to come.
But Jola come follow ena.
No. You sit down.
Go ahead.
My sincere greetings to my people in Fonyi.
Kabo Brom kata fo Kallaji.
From Bulong to Kallaji. Bulok to Kallaji.
Kabo Bulok kata fo Kallaji.
From Bulok to Kallaji.
Lenyul sanken none.
As you know that I am your son.
Pardon? I'm not hearing. And dolu ntemi kotoleti.
I am an elder brother to some. If I happen to offend anybody,
okay, anosana lusimi. Okay, momo ya mira konte ngato nyele wato minambena doko wala.
If I happen to offend anybody or anybody who thinks that I have offended that a person in this in the duration of my service.
No, during the which one process? In Yomdala you can
I'm pleading for forgiveness from all of you. So that you will know that.
Nte Sehu Jallo.
Me Sehu Jallo.
Man sembo soto.
I have no powers.
Enga kambu? I'm not getting him.
Interpreter, you can't hear him well or what?
Say it in Mandinka where the interpreter has a difficulty to say it, please.
Okay.
To bring these witch hunters to my village, saying that they are going to hunt for witches and wizards. Whatever has happened in that period, you should know that I have been sent. If it has been left to me alone, anything like this would have never happened. Because of that, I'm appealing for forgiveness. So that you can forgive me.
Okay, Fonyi Nkolu itoli senyo muta ku
the people of Fonyi should unite because they are the same people. They shouldn't allow politics to separate them. If they are not, even if they are not Jola, being Mandinka, Fulas, they are all the same. My sincerest thanks to them, and I hail all of you. My greetings to all of you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Mr. Jallo. And we will go for prayers and then come back at 3 o'clock for the final session. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much. Thank you all very much. Meeting is adjourned.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, indeed.
I
Sorry, my
have
apologies.
one last exhibit. That is the infamous Jame list.
Oh, yes, indeed. Oh, that's an important one.
Exhibit number.
Yeah. That's okay. And if we can, before the state master, we'll do that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Meeting is adjourned.
The whole menkono is yeah. Atebe holo menkono wala mabe bungu menkono aka ekole. Jawo den tewo. Ndita dula do sallallahu. Because it is 1:45. Cham jiri. Fine. Makadin. Good. Fognade. Wow. My closing speech. Okay. Okay. No, my phone is on Mola.
Don't compare.
Okay.
I'm mom like Ame.
Okay. No, binda bidendija.
Munewa chairman. So then code characters.
Okay. I'm going to put bottom.
Wow.
Yeah. Hey, Paul Dunda Nyodole between TRRC la closing be start at 3 o'clock. So between Bajala ko Malong adun ninga start 3 mo Malong abe banna wati meng. Yeah, so sila wole Paul be jahas bar nim pareta. mbe kumandila nga jube mbe kala nyami ha han kana jele ko letella ko ko le atama wala nan ko mbatu ngete fulo kumandi ha mba ko la nga be explain ay ha okay Yuma ana man ha Tawo man tadula to mbe wakila na sinja mansal jo mutan kana ta wollaten nkanna molle kumbe lafta wolle diamund la fulo ka fo en kontina no la because itella news nyanta start la 3 o'clock yeah so sila mba fulen ko I cannot make it ite ngam fula be ko walla no mbalu be fare fo itata ju masalo la ban Nam
allo Dawda Dieng Dawda man dégguma la de dégguma andi ada taalal sa bos indiw so man bii fixe ma ko sax demal Dawda ma wax non léegi kay moom di nga ma dégg because fixe naa ko Dawda déglu
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back from the lunch break. And we will continue with our proceedings for the day and get to the final session of the public hearings of the TRRC.
Chairman Kabe Mobe Kontona, Itung Abaita Jama Belako, Metembo Mento, Silang Nata Liro Sita Tokomon Fata Kulu Bandulareto, o Kamala Abe Kontondroni TRRC, Toya Laba, Comfortan La Mobe, ma Memeni Lonko, Ibulole Bakono Bang, Idabe do Kotole by Ketanyonya di Nyama, Ibe Dawan and Dimfanang, Abela Flan in Kamwe Futa Mobe.
Chairman, Munemunge Nuyu Askanwib. Len xamal ne nak fim nek ni exi nañ ci pandawga ci jotaay bi nga xamne fofu lañ tollu ni tay
musidɓe am fulɓe kiyaman ko woni ko wiide ɗo ko ɗum woni legge TRRC ɗen kan wonni min hewti jonde nden ka sakkitorum ɗo tawi mo yetta fof mo andandama wondema junngo ma naati e golle TRRC ɗen wallugol TRRC ha yiya golle ɗen yaara yeeso mo yetta fof mo jarna on
ko palon ko jola jumre safol ciaman on arege nyanande on bade saf bu ko nak tu na tentu mate ko jaat burka bolli man non tongu me kané jaatu botum ka banak jaatu dot bot me bané nyaaw mbal alawe na tentu bu kana kanu magni me ko kuludu no nyenoli bu go jokku man burka banolu saf mi o kambo man mambo meno e ko ban man funan ware mu bambo jaat a baraka on ba safero.
We may recruit somebody to do the Sarahule part of it. But let me just show you or tell you what the scenario is like. This is not likely to be more than 40 minutes or so of our exercise.
Ko barbitum asekeno fo mo nyinimba membe sarkule kam fola ko barbitum nyin e kulo me yalonko asekate tambila minute tannanola me yalonko abe kala do ko kono kuleti fanan na be ngoto jang
mune li nak mu ngi xamal nit ñi ne jotaay la boo xam ne du guddal lool du weesu sax ñeen fukki minute mu bokk ci li nga xam ne nag ci suñ liggéey yi la bokk
wi ko woni ko wiide o wi o sikku noon kadi ɓen fonno ɗaɓɓude neɗɗo kadi ndar nantino ele musidɓe men sarankulle ɓen kono haade ha joni kadi mo faamina yimɓe ɓe wondema jonde nde wonɗen ɗo nden o sikkani yawta minute aji 40 hara en saakike
mbarege nani tike panu nges ananatume ke elebedi ku kanga tiku fusara hule bare hande be jat o mbayi sinema te ko kala ka kan lako nyam mom le ku wuju si minutes kanko gaba
we will I will deliver a set of prepared remarks from the chair.
Be kuma kanulu bankela meya lonko wonum kuma kam prendi ngolleti men be bola commission fon la siranti wala karola ka futandi jama muluma
mune dina fi garal nak ay kaddu yo xamne mu ngi baye ko ci mom mi ci bopam mi nga xamne mo nek ci boppi togo bi ci commission bi fi
wi ha joni hande ga won don do e o jonira e kongol ngol andandangal immorto e dow yamirore makko kanko hore jonde den te dum woni o faala halande jama on
nane o pana sen furima fanu magnimi furima fakiliaf di o fotumi proué ani fana tejum ko teyati fuja jabo fe
It will be followed by remarks from the commissioners, each one.
Neo botala commissioner lumenu bijang kiliwo kilim fanambe kumalu sotolale ibe mem banke la jang
buñ baye ko ci lolu nak bu ko defé commissioner yi fi tew kenn ku ci nek dina fi garal kaddom
don feƴƴi commissioner ɓen kadi kala e maɓɓe heɓuɗo ko faala haalde e nder haala kan ino wawi e haalde hen konngol makko e seeɗa
puto dia ko commissioner antate a pajja furim be sen be kasanken o popona sen
and that will be followed by remarks from our legal team.
Neo botala utumolem na alfal men be sirin luala karola jang men yalon ko lem consulti men ka nyininkaro ke ulfanal be la kuma kangul folale
bu ko defé nak ñi nga xamné ñoy council bi ñi nga xamné ñoo nek ci bunti loi bi ñoom tamit dinañ fi garal seeni cadeau
o si don feƴƴi kadi ɗum woni jogiiɓe sengo e loi on ɗum woni council en ɓe andata kamɓe woni landade e nder jonde nden ɗo ɓen kadi si ɓe jogii koɓe haala ɓen kadi jondete ɓe haala hen konngol seeɗa
putoja kambe di kapane kati loya ko ka kenge minang on jade fuja kala ka di fuja jaful fe ko popan ko seni man ko pop ko sanken on ko to be seni man kana ko jam.
And that will be then followed by the unit that makes us all operate without their coordination and guidance, and we would not be able to do our work as different units, and that's the secretariat.
Yo batala office of fongo memmarata jang do kulu Kenya la men ya lonko ning itel tennum abe koleala bakele pour kantella do ko nyin tamandi dinkira nyin to jang ulfanal bela kuma kan ulfalale katu wolem dinkirati men ya lonko wolem office ba fongo memmarata ya ratsi do kulu ning kulu Kenya la dinkirato jang.
Mune buñ ci bayé ko nak ñi nga xamné ñom bu doonul ñom liggéey bi nga xamné moy dox TRRC fi du mëna dox ñom ñoy ñi nga xamné dal ñoo yoré wali doxine liggéey kat yi nga xamné ñoo nekk fi TRRC mu di secretariat bi dinañ fi garal kaddu.
wi si feƴƴi ɗon kadi konngol ɓe jonnayngol office wiyeteɗo secrétarial kamɓe kadi si wonano kamɓe ligge TRRC ɗen sattayno ko kamɓe jogui ligge TRRC de fof ko yahata ɗo konko feƴƴata kan den kadi hokko ɗo kamɓe kadi ɓe jonnete si ɓe jogui koɓe faala haalde kamɓe kadi ɓe haala.
Putoja ko welangi flimete ko sen secretary flimete fati secretary buku ko kame bukana kanu manmi broka beti aras tu mam bu jor mino tu buko ko ko mi kanja le buko broka bolele le bu ngole bu jol pantini fam fam nya banya no seni mam bu opo ko rek forma fam ko warem ko sembu jama man kana ko jam.
But before we get to that, I will call on the legal counsel to complete one procedural matter that we wanted them to finish when the last witness finished his testimony.
Dari janimbe dunna okono aba kango di la legal counsel la wala lead counsel ti pour asikolu to labang me ya lonko wala be dending mo labang la men labanta sede yaro la jang kudo tuta ko me ya lonko lead counsel nyanta wala to labanna bitunga be kango di la wala pour wo yodo ko tke.
Mune bala mo garal kaddom nak dina jox kaddu gi ki nga xamne mo jité lawyer yi fi mu di lead counsel bi mu matal lo xamne waron nañ ko sotal ci ki nga xamne moy séda bi fi mujjé ñew mu sokko jox kaddu gi.
O wi kono do dum mu fala jonnude haala kan woni lead counsel ko wandanda wonda kanko kadi kanko landoto séda ben sibe ari TRRC do woni o séda sakkiti do haalde do ko haali kon do gelendema o haali do wodi ko andandama wonda hino fota natinede e der haala makko kan pour o wawa nadinde dum e der haala kan wawa wonde e seede e der haala makko kan mo wawi wadde dum
Nane bala tong pana langin firma ka sen council on kono mi lead council o kamma council anu mani mo kengi mi dire ku seeda nya asida am nu mani mi o alla bango mi kasanke nak jaat baba ji wafa no manje ware alla bang ne di ka seeda ko la barel kant nya wona wange ma ringin man ku nap di do di ko seeda ko la kana semmi dire jaat naka fe jaat.
Council, you have the floor,
yes,
please.
Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for giving me the opportunity to finalize on the presentation of the evidence. You would recall, Mr. Chair, that we have received a list from witness Sehu Jallo.
Inumbara bake chairman bitung mbe numbara la wakanka itandiko yesilo dinna pour ngana kulu be kum fame ya lonko wolle keta sede labang la dia moti jangay kuma kan lu menu fo ni hila hakilo bakan ay tolle futandim majang me ya lonko wulmu molle toluti atala sede yaro kono ay menu fintindi bitu inumbara bake pour be mu kula bangoti ngaw tentendi ka to labang.
Jërëjëf chairman lead council mu ne jërëjëf chairman ci li nga ma jox kàddu gi pour ma sottal nag bi nga xam ne moo aju ci mbiri seede bi nga xam ne moo fi mujjee teew boo ko fàttale ko nag am na ay tur yoo xam ne joxe woon na ko fii yooyu laa bëgg a feeñal.
o jarama kiya man kono si tawa manditare seede on ɗo ko wattu mo jonnayno ɗo o seede sakkitiro momen sakkitori ɗo ko wattu mo jonnayno seede yagal makko ngal o haalino ɗo inde yimɓe ɓe andandama wondema ɓe bolinano ko kante haala ko ɗum o faala pour o wawa natinde ɗum kante haala.
Abarka chairman man wuna nya bu jajafu bare nan kanja panu wolo aseda lan ka sede tate ya na baba ju res wana senetate woni bajnyadi kanyina kumbung woni mange mbuno mambil rek res ndaw kayta ka kiliak mi ngoni ruko di kasanke nak.
Mr. Chair, the list Sekou Jallow called it the list of enemies, Jammeh's list of enemies, or list of Jammeh's enemies, or whatever. But the legal team called it Jammeh's spiritual hit list.
Inum barabake chairman sedo yin tolu menu diteng ako nyillo moluti men yalonko wallemu jamme jawoluti itolu bebe kensundi ndameng walla mo safono jamme ye mennu muta jawoluti walle tolu be kensundi ngoto andu molle me yalonko jamme atela miraroto ako nyi abe nyi lekkelendi la ni moria silola pour mendiata te woyetama walla koto
tur yi nga xam ne moom la fi seede bi joxe nag seede bi nim tuddee tur yooyu nga xam ne moom lañ fi joxe moo di ñooñu ñëpp ñoo di ay nooni jàmme waaye nag ñoom ñi nga xam ne ñoo di looya yi ñoom niñ ko tuddee moo di ay limi tur lañ yoo xam ne ñooñu ñoom la jàmme lim pour yóbbu leen ci yi nga xam ne ñoo di ay sëriñam
wi kono a jarama wi ɓe inde ɗe seede on jonni men ɗo kanko e sengo makko o wi ko yimɓe ɓe andanda wonno ko ko gañoɓe président wonnoro ɗon ɗum woni Yaya Jammeh kono noon kamɓe sengo maɓɓe ɗum woni kamɓe looyaɓe ka office maɓɓe ɓe yimɓe ɓe andandama wondema inde maɓɓe windama ni o seede maɓe jonni ɓe kamɓe ko inde ɓe andanda ko ɗum ɓe joddi inde koɓe ƴettiɓe kon ko ɗum woni ko inde yimɓe ɓe andandama wondema ko fotaɓe liggede sengo ceernoyagal pour hara ɓe wawata hayfus e Yaya Jammeh
nane kay takko namre rege yomi ka reso wati bokana kan jamme asof mi yaje ma sof mani koko mi ku jawa kola nane bara boko ko loya ko man koko juk meno kone kayta koko bokana ku kan ko safirum kayta ko ya jamme amami be ngaru resolil mate be babu ku muro mamba muri tike takam pungole no handi wa fo mami o wana wasa na wana ngole be kanidire mo fam mbangol na kaw na manama meno watu wa fitu purto
Mr. Chair,
in Council, you've done very well. After hearing the testimony of the witness, you four brilliant lawyers have come up with the right title. Indeed, spiritual hit list.
Chairman ko lead council akai aliedo ku kende baleke barbitun atel lawyer nanolu alnata nyin kaito tola me yalon ko wole fon nyanta kala atoti wole morolu nyanta kelo men kala jamme ka fot kaito nyin ka tola ko molu menno nyante kelendi la moria silola
chairman mu ne mu ngi gërëm lead council nak ci xel mu rafet mi nga xam ne ñoom ñeneenti lawyer yi booloo nañ ci ba jox tur wi nga xam ne mooy tur wi war ci tur yooyu nga xam ne moom la jàmme binda loolu moo di ne ñooñu ay tur lañ ñoo xam ne ñoom lañ jox pour ñu song leen ci jaarale ko ci ay sëriñ
mo council a jarama tigiri an e yimɓe maɓe ɗum woni onon looyaɓe nayoɓen inde ko jonnuɗon gon ɓe yimɓe ɓe andandama heɓe winda e ndi kaydi inde no jonnuɗon ɓene ko inde moƴƴude tigiri ko ɗum woni yimɓe ɓe andandama wondema yiɓe fota e haɓede e sengo ceernoyagal e dow Yaya Jammeh
ande chairman la nyama asale council kuloyaku bakira nani mi jikan kam buroko ba jange buroko ba jongore parce que joju man jingare ka res ka jongore ji sendi kayita resoti buko kam di kayita made ko bukan kanu manje ko ya jamande jobe ka tikendi fu mure
Mr. Chair, actually the credit should go to Sagar Jahate and Mariama Singate for coming up with that very appropriate name. And if the list is accepted in evidence, it should be Exhibit 228.
Yeah, lead council ko bitum wo todiya nyanta dila menula wolem Sagar Jahate ani Mariama Singate amunda etele kaito nyin tola wonya bitum ning misali kama chairman be sonna pour ka dundi sede kaito lukono i nyanta akela sede kaito ala nomba nyanta kala 228 leti wolem sede kaiti kemefula muang anin sayinjaw
waaw lead council mu ne chairman nag ndam li moom nañ ko jox rek Mariama Singate ak Sagar Jaxate ndaxte ñoom ñoo ñëw ak xel mu rafet moom nga xam ne moom lañ jox tur yooyu noonu léegi nag daf ko bëgg a dugal ci kayiti seede yi ñu jox ko li nga xam ne moo di limi ñaar fukk ak juróom-ñett
wi ay a jarama kono noon si yettugol no ton ko ɗum yettete ɓen ko ɗum woni council wiyeteɗo Sagar Jaxate kañum e council wiyeteɗo Mariama Singate ko ɓen fota yettede sabu bu ko kamɓe ardi e nde inde pour jonnugol nde inde ndi kaydi te si tawi woni wondema kiyaman woni heƴi e ma jaɓi wondema pour ndi kaydi ndi wawe natinede kandre haala ha joni hindi jonde numéro mo andanda wona temeɗe ɗiɗi nogayes e jeetati
Lead council na langi mfrema senchiama na netate kanja anatu mesale ankote mesale Mariama Singate di akone me sagar jahate o koto mesale parce que koku bimi ku ngulu karesa koku na bari nyane karesa ka enne kayita ko kan nawre na ruddi kas enna di CDI ko panko senko karesa kati sikeme sigaba kanko gaba di futok si feji kabana di futok si feji astaghfirullah.
And Mr. Chair, perhaps before we do that, I should read out the list because we noticed that many people were struggling to get the full list as people think it is important to have the full names. I am sure Mr. Chair reminded us and his students of history that this is reminiscent of the list of enemies during the Watergate scandals that affected President Nixon.
Lead council ko bitun silang abe tolu nyili karannale katu mo jama be solari nyin tolu la barakata doli ko leati pour que nyin tolu be kensun ke be soto koy laftala nyami andu nyin ko anim mennata mulia wala americano la wato men ka fo moy Watergate scandal wo mo toku ya kuleti même funditanu mo la president ya wuci ko no ka fo moy president Nixon amunta nyin kayto la Kenya ni wala lafta muliala
mune nak chairman nako may mu daldi limat tour yoyeb ndaxte am nañu ci bari ñoo xamne ñu ko bëggona am te amon nañ jafé jafé nak pour mëna am tour yeb mu ngi koy mengalé rek ak xew xew bo xamne xewon na ci America jamono yi ki nga xamne mo fa jité won di Nixon
wi ha joni kiyaman ko ne council ko ne ko wiide wi ha joni inde den o fala rewtade inde den o hala sabu yimbe on jama on duudino ton be anda wa wonde ma ha joni be hebi cadele seeda pour famugol de inde fof te o wi wonde ma ndi kaydi wonde sidi jabama kadi o indi heba en nafa sabu o wi wonde ma dum himo nandondirde dum e goddum mawdo goddo wiete wonnodo America ma danda wonde ma ko misali do kon hino yaadi mo nandondire e mum
nane mo nan kiama mambawno ma dikarita kan rega nyamomu ureso wondo mi mamba regu ureso kakun parce que baba kan kamen kan manyi kuma mambe manjo ureso mi diro bad nikani ko afano nyi kolya nana banja arudo jadi sidi banja kayta kuku nama be nam ko di anifana ki America ko wi mane jaw meno o pop di ko ele namo
Mr. Chair, I'll read out the names now, and please, this would not require any interpretation.
Please proceed.
Kukoi Samba Sanyang. Kukoi Samba Sanyang. Panderi Mbai. Panderi Mbai. Esa Hawa Bukar Si. Essa Hawa Bokar Si. Maître Abdoulaye Wade, Sénégalese President. Maître Abdoulaye Wade, Sénégalese President. Karim Wade. Karim Wade. Sekou Sabali. Sekou Sabali. Ousseynou Dabo. Ousseynou Dabo. Halifa Sallah, PDOIS. Halifa Sallah, PDOIS. Henry Gomez, GPDP. Henry Gomez, GPDP. Hamad Ba. Dr. Boro Suso. Dr. Boro Suso. Lieutenant Landing Sane. Lieutenant Landing Sane. Baba Kajali Job. Baba Kajali Job. Sirif Ba Job. Sirif Ba Job. Pasala Jagne. Pasala Jagne. Ibrahima Ismaila Chongan. Ibrahima Ismaila Chongan. Captain Edward David Singate. Captain Edward David Singate. Lieutenant Colonel Peter Singate. Lieutenant Colonel Peter Singate. Tombong Sedi. Tombong Sedi. Turo Jaune. Turo Jaune. Duta Kamaso. Duta Kamaso. Fode Makalo. Fode Makalo. Useindu Mbenga. Useindu Mbenga. Keba Sanyang, former Justice Minister. Keba Sanyang, former Justice Minister. Samuel Sarr, Minister of Energy, Senegal. Samuel Sarr, Minister of Energy, Senegal. Cheikh Tidiane Gadio, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Senegal. Cheikh Tidiane Gadio, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Senegal. Baboucar Blaise Ismaïla Diagne. Baboucar Blaise Ismaïla Diagne. President Blaise Compaoré, Burkina Faso. President Blaise Compaoré, Burkina Faso. President Muhammad Gaddafi, Libya. President Muhammad Gaddafi, Libya. Actually, we wrote it out we typed it out in a fresh sheet of paper. I just noticed that the spelling on the original document, James' handwriting, and the spelling in the typed document that we prepared is not the same. And we have to faithfully represent what is in the original document. The original document is President Muammar Gaddafi, Libya. President Muammar Gaddafi, Libya. Idrissa Seck, Senegalese former Prime Minister. He said Idrissa Seck, Senegalese former Prime Minister. Alaji Bora Manjang. Alaji Bora Manjang. Awa Sise Sabali. Rather, it's Hawa Sise Sabali. Hawa Sise Sabali. Amina Fall Sonko. Amina Fall Sonko. Antuman Gay, lawyer. Antuman Gay, lawyer. Abdoulaye Kujabi Dobong. Abdoulaye Kujabi Dobong. Ansumana Kujabi Dobong. Ansumana Kujabi Dobong. Mustafa James Kujabi. Mustafa James Kujabi. Alaji Mai Fati, GMC Party. Alaji Mai Fati, GMC Party. Sidia Jata, PDOIS. Sidia Jata, PDOIS. Dr. Boro Suso. He repeated Dr. Boro Suso. He is number 11 and also number 38. Dr. Sirif Sise. Dr. Sirif Sise. Lieutenant Bakari Kamara. Lieutenant Bakari Kamara. Superintendent Manlafi Sanyang. Superintendent Manlafi Sanyang. Mariam Jack Dentin. Mariam Jack Dentin. Momodou Kadi Cham. Momodou Kadi Cham. Madike Sipiter Diallo. Madike Sipiter Diallo. Pa Nyeling Suare. Pa Nyeling Suare. Colonel Ousmane Ndour Cham. Colonel Ousmane Ndour Cham. Major Khalifa Bajinka. Major Khalifa Bajinka. Zag Zignou. Zag Zignou. Emma Hard, Sky News. Emma Hard, Sky News. Peter Gomez, radio announcer. Peter Gomez, radio announcer. Pap Sen, The Point newspaper. Pap Sen, The Point newspaper. Madi Cisse, journalist. Madi Cisse, journalist. Fatou Diaw Mane, journalist. Fatou Diaw Mane, journalist. Babukar Bless Ismaila Jagne, UN. That's the second mention of him. Babukar Bless Ismaila Jagne, UN. Modou Cisse, UN. Modou Cisse, UN. Abdoulaye Balde, Senegal. Abdoulaye Balde, Senegal. Fode Makalo. Fode Makalo. Korosala, Sweden. Korosala, Sweden. Lieutenant Yankuba Baji, former Commander Kanilai. Lieutenant Yankuba Baji, former Commander Kanilai. Dr. Mamadou Lamine Sidat Diop. Dr. Mamadou Lamine Sidat Diop. Dr. Sirif Cisse, he too is mentioned the second time. Dr. Sirif Cisse. Mr. Bakary Ndiaye, formerly Gamtel. Mr. Bakary Ndiaye, formerly Gamtel. Mr. Jibril Jobate, USA. Mr. Jibril Jobate, USA. And Mr. Chair, the last name is Mamadou Lamine something, but it's not clear when the scanned document was sent over. So we will try to get the original document and try to also clarify the last name. That is the list, Mr. Chair, Jammeh's spiritual hit list. The interesting thing is some of the people on the list, like Mr. Sibiter Jallo, is a mechanic. I wonder how zipping his mouth would be relevant in this case.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Council. For the benefit of those who did not hear the reading of this list yesterday, can you give just very briefly background to the list and how it was put together, that it was from the original?
Mr. Chair, according to the witness, Sekou Jallo, this document was prepared by Yaya Jammeh himself.
Yeah.
Ko sedo ya itandi nyamin nyin kaito amunta ya Jammeh fongole nyim parendi ka nyin tolu kafunyoma.
Chairman laaj na lead council tur yooyu naka la ñëwee lim ko wax nag mooy day seede bi lim wax mooy ne Yaya Jammeh ci boppam moo binda tur yi ni
Chairman ko landi kon council do honno be yimbe do honno inde dan hebori o wi ko jaabi ma kon seede ko jaabi ko Yaya Jammeh tigi woni neddo mo anda wonno kanko windi inde be yimbe
Chairman bakkenge council alloya kama bukane man reso bunu bajorme alloya no jaabi yo minano a president fango Yaya Jammeh safero reso bete be ba ko muro ma baroki.
It should be noted that the witness escaped the Gambia with these documents when he left around 2010.
Ansang hakilo to nyindo ko nyin selo fango abortale ka banko bula 2010 sango kono birabita afana nyin kayto tata nyola nyin tolu be kayto membala
mu dañu xamal nak ne seede bi dafa dawoon génn réewi Gambia dem bitim réew te ba moo dem nag ci la àndaale ak kayit bi nga xam ne moom la Yaya Jammeh binda ci atum 2010
council wi ha joni mo famina jama o wondema o seede mo andana ko addindi kaydi yeso TRRC do ko wattu jamanu mo dogayno o yaltandi leedi ko on wattu o yaadi e ndi kaydi ndi andana ma wonda be yimbe ne inde mabbe no winda e mayri
ma lead council pomba continue de kamangi nak bakanako matiko asiedo mu wata na la ko me epuredi mo fa be Gambia ete me pure mo fa me Gambia no na teorum de kayta koko
2010 was the departure time of the witness from the Gambia, but the document itself was put together, he said, about 2008.
Yes, he said the document was put together circa 2008, that is around 2008.
Mem fota wala mnyinti selo nya aborta ay bankobla 2010 barbitun kayto nyim fonla da wato wo keta sango men kono wala 2008.
li moo déggeral foofu rek mooy ne seede bi de bi moo daw di ànd ak kayit bi atum 2010 la woon waaye jamono ji ko Yaya Jammeh doon binda loolu ci boori 2008 la xewoon
ko woni ko wiide ko ɗum woni o ndi kaydi ndi andandama wonde hindi winda ɗo o seede hitande ndo yaltayno e ndi leydi o yaada e ndi kaydi ko ɗum woni hitande 2010 e sengal tubakore kono noon koye 2008 Yaya Jammeh windi ndi kaydi
ona mami be kam mangi nak pom nan asiedo na la ko mi jite jola mamba pour di mo fame Gambia yo kankane mi tati 2010 bare kayta ko na Yaya Jammeh ko kasafala kewre sabu ko di kayta yo e mi tati 2008
Mr. Chair, we have compared the handwriting with other documents we have that contain Yaya Jammeh's handwriting. We can tell you with all confidence that this was Yaya Jammeh's handwriting.
Lead council ko yaning safero bulla safero lem yanin safero dolu lale ka korosi ke bonyoto me yalon ko wala keta Yaya Jammeh la safer nyati adu itata mentara je wolem nyinti ko nyin safero aketa Yaya Jammeh fangole la bulula saferoti wala ya itandi ko afangole nyin kayto safe
Lead council mu ne biñ jotee kayit bi nga xam ne ci lañ binda tur yi nii binda ko ak loxo te ki ko binda moo di Yaya Jammeh jël nañ ko nag méngale ko ak yeneeni kayit yoo xam ne yooyu tamit Yaya Jammeh moo ko binda ak loxoom biñ ko seetee nag mu óor leen peng ne kayit bi bon Yaya Jammeh moo ko binda
o Lead council ko woni ko wiide ko ɗum woni ndi kaydi ndi andandama wondema ɓe yimɓe inde maɓɓe no winda e mayri gila ɓe hendindi ɓe daarindi ɓe dartindindi ɓe ƴetti kaydi wondi kadi ndi andandama wondema ko Yaya Jammeh windi ndin kaydi ɓe dartindiɗi kono ɓe faami wondema ɗi kaydiji ɗiɗi fof si a dartindike kaydiji ɗiɗi fof jungo windago ɗon go windungo ɗi bindi no ɗin fof ko bindi Yaya Jammeh ko jungo makko ngo windi ɗi kaydi andandama wonde ɓe yimɓe ɓe haalaɓe ɗo ɓen ko kanko windi
Lead council on bayi sinen ane kayta ko basafara bam dum ni kayta ko resabo kanako ka safara basafara bati Yaya Jammeh man kame wan ko rek momu ko ne ko bangare man ko namen du basafara bana safara mdu yito waaw pop kanyina kola non ko namen ndi ko jike di seti ko mate ko basafara bakuna bobu ni kayta ko bokom ni kanyina ko kayta ko wato Yaya Jammeh o nga wa safe mi di ko resatu wa mi di kayta ko ke
and Mr. Chair, well, the witness claims that when he escaped to Senegal, he entrusted the document into the custody of somebody for safekeeping.
Ko lead council ya fanyamin birin sedo be borla anin kayto nyin tata nyolale biton biradun ta Senegal afana nata kayto nyin ta aya dun alanna mo bulu puru usi kayto nyin mabo aye fo jalningate be sulalala.
Somebody has asked me why didn't I disclose the name of the person who kept the document? Well, my answer to that is we simply have obligations under the law. The statute obliges us to protect witnesses and sources. So it would be reckless on our part to disclose that information.
Lead council ko mo soton tale meya anyinin ka foko bring sedo nyimbe borla kata banko kabulan ko bula anin kayto tata nyola silang ay kayto nyin karafa jumalema Senegal bari lead council ya mari jabi nyala ko sartolu anin luwalu lanya kan ayaitandile ko ntelu fanal ni sedo lu menu kadu koke ni munna lon kunto dunoleti nyanto la karola pour kawlu fanalu kanta satarante la kulu banke la kayitandi o dalilo le ya sabu amanson na fula o mariye kayto nyin dita juma la praya mabo
Lead council mu ne ki nga xamne modi sédé bi kayit bi nga xamne mom lañ bind tur yi ni bi mo dem nak di génn réew mi daf ko dénkaane kum óolu ca Sénégal pour mu gardeel ko mu ne nag am na ñoo xam ne ñu ngi ko laaj lana tax mënut a wax turi kooka nga xam ne moom la seede bi dénkoon kayit bi mu ne waaye nag ñoom ci ñoom luwaa jox na leen doole luwaa ar na leen ba nga xam ne képp koo xam ne ñu ngi jëflante ñoom wala képp koo xam ne jotee nañ xibaar ci moom mun nañ la bañ a wane sa tur ci wàlli sekkare ba nga xam ne luwaa bi dina la aar ci bunta boobu
Lead council ko ɗum ko woni ko wiide ko ɗum woni o seede ɗo gila o dogayno ndi leydi o yalta o yahno ha Sénégal ndi kaydi noon ko gila o hewti Sénégal woodi mo halfinnodi toon joni noon mo halfinnodi toon o o wi kanko lead council wodi landiɗo mo ko waɗi o mo halfinaɗo ndi kaydi on ko waɗi a wirtani inde makko nden yimɓe fof anda ko hombo o wi lead council ko jaabimo o wiimo wondema menen kadi e ley loi on meɗen heeɓi laawo droit wondema sifa ɗum kala ɗum andandama pour dandugol on tigui meɗen heeɓi droit on hara inde on tigui min wirtani ɗum te min wawatamo wirtude e jama on pour min jama on anda ko hombo loi o hino mo bambi men e ɗum ɗon
lead council na sanke minani asido na lakum jite jola na jo majanga kayta ko kan reso safilo meja sen ananu manje ono fiume Senegal mo fami Senegal bare nane baba jibe kan ka kengol wakane kresa kati anakilia amude mo famete Senegal wakana tara kresa kola nane bare boko ko loya ko baba jiluwe no manje ye woni semba mate ko anosa no manje mi ko ndi brokor atme seni kibere mbo ko to me ngare man ko rok broka bole boko poluwe seni sen semba man ko poya anakilia aneta manje o anakila bena anakila kresa kola aneta manje.
And Mr. Chair, when we first spoke to the witness and he told us about this document, he said this was a document of people Yaya Jammeh wanted killed by the Marabous.
Lead council ko bring ini sedo diamuta nung kumfoloke ka nyin kaito la ko bonyoto sedo nyina fayen ko nyin tolu menu be ye kensu nyin kaito balateng nyillo moluti men ya lonko Yaya Jammeh lafta nyille kalo filila nun moria silola pour nyille molta ta subita ko nyiluma jawolleti
lead council mu ne bañ njëkkee waxtaana seede bi bem njëkkalee na jox xibaar yi tur yi nga xam ne moom la Yaya Jammeh binda lim ko xamal rek moo di Yaya Jammeh tur yi mu binda fii yëpp ay nit lañ yoo xam ne daf leen bugg a rey jaarale ko nag ci yooni sëriñtu
wi gilandama seede on lead council gilandama seede on ado gila o haldi e seede on ɗum woni ko yaadi e ndi kaydi ka ɓe yimɓe inde maɓɓe no winda ɗon seede on ko wimo wondema ɓe yimɓe ɓe andadama wondema inde maɓɓe no winda e ndi kaydi Yaya Jammeh hamme ko waɗi o windi ɓe ɓen ko ɗum woni pour warugol ɓe hara no yaadi e ceernoyaɓe hara o naɓe ɓe ceernoyaji hara ɓe maaya saabu himo suɓiti wondema ɓe ko yimɓe ɓe andadama wondema ɓe yiɗamo ko gañoɓe makko
lead council wana continue wan kasanke nane asiro nan ko musumi ko tonka mi ka kolye mati reso wan ko sa femi di kaytak nane na regi rek manane yaaje mo reso wana sa fenya di kaytak wa fan ka mana sa fenya mana pare men nane be jo ba roke buku ma rokil ma buji di karay ku karay ku muro mona regi meno e mi ka kolye ka tonga di asido
and the person who was given custody of this document also informed us that that's the information he was given, that this is a list of people Jammeh wanted dead, so he put it together, and that is what he was told when the document was being given to him.
Kaito nyin dunta men fanambulo kono pura asa mabo ako birin kaito nyimbe dilala ñina fota yen ko ñin tolu menu be ñin kayto bala ñililo molti Yaya Jammeh lafta mennu kalo filila andun wala na ye ñin tolu kensum ye kafunyo mando ata fangle bulo ya safe o dalilo le ya sabu biribe kayto dilala ñinin karoke yo wala fo ata fango fanaye ko ñilu mum molleti me yaron ko Yaya Jammeh ay ñin lemuta jawolti a lafte kalo filale
mu ne ki nga xam ne moom lañ dénkoon kayit bii ca Sénégal moom tamit day mu ne bañ koo jox kayit bi liñ ko xamal mooy ne tur yooyu nga xam ne moom lañ bind ci kayit gi yëpp Yaya Jammeh dafa bëgg ñu dee moom loolu lañ ko wax moom it
te lead council wi wondema ndi kaydi kadi neɗɗo mo andandama wondema ko wonɓe jonnuno ndi kaydi woni Sénégal ɓe famodiri e makko gila ɓe famodiri e makko ko jaabi wi kon o wi gonga seede on ko wi kon ko ɗum ɓe yimɓe ɓe andandama wondema heɓe winda e ndi kaydi Yaya Jammeh ko falano e maɓɓe ko ɗum woni warugol ɓe harano yaadi e ceernoyaji saabu mo soɓɓiti wondema ɓe ko yimɓe ɓe andanda wondema ko ko gañoɓe makko o nayiɗuɓe mo
council nane ana manjimi o ammi Sénégal ana seeda fiwmi ma seno kayta kan ko safe mbok nak no po ku jamo di ana client nane bare o fo bana rek mi nane kabinan asida seno mi kayta ko mba yo foko parce que on a fiu mo fiu nane wana rego mi to nane Yaya Jammeh buku kana sa fenya tu o ba mangi ma roki di fumori ma buji nane nana kula ko me seno la kayta ko o frima fu foko rego mi o bande ko seno kayta mo ngara nen nen fanu manje pan fu fimi.
We have heard the testimony of the witness today.
Seedo la kuma kan lu moy le bi
seede bi dégg nañ ay kàddoom tey
hande en nani o seede ko haali kon
jaat po seede on na sanke mi no jama jam
but what remains is even during our pre-hearing discussion, he told me this was a deathless wish.
Hanibrin nin sedo be diamula janning kolu be damutala ay nyimmen foko nyin kayto de me ya safi ate mari la nganiyo mu nyinati ko nyimmenu be tobe nyin kayto bala ate laftala pour mari woli fa wala mala nganiyoti kayto nyin dalilo moldi
mune jata yi nga xamne mom lañ dé faral di am ak sédé yi bala ñoo ñew joxe sen sédé fi mom ba mu toogee ak seede bi moom itamit wéral na ko ne tur yi nga xam ne moom lañ bind fii day ay tur lañ yoo xam ne liñ soxla ci ñoom rek mooy ñu dee.
Oui, seede on ɗo e yaltude yeeso commission on ɗo e yewtidi e makko te on seede ko gonguintini ko e makko ko ɗo e ɓe arda ka yeeso commission on ɗo wimo wondema gonga ɓe yimɓe ɓe andandama wondema inde maɓɓe no winda e ndi kaydi hamme on fof ko eɓɓanaɓe ko ɗum woni ko warugol ɓe yiya ɓe maaya
nane a seeɗo bala bil ma lako ma jongo du kus commission ko ma 5 cedi ko loke ko waji fu joj fan ko munde ku kan aside do fu joj fa kilaf na rek de na rek set na no kayita ko kan asafe mi kayita ko na pare mi mo me rok bu ko ma buji yona rege.
We would present all the materials and all the evidence around this issue to the commission for the commission to evaluate and arrive at its own conclusion as to where the truth lies.
Bito nyen kayto anim fem be dendi ngabala mbabe cikalale ka adi commission la bito commission fon financina ajibe ka krosi nyin ko to nyabe larin dawoda itelisa ajube ya kesemeti ka jaba kese woto pour isalong tigi fem be nyin kono anim membije to nyalom manke to nyati pour isi wobonyoto we koyima
mune kayit bi na bu ko defee dinañ ko jël dugal ko ci biir kayiti seede yi nga xam ne commission bi nag ñoom it dinañ toog dal di ko segga seet ko seetantal ko ba mun a xam lii nga xam ne moo nekk ci kayit bi lan la unda
o wi wondema ndi kaydi e kala ko andantama wonda hino ɓaarode e fi ndi kaydi ɓe ƴettay ɗum ɓe jonna commission on joni no heddi e commission on kamɓe ɓe andi wondema kala ko haala no andandama no ɓaarode e ndi kaydi kala ko haranano no ɓaarode e ndi kaydi kamɓe andi ɓe dako gonga si wona gonga ko haala ko e ndi kaydi kamɓe andi joni ɓe ƴetta e gonga en e mum
ñanane kayta kuko di wono so wan ko bajim di ka sanke ndu kan nambi di kayta kuko ko be nga tout ko sen ko commissioner ko senya commissioner wono so waregi to mi o kam mi malegen o kam mi ka gaajo commissioner ko fangi ko be magni man ko jike won ko to me e ko fojula ko to man ko kan wan ko rem ko kaneno.
Thank you very much. So, that's all I have with regards to this document. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Lead Council ko numbara chairman bitu ngawale soto nyanta men fula nyin kayto la karola.
Lead Council mu ne jërëjëf nak chairman man nak loolu la amone pour feñal ci walli kayit gi ni.
Lead Council wi a jarama chairman min ko du dom hebi pour halugol e ko andanda wondama hino ɓaarode e sengondi kaydi.
Lead Council nani chairman baraka nya kanja wafni baje be rek di kuwe kayta koko wo ni rek nya mom.
Thank you, Councillor, but there is one important information that witness gave that you may want to just explain that it's not a complete list, that the last page with more names and Jammeh's signature was missing.
Kukilimbi chairman ko wonyanta seneyandi le pour molu salon ko sedo fon yafu nyamin wolem nyinti ko nyin kayto men dita teng leral labango kayti leral labango me ya lonko wala nyanta kafula nyiluma ya jamme fonga sign robe da la signature be damin wo kayto manje ngamera wo filitale nyaado nyama ko sedo nyim fonga ya fo nyamin e chairman ko bitung ilafta woto financier andi la mulu male kayti labango nyende amanje.
Chairman mu ne am na beneen fànn bu am solo boo xam ne nag wal nañ koo leeral loolu moo di tur yi ñu bind nii yëpp am na beneen kayit boo xam ne mu ngi ci des muy kayit bu mujj bi am na tur yu ñu fa binda ba pare yaa jàmme ci boppam sign na ko boobu nag moo ci manqué ñu xamal ko nit ñi ne am na lu manqué benn tey.
Chairman ko woni ko wiide wi council ɗo de no wodi gueɗal gotal ko andandama wonda eɗen foti laɓɓinde ɗon kadi ɗum woni kaydi ni ɓe yimɓe ka inde maɓɓe ɗe winda ɗon kaydi wotino ɗon ndi andandama wonde ndin ɗo yiyaka halfinanoɗen o wi o ndi o yiyaka te ndin kaydi heddindi ndi majjudidi ndi andanda ndi yiyaka ndin Yaya Jammeh tigi ko ɗon o signi ɗon ndin kaydi tigi yimɓe ɗuɗuɓe kadi no heddi en hino winda ɗon kadi.
Chairman nane council tate po waji wono tum kaseta nak mam kana ko tuku jam nane kaita baba je kaita kanu manje ko ku jinji kaita ka kiliaku reso mingi wondo po wan ku safere go yaaja ma safere de kaita ka kiliaku abanna sign mi na nane barak asiro babu an ku semmi anda anan kum asemmi enene kaita ko nane kaita ku jinji tan manje mi yaaja mi na safe to abanna sign mi.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I agree with that. We're still looking for that page. I hope that the person who had custody of the document would be able to find it. But even if that document is not found, forensically, we would be able to show that this document was in fact written by Yaya Jammeh. Perhaps maybe we should limit the interpretation, otherwise we'd be here until tomorrow. So there are a few other things about the document that I needed to inform the commissioners. The initial story was this document was written in the presence of the witness, but he has tried to change that story again. And how the document was obtained by him, his initial story was he nicked it from Jammeh's room, but the later story is that it was given to him by the marabouts. But these are things that do not really affect the internal integrity of the document. But the commission ought to know those things and will deal with them at the right time. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Council, you preempted me on being here until tomorrow. I didn't realize that when the interpreters or coordinators talked to me before we started the proceedings, that it was going to be consecutive interpretation, not simultaneous, going on from 5 different languages. If we were to go through what we all plan to say, we'll be here until tomorrow. So we have to figure out how we're going to handle this. Do we do 2 languages only and allow the proceeding to go quickly, or do we stay here very, very, very long for that? Interpreters, maybe you can help me.
Decided for us.
Zamani, what do you think?
Well, if you want it to be very quick, I think we can go along with 2 languages because it is important for the nation to hear what is being said.
Then we'll have to do it in all. Well, let's go on then. It's going to take a bit of time, but yeah, Council is right. We're going to do. And the Council, the only reason why we thought that we needed to say something about this document is that at some point, discussion of the document, its genesis, and the purpose that Yaya had in mind is going to gain traction in the country. And that's why I thought that we put everything on record so they can come back and then say, well, this is what we heard from TRRC, and TRRC was the one that received the document. But anyway, I think your point is very well taken. We will now proceed with our remarks. I will deliver a set of remarks, and now if you have a consecutive language going on, that's going to take quite a bit of time. I'm still a bit worried.
Can you excuse me? What I suggest is that
yes,
if you deliver your speech, the translation, we can do it one after the other to make it as quick as possible.
And I think you can go very fast because I gave you the text.
Yeah,
so
we all have the text.
Marvelous.
So after your presentation, we will start with Mandinka. Mandinka, I'll do the translation quickly, and Ida will do it, and Aliu plus Mariama, so that each one of us will do it quickly and summarize whatever is in the document.
Kabu Nyanchos can be very practical. That's why you are Nyanchos and win wars. Thank you very much. Sorry. Thank you very much. So I will deliver the remarks on behalf of the chair, as the commissioners will be speaking there on their own behalfs later on. On 7th January 2019, and they say 872 days ago today, we Gambians through the Truth, Reconciliation and Reparations Commission began a unique process of holding live public hearings of the testimonies of the witnesses, as well as those of self-confessed perpetrators of human rights violations and abuses that occurred in the Gambia during the 22-year military dictatorship of Yahya Jammeh. The principal purpose of the commission was very simple: to establish the truth of what happened during the 22-year reign. The National Assembly of the Republic of the Gambia enacted a law, TRRC Act 2017, that established the TRRC. The main objectives of the commission are, inter alia, to create an impartial historical record of violations and abuses of human rights from July 1994 to January 2017, in order to, 1, promote healing and reconciliation, 2, respond to the needs of the victims, 3, address impunity, and 4, prevent a repeat of the violations and abuses suffered by making recommendations for the establishment of appropriate preventive mechanisms, including institutional and legal reforms. The objectives also refer to that the Commission should establish and make known the fate or whereabouts of disappeared victims, to provide victims an opportunity to relate their own accounts of the violations and abuses suffered, and to grant reparations to victims in appropriate cases. When the Commission began its work, it decided that its public hearings will be transparent and broadcast live for all to see and hear the truth in real time. There is nothing better than telling the truth in the open. During the 872 days, the Gambia, and indeed the world, heard from 392 witnesses, the majority of whom were victims of atrocities meted out to innocent civilians by the state, its agents, or individuals sponsored by both. The witnesses appearing before the Commission also included self-confessed perpetrators, as I had mentioned earlier. The testimonies heard during these 872 days of public hearings brought pain and bewilderment to the population. They could not believe that the atrocities they were hearing from witnesses could occur in their country. A land of peaceful coexistence, a society imbued with tolerance of the highest order. They could not believe that innocent and ordinary citizens and other nationals found in the territorial jurisdiction of the Gambia, many murdered in cold blood, would be victims of the atrocities that were narrated. The commission of these atrocities by Jammeh and his cohorts achieved the desired effect of instilling fear among the Gambian population. It also gave them, as Jammeh and his cohorts, time and the space to pillage the resources of the country. Among the kinds of atrocities and other human rights violations detailed by witnesses during the public hearings are the following: arbitrary arrests, unlawful detention, unlawful killings, torture, enforced disappearances, sexual and gender-based violence, inhuman and degrading treatment, witch hunting, fake HIV/AIDS treatment, and general and widespread abuse of public office. The phenomenon of leaders of military coups, civilianizing themselves, was rampant in the sub-region of West Africa. These leaders rigged and held fast elections to perpetuate their own rule. The Gambia became a collective victim of this phenomenon. Witnesses have testified before the Commission that structures that underpin good governance, i.e., respect for the rule of law and the independence of the judiciary, were virtually non-existent during the 22-year Jammeh rule. Yes, Jammeh is gone. The killings by the state agents have stopped. Torture is no longer sanctioned by the state. Junglers have dispersed, some in foreign lands, while others stayed to confess their misdeeds. The folly of ruling the Gambia for 1 billion years abruptly and ignominiously ended in 22 years. Hitler had declared that the Reich was going to be around for 1,000 years. It lasted only 12. The crocodiles in Kanilai lay submerged in a dirty pond, while the peacocks in Jammeh's palatial grounds cry out ceaselessly and purportedly for their departed master. The chaos we recently saw at these grounds in Kanilai must not be the chaos in our country in the wake of the demise of the Jammeh regime. Our collective effort to build a new and a better Gambia must not, and I earnestly believe will not, be squandered. The foundation stone for a stronger Gambia, the draft constitution, seems, however, for the moment to be stuck in a limbo. We must confront our recent difficult history in order to establish a new governance and sustainable structure to move the country forward, to take its rightful place among developed societies. As we close this important chapter, of the Commission's work, i.e. the public hearings, I take this opportunity on behalf of the Commissioners, the legal team, and all staff of the TRRC to express our most sincere gratitude to all Gambians and members of the international community, especially the UN Peace Building Support Office, UNDP Gambia, the OHCHR, the ICTJ, the Institute for Integrated Transitions and International IDEA, for their unflinching support over the past 3 years. This commission could not have achieved the kind of success it did without the support and the encouragement we got from everyone and the admirable cooperation of the victims families, the various victims organizations, and some of the perpetrators who volunteered invaluable evidence to the Commission. We must say a special thank you to the management and the staff of QTV, our media partner throughout this process, who have done a phenomenal job of executing their part of our contract of recording and disseminating the public hearings and other activities of the TRRC. Our gratitude is also extended to our state broadcaster, GRTS, whose staff have been with us from the very beginning. And we have also done, who have also done a phenomenal job of educating the Gambian public on what transpired here in this hall and other areas of the TRRC's work. We say thank you to iAfrica TV, Paradise TV, Kerfatu, Justice Info, and all the Gambian and international media who, through their various media entities, have contributed to the work of this commission. Finally, I cannot end this statement without thanking our own commissioners and staff, including our indefatigable interpreters and the sign language experts for the wonderful job they have done. We recognize the invaluable contributions of the various units of the Secretariat and of our team of dedicated medics from the Gambia Fire and Rescue Services to the Gambia Police Force, and especially the team of officers assigned to guard our premises and staff. Thank you for keeping us all safe. Indeed, it is impossible to say thank you to everyone who has made a significant contribution to the success of this process. But whether we mention your name or not, please note that we are eternally grateful for the services rendered to the TRRC. Thank you all, and a goodbye from all of us. We will see you again, albeit in a different format, when we present our final report containing our findings and recommendations to the President in just over a month. Thank you all very much. May I now call on the Deputy Chair to make a presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Assalamu alaikum to you all. The past 2 years have been an incredible journey in search of truth. There is nothing of greater importance to human beings than knowing the truth. Truth be told, the truth-seeking mandate is the most difficult part of the TRRC mandate, which includes reconciliation and the granting of reparations. Establishing the truth is not easy, as in many instances, the person narrating the truth may see it from their own perspective or as simply not being truthful. However, for the person that has been harmed, that has done harm, it is liberating that he or she tells the truth. That is why in the TRRC, we have the truth shall prevail. From the perspective of the person that has been harmed, it enables them to have closure, to forgive, to reconcile, and to bring about healing in our community. But truth is not pleasant. That is why in Wolof we say, dega kanila. So there are many people who did not like what they heard from the public hearings of the TRRC. Sitting through the public hearings also has not been an easy task for the commissioners. It is emotionally, physically, and mentally exhausting. We are grateful to the Almighty that we were able to survive the public hearings as a team. I thank my fellow commissioners for their due diligence, their respect, and their resilience that enabled them to sit through the sittings. And I also thank the Chair for pushing us to the limits. Thank you, Chair. Now, it has not been easy, as I said, but the public hearings have had a profound impact on Gambians, many of whom were hearing these narratives for the first time, or who had heard them before and just brushed them off as mere rumors. The victims have come and narrated their stories. The perpetrators have also testified before the Commission, and experts have come to help us to understand the nature and the causes of these violations. We thank each and every one of them for helping us in such in our search for the truth, which we have brought to the public domain. As the public hearings of the TRRC were broadcast globally and have been watched and listened to, not only by Gambians at home and abroad, but by non-Gambians also, who have been given the opportunity to hear at first hand about the atrocities that have been meted out to Gambians and non-Gambians alike. The myths have been dispelled that Gambians are a friendly and a God-fearing people, and that they would not harm a fellow human being, much less a compatriot. The Smiling Coast, which was hailed as a bastion of human rights to the extent that the African Commission on Human and People's Rights had its seat in Banjul, was slowly eroding the principles and the values that the Gambia was known for. The public narratives of the survivors, which we have had, depict the realities of the Gambian situation during the period July 1994 to January 2017. It is not a good story. The killings, enforced disappearances, torture, unlawful arrests and detentions, sexual gender-based violence, and other violations resulted in a reign of terror and fear. We have to reflect on our past mistakes, to right the wrongs, and to commit to never again. Public memory of the 22 years of tyranny in the Gambia now rests on the collective efforts to keep the painful stories of survival and of loss alive in the public domain. To deliver on its never again promise, the TRRC will endeavor to preserve the stories and retell them in a manner that is impartial, befitting, compelling, meaningful, and appropriate, so that they resonate with future generations while remaining sensitive to the victims and being mindful of their interests. The chair has already thanked the UNDP OHCHR office in the Gambia, but I want to emphasize that victim participation in the TRRC was enhanced by the Victim Participation Support Fund, which provided support for the immediate basic mobility, medical, psychosocial, and protection needs of victims, their families, witnesses, and informants, as well as for the investigation process, that is the statement taking, and the investigations that fed the public hearings. Noting that the participation of women, especially survivors of sexual gender-based violence, was limited in the TRRC processes, as of January 2020, the Government of Ireland also provided dedicated support to victims and survivors of SGBV through the fund to enhance their participation in the TRRC process. We are grateful to the UN representative and the staff of the project office, both past and present, for their disponibility, their respect, and commitment to the transitional justice process, particularly the TRRC. I will not name the others, as the chair has done so eloquently already. But I would, at this juncture, want to thank the lead counsel and his team, both past and present, for leading us through the process and helping us to draw out the truth from the witness statements. The Executive Secretary and his staff for creating the conducive work environment and supporting us in our work. I will duplicate here the interpreters and the translators, including the sign language interpreters, for helping us to bridge the communication gap, especially when the national languages were being spoken. The media, who brought the proceedings into the homes and the hearts of everyone who wanted to see and hear. We thank each and everyone, the caterers, the cleaners, for taking care of our personal securities. As I said, Chairman has already done it. I don't want to go through each and every one of them again, but I am honored and privileged to have been part of this historical commission. I thank the President and government of the Gambia for appointing me to serve, the Victims Center for nominating me, and the people of the Gambia for endorsing my nomination. I hope that I and my colleagues have lived up to expectations in carrying out this noble task. We are grateful to our families, friends, and supporters who have accompanied us on this task. We are particularly grateful for their positive accompaniment of the proceedings, many of whom would reach out to encourage the commissioners after a tough day or support a victim in cash or in kind after listening to their narrative. We pray that they are rewarded abundantly for their time and resources and support. We also thank our critics, both constructive and negative. The criticisms were helpful. The Commission were able to rise above the destructive criticisms and take the constructive criticisms on board to improve on its participants. The public hearings have come to an end, but the behind-the-scenes work continues. Under Article 20 of the TRRC Act, the Commission is required to grant reparations to victims. The Reparations Committee, supported by the technical and specialized units of the TRRC, will continue its work to ensure that reparations are granted before the end of its mandate. I thank you all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy, for that. We are now going to take the commissioners in alphabetical order. Unless interpreters, if you want to interpret these prepared remarks, I've not been informed whether there are other prepared remarks, then we can take the others. Anna. Anna has got a set of prepared remarks. Please, go ahead, Commissioner Jones. We'll take those ones first, and then the interpretation. And then.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, dear colleagues, audience, and the viewers watching or listening from home. Today is a bittersweet day as we draw the curtains close on our public hearings. It has been an intense 29 months, filled with successes, but challenges too, without a doubt. Notwithstanding, I am elated that we have partially fulfilled our mandate and would use the coming weeks to finish off our report and write our recommendations. I would like to use this opportunity to thank the government and the people of the Gambia for the trust bestowed upon me to serve in this commission. It has been an absolute honor, pride, and privilege to serve my country and the people of this country. Most particularly, I would like to thank the civil society fraternity for my nomination to represent them in this commission. Whilst I am displeased that the commission is yet to receive the CSO's statement to the commission, I do hope they will expedite this process to enable the commission consider their concerns when making our final recommendations. Sincere thanks and appreciation to my colleagues at the commission and the secretariat. This includes those who started with us, but for various reasons could not see the completion of this task with us. I thank you all for your tolerance, stewardship, duty, and commitment to service over the past 2 years. While we might have had divergent views on various issues, I'm happy we put duty to serve first, and that I am proud and happy to say we did so diligently. To my family, friends, and loved ones, thank you all most profoundly for the encouragement, support, motivation, prayers, and for keeping me sane throughout this process. This work has not only been challenging, but it has also been draining emotionally, psychologically, and physically from all the long hours of hearings. You all have been my strength and shoulder to cry on, especially on days when I wanted to give up, and I owe you all a debt of gratitude. Chairman's laughing. While our time on TV ends today, a whole lot of work still needs to be done by the Commission, as alluded by the Deputy Chair already, but more so by us Gambians, individually and collectively, to reconcile with oneself and with each other. It is our collective responsibility to ensure that never again shall such gross human rights violations, as has been revealed in the TRRC, happen again in our country. I know Gambians in the international community are impatiently waiting on our final report and the recommendations therein. I would like to use this platform to call on pressure groups, CSOs, any and every Gambian to enhance their advocacy efforts and to put pressure on the government of the Gambia to ensure that the recommendations of the TRRC are implemented as our work ends once the report has been submitted. That being said, I would also like to most profoundly thank all the witnesses that have aided this commission in our truth-seeking process. The witnesses that testified in public and those who testified in camera, and this includes both victims and perpetrators. For without them, we wouldn't have been able to establish the nature nor the extent of human rights violations that occurred in this country from July 1994 to January 2017. I know some people have had concerns that they were not invited to testify before this commission. I can assure you all that despite not appearing physically or virtually, if your testimonies were received by this commission, they will be considered when making our final conclusions and recommendations. Finally, to the many children who were orphaned at a tender age, to the women who were made widows and had to go to bed without their husbands at night, to the men whose lives were cut short, to each and every victim of torture, unlawful killing, sexual and gender-based violence, and forced disappearances of persons, inhumane and degrading treatment, arbitrary arrest, detention without trial, I pray God comforts you and your families. I pray for the souls of all the victims to rest in perfect peace, and may they all find favor with the Lord. To their family and friends left behind, I pray God continues to comfort you all and grant you all peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Commissioner Jones. Maybe what we should do is just continue with hearing from the commissioners. That will give you time, by the time they finish, to maybe summarize the prepared remarks, and you can just give a very brief summary at the end of all commissioners getting involved. You give a brief summary of our prepared remarks. So I will go in alphabetical order of commissioners. Commissioner Bojang, you have the floor, please.
Abaraka, Chairman. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Amari man satalla tentu ngajayi. Tumomina ya mbeni yosini lungala. Numba minkata biti. Mari man satalla tentu okola. Ana ulula fulul fanan tentu ngajayi. Because bi alta kola itolen tafutani biti fombe futale jisira minkan. Nuwo bota jembe Gambia no be kontonna me bes ko sun kol be tentulambe jayila me fo nyin kol be tentulambe jayila kat ku woku ne aje a folota dulaletu fe o fe sulo le bala a sulo sun ta fo nyin la anata west coast anata mansat ke ya president oto me mansat ke fana na tentroni jayro mbala ban atella alhamdulillah rabbi alamin yan sasmina ngakele bila ba kum falu ngoti amang kum fa bamban bari alhamdulillah ñinen karonin jabiro mi yalon ko gambian ko be sorane pour ka moy bi le keta wolungot ak fata ndese mi fono gambian ko li ntol be badin clean ntol be ntol ka ñoo wulu ntol ka ñoo bade ntol ka ñoo kulli ntol ka ñoo futu oto ku woku yaaje akabanne jiolom abonta ate ko nola kanyina abe ko le yalla bari sitane hakilola na yam fanyoye ni atara min sano katu ku woku abete ko na nyami imala be do ko na nyami amalo ni mbota wala nse dua hadama dungol min yalon ko ila wululal tata e dungol tata e kanuntel tata e badingol tata e be dawda alma la jan sonale alo mari e fota siyo min alma chokile badingol siyola wo ko lamba fala tiarar sin kole bire media kata interpretation kata security nyol momo bijami yalon ko anata mbe kafta jam be ndo kola nga ku ke mola mi yalon ko anel silo manta anbe yam fodan lali yam fatale al français yam fay do ko mandia sio mandia bena ko kum fangala dami na kaf komisana kafunyo mal be mbe duwala li al tentu ngal jayi na yinsi kendo mi nga ke jang ala yake ngake alhamdulillah bismillahirrahmanirrahim nata ban alhamdulillah rabbil alamin nata laban ko tete ka fale ko ha sabaro mandiya de bari medwala mari man satallay fo ase jisuma bonda nyun ko kan ko woku na ko leata anyata tala silo la nyami astani wo silo mana ko mota ngaji ni mbadi mfonyin kolla ngadi Gambia no la ngadi West Coast kolla ngadi dunia bel wala mun nak motin se men fono nga albetentu na intiara si kafo amin lo masakunda amin lo ngado ku fatata bulbala fatata marala bari mbele nga moy nyola andum be se dua ngajo ko ku ko le ataje ase bang fo fe luanya tala tamal ni silo mina ase tanu wo silo la ala baraka ngal tentu ngal jayi ala baraka.
Thank you very much indeed, Commissioner Bojang. Commissioner Jamesise, you have the floor, please. Interpreters, can he speak in Sarahule? Would somebody be able to translate that later on? Or there is no one there for Sarahule?
No, we don't have any Sarahule translator.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum. Badingol menube TRRC jang ani menube lamoika. Malube kontona kontonrola komi banko biring tundolu kono kana fo banko la ñatongol la ani kabula na député bungola e saso mendi commission la pour ka tamandi odo kole kum fata bi adu ngamol tentu folo menu yalon ko yemantoro taki itelo moti menu do ko ni sonandi nge tentu nge jay ila songola pour kana mabe TRRC kayla sedi androl dija ngamo kotengol tentu menu fana yalon ko bulo dunta kol kono ifana nata pour ka son kol la menu keta ngol fana tentu ila songola media dokulal menu be jang ngol fana tentu pour ka kibaro janja mol tema itolle o sonandi mol bulu dunia be yalon ko muneketa hanibi ndoku ñol fana be jam menu mu kansulolti ya kata bake ya barika ne aje kudol fintita ala ta ko lay tello nge tendu wala nge jay bari banko mol me salon ko kule keta nyim banko ka ay munekani to nya fintita to nya men fintita ay munekani pour ka yam fanyoy no mantra ko nyin kono nyino te kenola adu hadamadingo ite ñinano la kuo men keta bari si am fanole pour ngamuru ñonka na sinin samo si beteano ñame olom nga kontondiro futandi na tundo mol la menu keta basen kolti yo aral kol itolle mol tombo men nata finti kake commissional tini sirango kaja ntelbe siri tolle to yala jang adu ko ku na keta jang itelle ko ni sonandi ntel be jang ka fundi banko to mal be menu keta jang buru abe salon ko mune keta adu men keta mbele akara nyon fe adu be men dan la mol bulu ni ko neba again akana ke koten sando le mude akana ke koten bari jumanyo le batina akana ke koten wala banko dingolti fo ngani na menketa ngasila kuto wele nyanta tala silo menna olomu biri ko nyinde ta bismillahir rahmanir rahim bilomu akum fadulati nga bang alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin an bi ben ndoku nyol konton na men mu commissionality biri do ko nyinde ta ni sayntema ko le ko kilim masoto do ko nyin kono ka feya ni tulungo ni jelo doron be wala ka ko nyin sobeya o kola nsina na secretaria fanan konto parce que itelle do ko ni sonandi nasula ko kuti itelle asone andi pour ka di molla bi be jama mol be ani kana sorlal menu ka kano sori o tolle atinna awa del menu be jan del makanja mamoy bari tolle atinna famuro keta ko nyin kono fo do ko ni sonata mbulu wala atinna bi mbena dimbaya fanan kontona menu be basse na dimbal birinna musolu anindingolu animbadingolu be konton lungo be mbena la jang asikeno olungola a silango warta olungola molbe dunkan do ko nyin kono wato me bari bi ala nata ke do ko nyin fele abanda kayro kono ak sotota itella duwa ole kono adu mbe ijayla wala mbe tendula hanbi mbe nakuma kum fala jang assalamu alaykum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much indeed, Commissioner Jammeh Cissé. Imam Jallo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Today marks a very important day in the history of the Gambia. For the last 29 months, we had everything. We saw many things, but many things remain in our minds. We have cried, we have laughed. That is part of life. The crying should now cease. Those who lost their fathers, their uncles, their mothers, dear ones, should now forget. The truth has been told. I'm sure there is no one in this world who has not heard the truth. And we can tell when the truth is spoken. The Fullers say, when somebody is telling a lie, he thinks that the listener has no common sense. And that is really funny. It's always so. But when you speak the truth, everybody knows you are speaking the truth, even if they don't accept it. I think today is a day of acceptance. The whole of the Gambia, no matter what tribe you belong, Fula, Jola, Mandingo, Srahule, Bambara, whatever you are, with all that you have heard, you should now balance your mind and accept that these are true stories. Stories of people who have come to tell their experiences and people who have been hurt, who are willing to share this with us. Therefore, we should be sympathetic towards them and accept that what had happened today is what actually happened to them. And we accept the situation. To follow up, I think there is still a lot to be done. We have heard the stories. We have seen the victims. They come here, they cried, they mourned, they showed us their wounds. They gave their hearts to all the Gambia, not just to the Commission, but to the Gambian people. I think that is very important. And that should give us the opportunity to now create the opportunity for reconciliation. I am serving as the chairman of the Reconciliation Committee, and with the other commission members who are serving with me, we have tried to get to everyone. Unfortunately, it has not been possible. But even if we do not get to you, you must now look into your hearts and to know that you will never live forever in this world. You have to go and answer the call of the Lord. And if you have hurt people, you must learn to say, I am sorry. You must learn to say, I am sorry. And for those who have been hurt, they must find space in their hearts to say, I accept. I thank those people who nominated me, the religious leaders of this country, who asked me to represent them on this forum, to hear all these interesting stories and to witness all the sad events that occurred in this room. The commissioners I worked with, some of them were contemporaries in the service of the Gambia. Others have just known when this program started. But we have come to be a family. We are all available all times on question of reconciliation because it will never end. The matter is there, the material is there. Even today, I had a very interesting story, but I will not tell you this story. It's a thing that is very interesting. of people who have learned to show love and respect for other people. So, ladies and gentlemen, my thank you goes to my commissioners who worked with me, my brothers and sisters. As I said, some whom I have worked with in the service of the Gambia government. My students who are sitting here looking at me, I taught them in high school. You've seen many people come here to say I taught them at high school. Today they are high-class doctors, high-class lawyers, high-class agriculturalists. But that's what God has called me out for. I can proudly say that I have taught for 60 years, 60 good years. But the experience I have gained in the last 29 months is more than whatever I have learned in my life. I have learned to see nature and to see human beings in their situations, in their moments of joy and their moments of anger, and in their moments of torn between the truth and falsehood. But that's what life is all about. We are human beings. To err is human, but to forgive is divine. I think this saying is what we need to understand as Gambians. Whether you are a Mandingo, whether you are a Fula, whether you are a Jola, whether you are an Aku, or whether you are Pachadinka, whatever you may be, you are a Gambian first and foremost. On your national papers, what you have is Gambian. We must learn to be Gambians. If we have to learn to be Gambians, we must accept what has happened to us and what will be happening to us. The end is not nigh yet. There are many more years to live. I'm sure we will be seeing each other and hearing from each other. But what we have had over the time is enough to teach all of us a lesson. All Gambians should learn a very interesting lesson of truthfulness and falsehood. These two go together. What you have had here over the time falls between these two lines. But if God has given you the will and the ability to decipher what is true and what is not true, and to pick up that which is true and carry it along with you in your life, God will bless you. Victims, perpetrators, commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, but more importantly, our lead counsel and his team. They have done it all for us. They have sacrificed time when everybody else was sleeping. They are on their papers providing the information that we give here in this hall. The researchers, the clerks, they are wonderful people. They have all the time in their lives. But they have sacrificed to stay on and see us through to this very important day. And we should be grateful. And we are grateful. We thank you for everything you have done for us. You have given us courage to deliver what was expected of us. We will wait to hear, after the report is submitted, what government will do. The ball is in their court. This country is ours. Men may come and men may go, but the Gambia will go forever.
Thank you very much, Imam Jallo. I hope some stories that you talked about would stay with you. Don't disclose some of those stories to anybody. Commissioner Carr, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chairman. It's already been clearly articulated that the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. We took our first steps a few months ago, and today we are at the closing, the end, but not the end. As rightly said, we have a lot of work still to do. especially in presenting the report. Nonetheless, it has been eventful months, many months of eventful issues, many months of hearing testimonies from the witnesses who have come before this commission. And the important thing is that it has been a learning curve for many of us, including myself. It wouldn't have been possible to come this far without those of us who are sitting here and many people out there. And I wish I could extend a hand of gratitude to these people. First and foremost, starting with Chairman and my fellow commissioners. I wish to say that as a young person, the relationship that I have formed with all of you in the past few months is going to remain in my memory. The jokes, sometimes the difficult arguments, the difficult decisions, we haven't always agreed. But one thing is certain, that the friendship that I have formed with you, as I said, will remain forever. This morning, Mr. Chairman reminded me of something very important, and that is the future of this country is in the hands of us young people. And he reminded me of the daunting task that we have to fulfill this mission of making this country a better country for everybody. It's not going to be easy, but the steps and the work that this commission has done would definitely be of help in ensuring that we fulfill our responsibilities to the future. One of our ancestors said, every generation has a mission. You either fulfill that mission or you betray it. I hope that this transition, especially the role that this TRRC has played, is going to build those strong bricks that would provide the necessary impetus for all of us as young people to play that role. I wish to thank the National Youth Council for nominating me to be part of this process, especially the former executive director, Mr. Lamin Mokendo Dabo, and the entire staff of the council. I wish to also thank the former Minister of Justice, Mr. Batambedu, and his team for also working towards establishing this commission, and also to the President of this country, His Excellency President Barrow, for approving my nomination to sit here. When I was nominated to be part of this process, I knew it wasn't going to be an easy task. National tasks are never easy. But one thing I had in mind was always to do my best to represent about 68% of our country, 68% of this population, because we form the greatest bulk of the population of the Gambia. Therefore, how young people are seen in the years ahead would greatly depend on my work here. And I wish to say that the commissioners and all the staff of this commission have made that very easy for me. I have never felt, as a young person, that my views were not being listened to. I wish to say, Mr. Chairman, thank you for always listening to me, even though sometimes he calls me a troublemaker. But I enjoy that. I think it just goes to show that the work hasn't been easy. I also wish to say thank you to Mr. Baba Galajalo and the rest of the secretariat staff for not just listening to young people, but for making sure that young people play a pivotal role in this process. About 98% of the staff of this commission are young people. We've been given the chance, and I believe we've executed our responsibilities to the best of our abilities. And so it just shows that if young people are given the right opportunities, and if they are encouraged, and if they are supported, they can definitely achieve great things. And I do hope the rest of the country can definitely learn from the TRRC to create the opportunity and the platform for young people to contribute their quota to national development. I wish to thank the members of the youth committee, myself. It was not under the commission, but it was under the secretariat, but I had the opportunity to chair that. So I wish to say, Mr. Sambo and the rest of your team members, thank you for working with me, and for working with everybody here to ensure that youth voices are heard in this commission. We've traveled throughout the length and breadth of the country, meeting thousands of young people, sensitizing them on the Never Again campaign, empowering them, giving them a role and a voice in this transitional justice process. I do hope that our efforts will not be in vain, because one of the most important things for this commission is the Never Again campaign, preventing a reoccurrence of dictatorship. And the knowledge and the skills that you've gained should be put into use in that regard. I also wish to say this in my final words, that there's this Indian saying, there's this Indian proverb which says, we do not inherit the future from our ancestors. We borrow it from our grandchildren. There is a lot more work to do in this country. As I have said earlier, young people must be part of that process. Young people must be given that opportunity. There is a lot of talk, but sometimes these are not meant. So young people have to be incorporated into development efforts. Unless we do that, unless and until we do that, Gambia will never achieve its dream. Finally, I must say thank you to Mr. Esa Fall and team. Esa has been a good brother of mine. Of course, I should not say we are related, because I'm related to a lot of people, but it's been a wonderful months working with you as a brother. I have learned a lot from you, to be quite honest, and I'm sure you have also learned a lot from me. But to be quite honest, I think I feel the same for all of us here too. I should not forget Anti-Youth, Mama Adelaide Sose, for always standing by young people. Of course, we cannot thank everybody. We cannot thank everybody. Sometimes you do forget, sometimes even the littlest of details. Somebody reminded me that we should not forget to thank the cleaners. But that's it. When we mention names, when we mention people, sometimes we tend to forget. Finally, I've said many finals. It just occurred to my mind not to forget my late father, who's played the most important role in my life. When he was alive, he would watch all the sessions of the commission, and he would call me in between these sessions. Sometimes he would cry. But this is the feeling he had for this commission. And he loved me a lot. He supported me in everything I do. Unfortunately, he's not here today. But I do pray for him that Allah forgives his shortcomings and grant him Jannah. But that also Allah forgives all of us for our shortcomings. For the victims who are not here today, may Allah forgive them. And if I have done anything as part of human shortcomings, it's all my fault. And if I have done my best to represent young people to the best of my ability, it is all thanks to Allah the Almighty.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Carr. Yes, indeed, I always try to provoke you, fight you, and we go through lots of things and say the youth of the Gambia, the future is in your hands. And Commissioner Jones also occasionally hears from me, trying to provoke them that women should stand up. You guys, both the youth and the women, don't surrender to the old men. They've had their thing. The culture tells people, respect old people here. Yes, listen to their stories, this and that and that. But the future is in your hands, I tell them. Go ahead and don't do it. Women, don't agree with them on anything. Just move on. The future is, you are the ones who need to be liberated. But anyway, they've heard it from me. Commissioner Carr and I argue a lot about lots of things, but he's a brilliant fellow. Thank you so much. Commissioner Kinte, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. I thank Allah the Almighty for His beneficence and mercy for giving me the opportunity to go through this challenge. I thank my parents for instilling the requisite values in me that helped me be on momentum, and also my family for being with me all along. I will take this opportunity to thank the people of Lower Badibu in particular, who did a lot of rigorous screening to have come up with me as a representative to be gauged and screened along with other people from other districts or consequences, through which I, alhamdulillah, eventually I came up to be the representative of the North Bank region. I also thank the President, apart from the whole Gambian people endorsing my appointment, because for all the commissioners here, our names were displayed for quite a while to have asked the whole Gambia, in here and in the diaspora, in a very popular international fora, to see whether they think we are fit to take up this job, even before we took it. So our appointments have been rigorously vetted by Gambians and endorsed by Gambians in general. But most particularly to the President, I thank him for the final endorsement. And not only that, I want to convey his message. I remember on two occasions during legal year celebrations, the President will hold my hand and congratulate the whole TRRC through me and feel pride to the job that the TRRC had been doing. He did that on two different occasions in a very popular moment where he was surrounded by a lot of people. So definitely TRRC had got what, in fact, had deserved it, but had got the recognition from all over the avenues. Of course, it doesn't mean that we'll have critics who will think otherwise, as some speakers have said. But nonetheless, the positive ones we pick up. We are human. But the negative ones also we accept, because we know there is divergence and there is diversity. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala loves diversity. That's why when he creates nature, he made sure that it's diverse. That is the beauty. Thank God that we have been very receptive and very cognizant of the various views, and very accommodative in putting them on board and analyzing and taking the good ones out of it, the whole lot of the people. This leads me to the avenue here. I may be a bit emotional for all what happened here, but I'll thank our legal counsel, for a wonderful job. The Secretariat, for a good background work. The interpreters, for letting the whole world know in their diversity what has been transpiring. The media, in particular, the various media houses and personnel, for their vigilance and commitment. They have always been there. Even though sometimes we will be late, they have never been late. They were always there and on time. Also, I'll thank the UN and all the other support partners from all over the end for giving us the requisite paraphernalia and moral support, motivation, and so on. Indeed, I wouldn't want to forget those people who groomed us. They give us the prerequisite stamina, endurance, foresight, and vigilance to be able to take up this job. A lot of the discoveries we came through, we had mostly been prepared for, even before they came. We were told that this is very emotional. We'll come across events when it can be very terrible, horrible, traumatizing, and so on. And so we had to be prepared. On that note, Esa, your second cap, together with your fellows who gave us the relevant resource during our resource training prior to the inauguration of the TRRC, particularly at Sunset Hotel. Yes, in here we have had a lot. It's not easy to seek truth. Because human being, many a times, the ego is in conflict with the conscience. While the conscience is telling you what actually is the thing, the right thing, the correct thing, and so on, the ego is not willing to agree because of the complexity, implicity, and so on. Nonetheless, the experience here is that a lot of people have agreed with their conscience and told the truth. Of course, not so much people, not good percent of people said the whole truth, the entire truth, and always the truth. There are a number of occasions that certain truth will not be said because it is not in favor of the ego. Those ones, Esa did a lot to get them out. He will circumvent, crisscross, until he comes out and dig them out and put them on the table. Congratulations. You need to earn a lot of credit here. To the perpetrators, only very few of you have agreed 70, 80%. Most of you have flawed, argued, I'm sorry please, but lied a good percent in denial of the truth. It's never too late. I want to seize this opportunity to appeal to your conscience to gradually and eventually accept the truth, whether among people, in front of people, or behind closed doors in your own self. Accept that you have wronged. That is one step progressing. Please accept that you have wronged. You don't only accept that you have wronged. Please be willing to show remorse and plead to Gambians for forgiveness. It will never be too late if only you accept the earliest. The experience here has been very traumatizing. We can't imagine the Gambia, which was well known for its virtues and values and has been referred to as the smiling coast of Africa, for which we had earned a lot of regard and respect all over the world, and in Africa in particular. There are indicators, the Human Rights Commission, and so on. Our president was one of the champions. When I mean our presidents, I mean the president of the First Republic, was one of the champions of human rights in this world. He has not been ranked low among the lot in the whole world. He had been ranked, and his government, among the best in the world. Of course, this deteriorated over the time, nonetheless. But the values that Gambia has been known for, we are cherishing, loving, tolerance, embracing. we almost got eroded of all this in 22 years. If you compare the two, you will be amazed that this happens in the Gambia. And the most disgusting part of it is that it was done by Gambians. It is time we accept the truth, learn it, not only learn, but accept the truth. Accept that we have erred for 2 decades. And it's high time that we rectify. We come back on track and accept the truth. This is not what Gambia has been characteristic of. How did it come about? I'm not going to say when did it come about, but how did it come about? I'm not out here to make blame games. Of course, not in various proportions, but we have all got our part of it. That's how it happened. We have all got our part of it. Not in equal proportions, but indeed, yes. Therefore, it is high time for us to accept the realities that this was our own mistake as Gambians, that we are ready to reform, to bring about the requisite changes, so that it doesn't occur again anymore in this country, anymore anywhere in the world. To the victims, I know it's not easy to endure what had been encountered, frankly speaking. In some instances, the magnitude is unbelievable, intolerable. I'm not even sure whether some of them may not even be unforgivable. Nonetheless, I am appealing to all of you, for whatever has happened to you, to please forgive. You may not forget. Some of them are scars on the body, in the heart, in the psyche. So you may not forget. But you may still have space in your heart and forgive. I'm a member of the Reconciliation Committee. And we are all out making all efforts to appeal to our conscience, or to our individuals, for forgiveness, for reconciliation, for closure. It's not going to be easy. But the pace has to be set by the victims, by the perpetrators. It is they who have to show remorse, regret, and plea for forgiveness. That is when the room is open for the victims to suppress the trauma, whatever they have, and have space to forgive. For us as a committee of reconciliation, we will only facilitate the process. But a good part of the play is in the hands of the perpetrators. I am urging all perpetrators to see how best they reconcile, they opt for reconciliation to the people they have offended. Of course, TRRC is doing a lot. We have our reparation package and strategies, policy, whatever. That is aimed at giving some comfort and closure to the victims. Certainly, it cannot be enough. The value of one life cannot be paid by anyone, cannot be refunded by anyone, so we are not attempting that at all. But at least to say, please forgive. TRRC is doing a lot in that regard. From whatever support we have got anywhere, and what recommendation we will place for the government to make sure that those victims are reparated. My final area, which is the most important thing now, is for the never again. In order for us to achieve this, it is we, the people of the Gambia, who will have to change, and change for the best, not only for the good. Look, we have seen here, it is not the security, it is not the lawyers, it is not the teachers, it is not the politicians. All of them, in one way or the other, have either surrendered or have been subjugated to the resultant effect. So it will require a lot of conscientization. A lot of sensitization, a lot of reorientation in its various forms and strategies. I'm appealing to the academies and the educationists to pick abstracts of TRRC findings and activities and include them in the curricula and try to help prepare our children. I'm not sure whether it's not too late for the elderly, but the bulk of the work should be directed to the young ones. Let them be taught how to be honest. Let them be taught how to be impartial. Of course, they have to be tolerant, but to the acceptable level that will not compromise their future and the future of the country. These things have to be instilled in our children. They have to be our target now. Even the youths are getting out of the bracket I'm considering. And in fact, they have to take the bulk of the blame. Those who perpetrated this were at the prime period of youthfulness, 25 to 35. That's the prime level. All of them were within this bracket. And they did all this to us in 22 years. And those of us who aided them came from all the brackets. We supported them. So there's no stratification here. It's the fact that we have to accept the reality. Gambia must be willing to change. And in fact, the focus has to be the children for posterity. I don't envisage any short-term strategy for this. Indeed, I'm not for envisaging. The long-term strategy is what I'm envisaging. That we instill those values in our children so that they will ask, for example, Dad, I know your salary is not more than $5,000 a month, but you've bought a car. You have a very nice house. Dad, well, normally service duties are between 8 and 4. When it's extended, it goes up to 8 o'clock. But sometimes you'll spend the whole night away. Doing what? And so on. Let's make our children to become critical and challenge us to tell them the truth. And in that way, sometimes I will say, oh, I don't want my child to interrogate me. So that alone could be deterrent, and so on. Whatever strategy we use, the civic education, the schools, and so on. Let's work on our children. For example, now, from 0 to 18 should be the bracket I desirably want us to target. Not 18 up, from 0 to 18. By the time they are 20, 25, 30, we would have got the required values that we desire for a never again in this country. I'm sorry, time doesn't allow us. I would have loved to have 2 more hours to go on. But unfortunately, time won't allow that. So on that note, I thank everyone, for whoever has done in making this job a success. Of course, it's not all finished yet. I'm sure we have restless days and weekends to go on until July 30. It's not July 7, Chairman. Until July 30 that we have to put up our report and give to the President. I thank you all for your kind attention.
We are going to build a Hyde Park in Banjul, and you can get there this evening. Just go on all night speaking there. Thank you so much, Commissioner Kinte. In alphabetical order, we would have had Bishop Odiko here, Commissioner Odiko, but he apologized. He's involved in the meeting of the Anglican Church Synod. That's why the governance structure of the church. That's why he's not here today. Commissioner Samba, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Mbafula auju billahi mina seytani rajim, auju billahi mina seytani rajim, auju billahi mina seytani rajim. Mbe ala tentula, mbe annabi jayla. Iko kuo kuyaje, akabanne, ala dorone la mansa yabu kaban dunia kono. Bari fianfe yaje dunia kono akaban. Andu fianfe yaje dunia kono fana akakolya akasono ya. Bi mbe manso tentula baake mbe na jarankol tentula wol meyente si jambi mawulu jara mankulu jara do ko len si jara nata si jara sanji tan saba sanji say mbe sirin jara jarankol nata jibe yente kundingo tombong iko pour ngana mabe TRRC bengoto akoliata mbelu bake because kuma jamal le futa dol ko do ko nyeni badi lay kadi mola mem mu jaran koti mem wuluta jara kuluta jara bari ngani ne fo jaran ko le ko mankulu jara mawulu jara bari jaran ko man siyanti jara kadum ko ye bata kunjulo le sarenje mfana nga bata kunjulo le sarenje andung abemu gambia dingoleti mbemu gambia dingoleti bari natanana ntombong mansa kunda toya la fanang mbe tentu la mbe jayla do ko nya akole atambulu bakele num folo mune ya kolya kuwol men kita jam ñim bankun kan ku jamale kita ñim bankun kan wotu moy kanta man ser ñaadi le o commissioner men ka kumbo e kanta man ser wole lanu ndingol ka kam fa baake ka fa ñeyte o jannen TRRC be banayte be falal wonte men ketan kam mira wole la bar dunia dun ni Allahu taala ko membe kala wo be kelal de jongole ke fambatande dum bari nyum kuleti me yalon ko alale ko abe kela aketa woto mbe mo be danila ko kolyata nyawo nya ni sonta ko tele ko ke yayi tan ni mo bela kon tenga ko ke woto e nyanta daniro fananke la kay tan di mo belal ko ngagnen ko wokele de bari magnan nakela mbe al danila katun ko furja jamale be nyim bankun kan lanjur jamale kita nyim bankun kan ke jamale lanjurta musu jamale lanjurta dindin jamale la karangol tinyata o be sunta ke baro men keta so ntasi men dani no wala nyenti ko alanga ke bakilim fakiloti na yam fanyoye to nya nyino buka ke abada bari fonsi yam fanyoye doron kuo tata nata because men be nyanta fola mbadi ngul ya be fole bari fonsi yam fanyoy ikata man seri ngata man seri kilindi yalla wala nyenti ko ma dimo na be balo bala akende ata wato wati ni nyaayaje hakilo ka bula nyina ko ne nanyi madi men kare ay dimin sifa kenu bar sa afela kende ata lafta be dani ro kala gambian ko le yeti ararsi muta ko ntel nata kiskisirole yembula kiskisirole la pour nga kiskisiroke nga o kiskisiroke nga jella njurol men keto o kiskisirol kono dol torata je dol batata je dol fata je bari laftale o kiskisiro pour memme ye bataro ke je memme to nyindiro ke je e lo dunia be nyatili wala ya fa ko ngani neke o be kala kuleti me ya lonko abe da handila sama andum abe kandala le pour abe karandila le pour sama menketa akana fulanjam menketa akana fulanjam abe kolyala bari fonsim fanju so nyabu nga daniro ke ala e kilaye puraye makoy nga jusu sumayari ngosoto no men sati nansi nyina no nyinna nsi yamfa kadin ko nyino wote kala bari yamfa ron si yamfa bayri dunia muko kolangani nkuso na yare ngoleti na kolyata dawda akasono ya jele do ko kolyata num baake bari ala nata nanam ma koy nga ñotete yam fata ñoy hanin tel membe siri njanka ku ke ñoy le me yalon ka yedi min nim ma yam fa ñoy nam futata da men bi to min luwolun samu e kari nin kari kelta kari nin kari sonkata bari kabirin tel ngati arar si dati jang anim bi te man namana moy monim moy ño saba mune ati na munyata ñoy ka tun ko mbele bota dulal to me yalon ko manke dulake li molti manke nation ki li molti mankulu ño kan woto nal be benta momo ni fansun jikolom mbe ntela diamo te siala because men be nyanta folo be fotale mbe interprete sol tentu lambe jayla mbe esa fal na la mol tentu lambe jayla because luwolu nintel jitantel nyongol nin jite ka fe kare al nyanta soronnal kari ma nyanna sayla ntel manke loyalty me ya lonko magistrato me ya lonka safo no kari nyanta soronnal tonya esa mu loyalty bara man na nyen kama ko ka fa ko be karle soronna anata kiskisirol la ka itandi mol la ko nyenyi neke ndella do ko nim pareta mbadi la man sakundal la ka itandi man sakundala ko nga nyine do ku aliyam bula nyine la nga tentenne esa yem ma ko ya tamela nga fufulawol ni kenda mal bo nyota felente justice le bina decide la même bina ke la o mari la bantanga mo jamal le kalamuta ningi da kana fanyele kari manyanda tala tele mistake ko le te kari nyanta soronna le loi man tarantel bulo kon adi mantel sindi jam pour nga fa ko be kari le soronna be kari le fal oto nyanta tala hakilo la le nin tata hakilo la nte nyoto nyel ko koleatal de akoleata baake saya koleata baake le saya koleata baake le bari hani ala me yentel da akadi mo la kanata muna fole yati nambuka ala tofu anu ko wandi mi wota dinde ngodi la ya mendi fa menta ya fa bari ka kafa ala kamal bari mbuka itandi mo la ba meta nyaaw nyam babu la le because atele adini mo la tele afa oto nyimu banta ko woleti ninga mo tonye nga itandi ko nga tonye sonta ko nga tonye ali nga yam fanyole ali nga ke ala ni ki la nga yam fanyoy ni ma yam fanyoy ni banko titade kan ko ku jamale kete jang ni mayam fanyoy banko tita ngatentro sayndi fenke mamdiri na la mol baba galle na la mol la ya kata baake kadun ko nimma ma ko inum futata damente futala je security personnel fanan meli ya lon ko itel lebentel kanta kan suta tili mba fula ya la baraka camera manol mba fula ala baraka commissioner fanan mba fula ala baraka nte tenturo banno la mafo imam diallo ya baraka kadum ko yakata mole bakele kabirin ko salamu alaikum jani bite ma ntel kono batele bulo kon woto ntel teñina la dentel mu jalol le de ni ku kem mo ya nyanta fole le nimbara commissioner Jallo inimbara siyo mandia siyo koleata bakele ngamo motora TRRC mbe yam fo Daniel ale yam fanye ntede momo yen toñi yam fata bante nga memmen toñi nga memmen tora mbe Daniel ale yam fanye kadun ko nga ku jamal jang karanta ku jamal la jang nga ku jamal karanjang fo yam fo sike dorom mbe Allah taala Daniel mbe mo be konton na mbe jayila mbe tentula ye do ko men di molla ala o mari nga kuma si bismillah kono ala mangal labang alhamdulillah rabbil alamin kono bare ku jamale ka fode andu ni metulo suki tombi num binte futala nyente bento kadum ko mol manki kilinti dur ba frantel be wuli ale fokam nka ko dole di molla nka fo moli le ko al nyimfo anon tama jiki ko mo betar la dunia kono ye fan dum dunia kono mente dalila kanti imam mengi mel be faroki janne lota janne ko itele faroki oto mo man na fala mu fan yalte ko kan ko mel yake wolle lota jay ko yake so mbe ala tentula mbe annabi tentula andunte tenturo bannola man fanta bojan samate tentu na former commissioner ayakata bake jarankol fanam be tentula mbe jayla koteke kadum ko ni la siyo diatale ni wonta num bim futata damen binte futala je chairman mbal tentula mbe vice chairman tentula be commissioner be tentula mbal be hake danila ale yam fanyi.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Samba. You were tempted to reveal a secret of the commission. I'm glad you didn't go very far in thanking Imam Jallo. And I don't think I'm tempted also to reveal the secret of how a big lunch comes every day from his family. And commissioners during lunch break get inside there, and everybody is around this thing, eating a lot. Sometimes I get shocked when I come around and they see the mondo will be watering, I'll be firing. I said, come on, what is this? But yes, indeed. Imam C, it's your turn now. You have the floor, Imam C.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuhu. Miɗo salmina fof ko idi fof taw miɗo yetta Allah. Allah ganduɗo men mo ha tolniɗen ɗo. Haali sonno ɗum gasano si ɗum feccaman pecce tati pecce ɗiɗi ɗe jama heddi feccere wotere. Den jetta Allah ganduɗo men mo ha tolniɗen ɗo. Heɗen jetta dendagal ɓe dentuɗen ɓe liggey mo fof heɗen ɓe jetta heɗen ɓe calmina ko idi fof mboɗo salmina commission naɓe ɓe dentumi ɓe golle ɗe ko ɓangral ma ko Lamin Cissé ha kala ɗo foti woni si yewtuman heɗen jetta secrétaire e dendagal yimɓe maako eɗen jetta faal e dendagal ɓe o gollitta ɗen jetta cameraman en ko ɓangral mako e QTV ay GRTS hay journaliste ɓe gonɓe ɓeɗo fof garɓe ɓeɗo fof hay entrepreneur en ɓe fof heɓe jette heɓe jarne he golle he heɗen jetta aduna Allah nga fof par ce que ɓe fof ɓe cettima ɓe mbima TRRC liggima liggey beso ɓe liggima liggey gonga nga ɓe ɗaɓɓitannoga Allah hollumɓe ɓe jiima hen ko ɓe poti ko hen yi eɗen jetta aduna nga ɗen jetta keɗotoɓe ɓe ganduɗa ɓe kadi ko mbasɓe pittali maɓe he nder laamu gila duuɓi nogas e ɗiɗi ha hande ɓen mbasɓe ɓe hen pittali maɓe ɗi fof heɗen ɓe du'ano yo Allah yurma ɓe yafoɓe noɓe aljanna gañiɓe ɓe henne yo Allah sellinɓe dañɓe ɓe hen caɗele kadi yo Allah lomtinan ɓe koɓe keɓata on siyawtu man en wiyam TRRC ligim yima gonga ko idi taw mboɗo yetta CRR mboɗo yetta CRR mboɗo yetta leydi amen ndi fof mboɗo yetta galle am ɗe ɓesgu am rewɓe am ɓe fof mboɗo ɓe yetta mboɗo ɓe duwano joni TRRC wiyam golle gollam golle jodma kono ɗum heddi eɗen jetta lamɗo mo ɗen jetta laamu mako ngu ko heddi ko hen koko timminta ko golle ɗe haaɗe mbeyɗa ko timminta ko golle ɗe haaɗe mbeyɗa ko wadgo ngo ko haala ko e wadgo ngo ko waɗɗi ko woni ko toon ɓuri hen fof sattu noon ko rivaration mo poɗɓe ɓe dañɓe ɓe haqqeji maɓe ɗi yoɓe totte haqqeji maɓe ɗi timma kala commission gonɗo ɗo ko a mbaɗɗo a wat e place ma he jooɗiɗa hen a fenata a watta ko wona gonga on ɗon noon koko jari accid haqqille on siyawtu man si liggey mo liggama han laamu ngu heeɓi mo han laamu ngu yo wallu men ɓe timmina aadi yo ɓe ballu men ɓe timmina aadi wota mo haɗa haqqe mum kala mo ganduɗa hoorema on ko poɗɗa dañ ɗum kala poɗɗo yaafotire yo yaafotire saabu Allah e nelaɗo kala ko manque o yihan toon e ko wasa han toon wona golle TRRC saabu enen alata ko mbawɗen forsu ala ko mbawɗen wawnu enen ko golle men ɗe ko ɗaɓɓitgo gonga en kemmaga UNDP heɗen ɓe jetta ɓe nangan men ma ɓe ballu men ma kala tampare ɓe tampum hen sayman golle ɗe jottiga ko Allah e maɓe TRRC tottam kalis mo gasata kalis mo heewi aduna nga fof nan mom aduna nga fof yi mom ko yarata no temetteti seede ɓe ganduɗa hoore ma ko dañɓe probléme aji potɓe wallit potɓe tottu ko ɓe poti ko tottu yo ɗum totte si ɗum timma golle men ɗe timma ko ala ko ɗe nafata taw tan ko foti ko hen waɗe rewnaka he laawol ngol ngo heddi en mbalma golle ɗe ha ɗe jodma en balma golle ɗe ha en jiitum gonga kono gonga nga wawa timmu sona ko ganduɗa ko hoorema on reggina beela ɗum timma rivaration mo yo o rew laawol yimɓeɓe yoɓe totte haqqeji maɓe ɗi gila liggey mo fuɗɗa e hande hunde nde ha hande nde horima gas yo nde gas on si yewtu man ɓe gandanɗama ɓe hoorema ko dañɓe hen caɗele dañɓe hen fitina teɓe jama ha wonkoɓe mbiya wonkoɓe kolla yoɓe totte ɗum saabu aymo mo garɗo moɗo hanki o wima ha hande courant gay koyga ma koye nga ittaka liggey mo noon ko timmintamo tan ko wadgo ko wiya ko wona wigo min jiima gonga TRRC wanma ni on ala ko woni aduna nga fof setti mondema liggam seedeji garɗi ɗi fof ala mo hulti ala kala neɗɗo ko mbaɗɗa ko a haalma ɗum teɓe porsaka ɓe mbawnaka koko de ɓe beela ɓe gaari ɓe kaali ɗum nden noon si ɓe kalma ɗum ɓe ballu men ma ɓe kalan men ma gonga enen ne yo laamu ngu wallu men timmina ko ganduɗa ko hoorema on woni e juuɗe maɓe enen ko woni koye juuɗe men he timminen ɗum en timmina ɗuman liggey men mo ta ala ɗo yeehi taw ɗum heddi saabu ko on tan woni gonga nga on woni fof ko on tan min jogui ɓen ko kalanmi assalamu aleykum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh
Imam C, thank you very much indeed. We'll now go to our very fantastic legal team. I always tell Esa that the role that we have sort of divided, he is the bad cop, that's the good one. He does the dirty job. He is the one who would hit somebody on the head. I have to pretend and bring some balance and then make sure when the temperature goes up, sometimes, yes, allow the temperature to go up. Some would turn around, some commissioners would look and can you stop that thing out there? And then I allow the thing go on at some point. And the witness at the end of the day would think that I'm an angel and Esa is the devil. Go on like that. But it's all part of the task given to us to establish the truth of what really happened in our country. And our lawyers have done a splendid job. All of them, they had their moments of acting tough here and there, and I play, as I say, the good man, the balanced fellow, just give that impression, and we move on. But we're trying to establish what really happened here. So we find a way of preventing the repeat of this kind of a thing in this country. You guys have the floor now. Let's hear from you.
Good evening, everybody. Well, as lead counsel, I think it behooves me to say the thank yous on behalf of the legal team. It's been a very long journey and a very difficult one. But like Mustafa said, a journey of 1,000 miles would start with one step. Before I venture into saying much, I would front load the thank yous because I tend to forget at the end of the day. So I have a list here, very uncharacteristic of me, but I have a list here. And I want to do the thank yous first so that at the end of the day, I won't be found wanting in that regard. So charity begins at home. Let me first thank the wonderful ladies who make me look good when I do my work. Without them, this would have been very difficult. I thank you all for your support. I thank you all for standing by me. I thank you all for putting up with some of my unreasonable instructions. And I thank you for instilling the confidence that I always exude. Thank you for doing that. But more importantly, thank you all for being my sisters. Thank you for being my guardian angels. Thank you for keeping me in check. And thank you for pointing me to the right direction. Without you, this would have been impossible. And I also recall fondly Horeja Baragay, who contributed immensely to the work of the Commission. We can't thank her enough. And the legal team's work could not have been done well without the investigations. And I thank Abdul Mane for leading the investigation team and for unearthing all the material, all the evidence that's been presented before this commission. And before him, there was Alaji Barrow. And I also take this opportunity to thank him for doing a splendid job for the commission and to this nation. And to all those who supported us, the Secretariat, they've been fantastic. They saw to all our needs, which made it possible for us to do this job, especially all the specialized units of the Secretariat. We worked mostly with the victim support unit and the psychosocial support unit and all those other units. Thank you for everything. We also thank the interpreters, the cleaners, and even the cafeteria personnel for feeding us coffee, for me, mburo liver now and again, and all that. So we thank you all. We've been a little family here, ably led by Dr. Cisse. He does not like to be called that way. He likes us to call him Lamin. And thank you, Lamin, for showing us great leadership and for showing us humility, for showing us straightforwardness, and for showing us commitment to the job. And that's been quite wonderful. Mr. Chair, I took this job because I felt at the time that terrible things had happened in my country. The call of duty has arrived. I had to do something about it. And for that, I thank Honorable Abubakar Tambedu very much for giving me the opportunity to serve my country in the capacity of lead counsel to the TRRC. When I took the job, little did I know that it was going to be the most important work I have ever done. I have done cases of the highest order. I have done cases that are most complex. I have done cases that are much talked about everywhere else, from genocide against sitting head of states to some of the most notorious rebels. I have done them all. And I thought I have seen it all. But little did I know that the information that I was receiving about my country, disturbing as it was in fact the tip of the iceberg. I remember that day at the Sunset Beach Hotel when I gave that presentation on how to investigate these cases. And we tried to chart out a map on what the investigations was going to be. I mean, much of it came off head from our brainstorming exercise, and I didn't see much of it. But Mr. Chair, sooner I discovered that we are dealing with a very dark chapter in our history. I realized that what we were dealing with was a beast with many heads. A member of the team just tipped me a little while ago, suggesting that perhaps I should have given a closing statement. I recall I discussed this issue with the chair, and we agreed to defer that to some other day. But I can't really stave off the temptation to say a few words about what we have achieved here. In 1994, a group of soldiers hijacked our democracy and suspended our constitution and made us believe that they were soldiers with a difference, that they are going to salvage this country and save it from rampant corruption, nepotism, and bring in transparency, accountability, and probity. And we embraced them, at least many of us, me including. And if we are all honest, most of us, the majority, embraced it. Because also, we were tired of the slow pace of development. We had a great democracy. We had one of the best civil services in the world. We had an unblemished human rights record, one to boast about everywhere. But we kicked it aside and embraced a military junta. And they made us believe they were soldiers with a difference. And that is, in fact, or was in fact the commencement of our inquiry. Soon we realized that they were humiliating our political leaders, they were humiliating the elite, putting them on military trucks and dumping them in military barracks. They attacked people on the roads to show power. People were shot at by these convoys. We have received evidence from the actual perpetrators. Sana Sabali himself came here and told the commission all those shenanigans they were doing. They were imposing their will on the Gambian people in the most dastardly manner. Mr. Chair, we saw them attack the security personnel and dumped most of the senior security officers in jail unlawfully. Unlawfully. And we have seen how on the night of September 6th, They Nicodemously went to the jail and unlawfully tortured and brutalized these senior military officers. It was done cowardly. We have had Edward Singate testify about it. We have had Ibrahim Chongan testify about it, and a host of older soldiers testify about this. I wasn't prepared, Mr. Chair, to deliver closing arguments, but we would give you a gist, a flavor of what we were dealing with. As if that was not enough, in the night of September, they started arresting our political leaders again and torturing them at Mile 2 prisons. We've had Edward Singate talk about how he managed to stop it. We have heard Sana Sabali talk about how he did it, how OJ and others became victims. But this was just these little symptoms that were emerging. Lawyer Usman Silla wrote to Jammeh and told him how he was seeing the seeds of dictatorship being showed and how Jammeh was planning to self-perpetuate himself in power and that he must stop. He was one of the few brave men who dared the burgeoning dictatorship and protested directly to those concerned. But these guys, they had a different agenda. As they were pushing constitutional reform with a view to bringing in a new constitution, it was quite obvious, at least to lawyer Usman Silla, that these people had no intention of relinquishing power. Even if we were to return to democracy, it would be democracy as per members of the junta, democracy as per Yahya Jammeh. And the facts would soon unfold, Mr. Chair. As the junta started taking the necessary steps to silence all sections of Gambian society so that Jammeh can self-perpetuate himself in power. And we have seen the steps he's taken. The first was to silence the soldiers. We have heard what happened in November 11, where they took 11 officers and men of the Gambian National Army and executed them in cold blood, in utter blatant violation of the law. These men were unarmed. They were stripped, almost naked, humiliated. They were tortured and executed. And we have heard how the leaders sat before the commission and derided the international conventions that apply to all people of civilized behavior, the Geneva Conventions and the additional protocols. Much to your chagrin, Mr. Chair, because I could recall you telling Sana Sabali, I spent years teaching generals about these rules. You sit here and tell us that these are not important. They disregarded completely the applicability or the application of these laws and did what they wanted. I recall Edward Singate saying, Jammeh told us to take no prisoners. And he interpreted that as an order to kill all the ringleaders. And that is what they did. On Remembrance Day, or day before Remembrance Day, they executed their colleagues in cold blood. They wanted to silence those who could potentially challenge their authority. But they did not stop there. The next step was to see who were the dissenters. Quickly, Sana Sabali realized that they are off onto the wrong track. Soon, Yahya Jammeh had different ideas. Sana had to go because Sana had the audacity to say, no, we got to go back to the barracks. We've heard Edward Singate about how they hatched a plan and eliminated him, and falsely accused him of something he never did and has no clue about, dumped him in prison, tortured him, and secured a conviction of him for 9 years. He even testified before the commission that he served his term. They wouldn't even let him out. Well, we have seen his name on the wish list. How did you call it? The spiritual hit list of Yahya Jammeh. He was that much of a nuisance to him. He too deserved to die, at least spiritually. And then Koro Ceesay came. And then come Koro Ceesay, a young man with the brightest future ahead of him. Super brilliant, of high intellect, wonderful training. Because he objected to their nefarious plans, they had to silence him. But knowing Koro, sacking him from the job would not have silenced him, they decided to silence him permanently. Those were the words of Mustafa Marong, former Minister of Justice, who appeared before this commission. And that was the beginning of the crisis we were going to face. Because at that stage, Gambians started acquiescing. Gambians started accepting. The complaints reduced, and Jammeh won elections. The beginning of much more trouble to come. In order to further solidify his power, he started attacking the media. We have heard how over 140 personnel of the media fraternity were arrested, detained, and some tortured. We have heard how media houses were attacked and burnt, including that of our chief executive, Baba Gale Jallow, who on several occasions was whisked to the NIA, threatened and intimidated, like many of his colleagues who had to end up in exile because Jammeh had to muscle the media. They had to keep quiet so that he could self-perpetuate himself in power. But he did not limit himself just to that. He attacked the students because they dared to complain. We remember on April 10 and 11 how 14, at least 12 of our young people, students, were brutally butchered along Kairaba Avenue and near Red Cross and so forth, by forces under the command of Jammeh. And we have heard how the instructions came from Cuba to Aissatou Njie Seydi, who appeared before this commission to say, well, he ordered the military to go and take care of the situation. We have heard from Grinyai, who explained how they had instructions and he had to shoot at students. Mr. Chair, the attacks on the Gambian people were not only limited to that. Through a beauty pageant and through a protocol girl system, our sisters were humiliated, sexually abused, just to further subjugate the Gambian people, and so ego and so superiority for one's self-aggrandizement. We have seen, Mr. Chair, how institutions were created that are aimed at further strengthening or creating a dictatorship. The NIA, with all those monstrous powers they were given, and a very compliant justice system, anchored and chaperoned by so-called Nigerian mercenary judges. And we have seen how investigative processes and judicial processes were compromised in order to produce desired results for Jammeh. And Mr. Chair, not only the institutions for investigating and prosecuting and judging, but even the institution to keep these people, the prison, became his five-star hotel, lacking of any facility that would help a person have a good life. The mere fact of being in mile 2 is a violation of a person's rights, because it is completely at odds with the UN standard minimum rules for the treatment of prisoners. And, Mr. Chair, if one were to end up in mile 2, you leave being half the person or less of the person you were when you went in. And Jammeh knew that. That's why he called it the five-star hotel. And we have seen how Jammeh had dealt with those people who dared challenge his authority, or those he perceived to be challenging his authority. And we have heard of all those so-called coups that happened and how he dealt with them. We've heard about the Ndur Cham one in 2006, March, wherein those who were involved and those who were not involved were corralled and taken to mile 2 prisons, brutalized, taken to the NIA, tortured and forced to give confessions which were used against them in court and convicted. We have heard how Langtombong's evidence was manufactured. In fact, today our witness talked about how they sat there and manufactured evidence to Jammeh's knowledge, which led to sentencing Langtombong to death. And that is the ultimate. It could have been executed. If that had happened, we would have lost a patriotic son, unlawfully. And this has happened several times. Mr. Chair, even political dissent was so suppressed that Jammeh could easily sail through elections. He manipulated the laws to ensure that he remained in power. That's why he had the audacity to tell us, I will be in power for a billion years, because he had all the confidence. He's taken all these steps. He has instituted a dictatorship. And when Sandeng and others decided to protest, he treated them in the only language he understood, violence, leading to the death of Solo Sandeng and the brutal torture of his cohorts. This was the Gambia that we had. So important was his throne to him that he would not even spare his relatives. We had today, from a person who was very close to him, that he killed at least 5 of them just because he believed those people wanted him dead. And in the process, Mr. Chair, I have just sat down here and draw up a list of those who were killed attributed to Jammeh and his forces. And Mr. Chair, my count, or our count, came to 214 people. 214 people in a small country like Gambia that borders or smacks of crimes against humanity. For a country as small as Gambia that smacks of crimes against humanity. And I can give you a list. November 11, 11 people, 11 soldiers summarily executed. April 10th, 12 school children and 2 people executed. His relatives, 5 of them, Haruna Jasaja, Sise Bujiling, Momadou Lamine Nyasi, Masi Jammeh, and others. 5 of them. Daba Marena and Co. We have heard from the person closest to Jammeh just yesterday as to how Jammeh sat there and planned how to lie to the Gambian people. What happened to these people? How Tumbul Tamba called and said, tell him fucking mission accomplished. And how he was given a big bag of money. Daba Marena and Co. lost their lives unnecessarily. They did nothing. We've heard how the West African migrants were butchered in several places around the country, 67 of them. Initially, we thought there were 34, then 44, then 57, and ultimately, 67 people butchered. And the government went on a campaign to cover this up. Well, we have had even today the witch hunting exercise that was ordered by Jammeh. 41 people died. A lot of them our grandmothers and our grandfathers. Humiliated, tortured, some sexually abused. We've heard about the fraudulent PATP, that is the President Alternative Treatment Program. We've heard that. Well, only one person claimed to have been cured, and that person did not come to the commission. It's being rumored out there. But everybody else who was in that program and testified before this commission said that they are still HIV positive, and that soon after the treatment, they had to go into conventional medicine. Without that, they would have died. They were hoodwinked into believing that our president had a cure. And Mr. Chair, let nobody kid you. If the president of your country tells you he can do something, the tendency is you would believe him. He fraudulently lured our sick people into a treatment program that was bogus. He was a charlatan. He was a quack. Can't be described in any lesser way, Mr. Chair. Ensaketa testified here and talked about how he was captured and taken to Kanilai and being tortured. And 8 people, he provided that list, were killed while he was there. 8 people. And he, including that woman who was supposed to have a beard, and they butchered her for bamboo sada to be given to the crocodiles as charity. Charity for who? For the benefit of Jammeh. Why? For him to entrench himself on that throne. If you add that all together, it gives you about 204. Well, yes, about 204. And then we have written down another list of those who are not counted. Korosise, Usman Korosise, Deda Haidara, Baba Diop, Ndongo Mboup, Soldaw, Mahawa Cham, Ndur Cham, Toumane Diallo, Abdoulaye Gueye, Alma Momane, Amadou Doumbouya, Dawda Nyasi, Mustafa Koli, Ilo Diallo, Mariama Kamara and her husband Alpha Diallo. This we've not been able to investigate conclusively yet, but we are still at it. Mahmoud Sise and Ibu Job. We had Oya. He testified before here. He said Yaya Jammeh instructed them to chop them up. It wasn't sufficient to just kill them. It wasn't sufficient to decapitate them. They had to chop them up. Gruesome. 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 And Tumbul Tamba, and I will come back to him. The Nigerian killed by Almamo Mane after the Jammeh convoy. Well, we've had Jallo today and yesterday saying Jammeh protected him. This was a country where if you kill in the name of the head of state, you get protected or even get promoted. This was the Gambia we lived in. Yaya Drame was captured. The rebel attack in Farafenye, he was tortured so badly, few months later he died. Jammeh created these institutions wherein torture was the name of the game. Torture was the order of the day. It was his star chamber. We've heard the NIA officer saying that torture was almost certain to happen in cases where he is involved. In fact, we've heard from someone so close to Jammeh who told us sometimes he will come disguise and participate in torture. Well, the public may not have heard that. Yes, but it is evidence before the commission. We have heard how video recorders are carried by some of his agents, and they will take videos of tortures, well, and maybe even killings, because we have heard how Dabamarena and co were dealt with. Tumbul had to come with a video recorder and a video camera and had to show Jammeh proof. I am ashamed that this was the country our people lived in. I'm ashamed that this is the country that my parents lived in. I'm ashamed that this is the country my children live in, and this is where they're growing up. This is what happened in Gambia. Between 220 murders to 250 murders occurred in this country during Jammeh's rule, attributable to Jammeh. And that is not the enforced disappeared. We've heard from Sekou Jallow. Jammeh told him, oh, Solo is lucky, but for my mother, I would have disappeared him. Well, disappearing people was part of his modus operandi. Indeed, Buba Yabo disappeared. Abdoulaye Anne disappeared. Babai Sanyang disappeared. Chief Ibrahim Amane disappeared. Omar Haidara disappeared. Sidi Sane disappeared. Momodu Job disappeared. And Kanyiba Kanyi, we've heard from his wife how the NIA took him away from their home. We've heard from people who were at NIA, at Mile 2 prisons, describing how he was taken away at night. So bad it was that when civil servants went to work, they're not sure they're going to come back home. And to tame the civil service, he had the laws to do it. You dance to his tune, you're safe. You don't, you face the peril of a false information charge or an economic crimes charge or being sacked by a letter of 1 or 2 lines or at least 1 sentence without recourse to law. That is the evidence that's been unearthed before this commission. There may be deniers. Yes, there will be deniers. But these numbers don't lie. These numbers don't lie. If you ask the family of Solo Sandeng, they would tell you we feel the pain. Deny as much as you wish, but we feel the pain. If you ask Amadou Kebe, he would say, deny as much as you want. I am walking with 1 foot shorter. Ask those students who were there on that fateful day of April 10th. Some would tell you I have a bullet lodged in my body. Those things don't lie. Deny as much as you wish. But the facts speak for themselves. And the Gambian people have seen it. What we had was a terrible dictatorship that would do everything to self-perpetuate and to strengthen its so-called supremacy over the Gambian people. No wonder it demanded to be crowned. And we had minions running around the country trying to secure that. We have heard Yaya Jajusi saying that the meetings were held at his home. If the Gambian people were in strong at that point, we would have been having a monarchy now. The kingdom of, I don't want to say it, with James Junkung the first as our king. That is what was going to happen. And thanks to God, the Gambian people dug deep into their reservoir and said, no, 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 it's not going to happen. But by this time, we had gone too far into a dictatorship. We have gone too far into self-perpetuation with 22 years. We have gone too far deep in corruption where the whole treasury and the central bank was an extension of the executive household. We have heard from Mr. Njai, who testified a few days ago, how his property was taken away from him in gangster style. Mr. Chair, all these things I am saying tells me crimes against humanity, crimes against humanity, crimes against humanity. And the forum to deal with that is not only limited in Gambia. It could be Gambia, it could be Ghana, it could be West Africa, it could be somewhere in Africa, it could be the ICC. So no matter how people deny, no matter how one can control what may happen in Gambia, that same institution cannot control what happens outside or elsewhere. We have seen Hussein Habri. He's run away for 20-something years. He had to face the law. The other day I saw a publication with the Justice Dial pointing at Jammeh. Perhaps that is what needs to happen. Justice must happen. We all crave for reconciliation. And that is fundamental. That is absolutely important. We all crave for unity of the Gambian people because we are in one little boat. And all of us have to be our brother's keeper so that we can keep this little boat afloat. But that said, there must also be justice. There should be justice for the victims. There should be justice for us as a people because we are all scared, we are all traumatized as a people because of the dark chapter that happened to us. 22 years of brutality, 22 years of disrespect for the Gambian people. But we are the cause of it because we succumbed. We accepted it. We coached him through it. We guided him through it. We told him we would accept it. And no wonder when he threw water, even some of our imams would dive just to touch that water. Because coming from him, it has spiritual value. Embarrassing situation. This is what I see Dr. Cisse asking whether that is true. Yes, indeed, it happened in this country. Dictatorship, self-perpetuation in power, and corruption is a recipe for disaster. But in order to free ourselves from those shackles, we have to ensure that there is rule of law in this country and that we have strong democratic institutions. Otherwise, we are doomed. And this has to be the cornerstone of the recommendations of the TRRC. If never again is to be meaningful, it has to be anchored on rule of law. It has to be anchored on strong institutions. It has to be anchored on a disciplined society. I pray to God that we reform our attitudes and we show commitment to this little country called Gambia, that we have so much, as said by Mr. Carr, borrowed from our children. We have to be careful the Gambia we hand over to them. If we do not correct the ills of the past, we will be sowing seeds of disaster for the future. I leave it at that, Mr. Chair. I think we have made a good case. Even those who are in denial, if they search deep down, they would see that the truth has come out. And the truth is, Jammeh took us on a wild ride for his own self-aggrandizement. He has to pay the price. And those who enabled him also have to pay the price. Justice must be done. It must be seen to be done. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Council. And the opportunity that we have at the moment, as I indicated earlier, must not be squandered. Thank you so much, Lead Counsel. Secretariat, Deputy Executive Secretary, you have the floor, please.
Chairman, thank you. But I think really after hearing Serin Fall make his statement, you would have rather just said goodbye to everybody. But then all the same, he mentioned that at the beginning when he was discussing about these things on the whole, he was just getting the tip of the iceberg. We thank God that with the help of the MOJ, Minister of Justice, that set up this commission and guided us through in our recruitment process, we were able to recruit a corps of staff that were able to go under that iceberg and uncover what was actually hidden under the water. In September, October 2018, the Secretariat started recruiting the staff for the TRRC. And at the end of the day, we ended up with about 120 staff distributed amongst the various units. Each of those units has some specific functions, but they were all geared towards meeting one objective. And that is what Saint Fall was talking about. By the way, Fall, I call you Saint Fall. I've been calling you. I don't know whether you know why I've been calling you that name. But I'm calling you that name because you have been teaching a lot of people out there in the population issues regarding rules of law, violations of human rights, and so forth. So I thought in Wolof, we were teaching anybody anything, then you are Serine, and therefore I call you Serine Fall. And that's how the name came about from me. Now, I wish to thank particularly staff of the Victim Support Unit, the Research and Investigations Unit. Of course, all other staffs would have my thank you, but I am singling out these units because of the trauma that they had to be going through in interacting with victims, the risks that the research and investigations people had to go through, meeting all these people, all these perpetrators and so forth, being able to convince them to talk to them and get them to come to the commission to speak the truth, whether half truth or full truth, whichever. So Abdul and team, Khadijatu and team, we say thank you very much. Special thanks would go to the UN system, represented here by, Ida is here, but she has left her twin sister behind, that's our Peters. These ladies are actually the ones that had made the working environment of the TRRC the way it is, the conducive nature. They helped in providing 75% of the furniture that we have. And they not just stop at that, but also we are providing some support, financial support for staff salaries. You're right. Now, the CRS has also been doing their bit, so we say thank you. Now, out of the 120 staff, you see, we go by what we teach in here, or our dictates. We give so much emphasis on youths and youth development. So 90% of the staff are youths within the age group of 16 to 55, no, 35. And out of the 120, 30% also are women. And therefore, we have a specific unit specifically dedicated to women's affairs. So we don't think any activists out there would accuse the TRRC of being gender biased. We have done our bit. Now, we know we have that slogan that never again. The never again can only be achieved if the people of this country have that change of mindset. If the people of this country are ready to change the mindset and understand that whatever happens to them is happening because they accept it, however wrong it may be. So the TRRC's contribution towards educating or assisting the people have that change of mindset was done in some way by helping or assisting the youths that are here and are studying in various institutions, giving them the opportunity to go to their classes unhindered. In the process, we have got 8 students, law students, who had gone through the bar. And we believe that's a great achievement. Others in the law school are going on, and the most we could do in their cases is to give them the time off to go to classes and come to work when they do not have lessons in place. Time is been taken. We've been here for a very long time. We need to close up and things up. But we cannot end it without saying special thank you to the drivers who have been busy doing all the runs. They've done a lot, and we want to thank the institutions that they came from. That is GPA, GAMTEL, the Ministry of Justice, and GR? Yeah, the judiciary, okay. I'm sorry, I'll end this on a slightly sad, on a sad note, because during the course of the TRRC life cycle, we lost one very hardworking staff, somebody whose demise touched the hearts of all staff within the TRRC, and that was Ibu Wage. I want to ask the gathering to please remember him in your silent prayers. And we wish him a place in Jannah. No, somebody is telling me, you know, this woman, the problem. She's saying I cannot end on a sad note. So I have to give something. You see, the TRRC Secretariat has been operating as a team, not a group. That is what we started with. Somewhere in the middle of the proceedings, we had Serigne Fall, who was very generous to turn himself into the guru of the TRRC by giving her staff's hand in marriage to a staff of the research unit. And that is what opened the floodgates, incidentally. As we speak, we have 7 marriages that have been consummated, and there are 2 in the making. 3 in the making. Okay. So on that note, I thank you. I thank everybody for this.
Yeah, you've taken me by surprise on that one. Thank you very much indeed. Interpreters, I think I should spare you any interpretation of all these summaries. I mean, the ones that had them submitted written remarks. But we thank you very much indeed. You may have something on your own, and you may have a spokesman. If you have, I give you a minute or two to say if you want to say something. And then the sign language expert also. I don't know how he can communicate with us, but he may be able to also say thank you. He can stand up and then just use some sign language for the commission. Then we'll see what happens. But Mr. Mane and the interpreters, do you have anything to say?
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman.
No, not the summary.
From Chairman himself to the lead counsel and his able assistants, to the Human Resource Department, to every section of this TRRC, the Secretariat, and the media section, the security, who were able to secure the place, and every section of the TRRC. On behalf of the interpreters, I extend our sincerest thanks to all of you. Had it not been for your help and your assistance, we would have found it very difficult to operate here. We make mistakes, and the lead counsel will lead us and say, you know, just to make sure, more for the, just to make, just to make sure that we tell the people what is coming out. And it has really, really been enjoyable for us and fun for us too. But the TRRC, I can also say, is one of the most important jobs I have ever done in my life. Because this TRRC has brought out, as one mentioned here, the dark days of Gambian history. It has really been really dark in those days, because some people said it here. In the morning when you're going to work, you'll be thinking whether you'll be coming back home that day. If you go to work, you will always be in your office with fear. So Allah has helped us to come out of that era. So the TRRC is one of the best, I can say, institution. It's an institution because the TRRC has taught people a lot of things. Because before the TRRC, the things that were revealed here, some people were denying it, and even me myself, I knew that atrocities were committed. But I didn't know. It was so bad. It was so atrocious that I can say that there's no end to whatever these people were doing. So I will not take people's time long. I am extending my sincerest thanks to everybody, every section of the TRRC, because this thing is an eye-opener to Gambians. And let's forgive. I know it will be very difficult to forget, but let's try and forgive. Let's try and reconcile. Let's try and come back together. We have nowhere but the Gambia. The Gambia is our only hope. It is our only home. So if we come together and try to walk together, we will be able to achieve. And what we will achieve is what is going to take this country forward. And if we don't come together to be one, well, I think it will be very difficult to take this country forward. There has been many denials and so on, but let's forget all that and come together as one. This country is what we have, so let's try and develop this country. On that note, I thank everybody. I thank all who has participated or everybody who has tried something in one way or the other. On that note, I say thank you all. Alhamdulillah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Mane, on behalf of the interpreters. Can the sign language expert come in the middle, please? He's standing and going to say thank you. Come around and say something. You yeah. No, they can't tell us. Somebody would have. No, come in the middle. We can't see you. Yeah, okay. Fine, go ahead. Sit. There's a crowd and tell them. Say thank you in your own way. Yeah, talk also.
But he's not, okay, the video. I'll make sure that he's
Go ahead. Yeah.
Now I'm listening.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I declare the public hearings of the TRRC closed. Meeting is adjourned.